Welcome everyone. War were not declared. Here's the man. Here's the man of the hour. What an interesting picture. I noticed this a little while ago. Yeah, not an unreasonable commentary, really, on the situation, is it? We'll talk about that quite a bit today. In fact, that's mostly our only story today. There's other stuff we can talk about, of course, and I'm open to suggestions, but this seems to be the one everyone's talking about. Cybersmith, I reconfigured the mic so that it's not quite as good down here on my chest, but it's almost as good to the point, and it's way more convenient down there. And also I trimmed my beard, so it's here for now. But when I tested it with the new configuration, which was just increased the gain on the hardware and then made a couple of tweaks with the software, people were saying that they couldn't notice a difference. And I couldn't notice a difference in testing either. So yes, all good. Your cousins in Qatar, family group chats getting war updates. Okay, interesting. Well, then don't link them to this stream. But if that were safe to do, not a war, says Cyberspace, then technically that's true. They bombed an airbase. They did bomb an airbase, but they gave lots of warning before they bombed the airbase because it was just a face-saving operation. Which is what that looks like anyway. Born too late to deploy to the Middle East. Born too early to deploy to the Middle East. Born just in time to deploy to the Middle East. I think probably not. Now, even though I thought it was unlikely that Trump would actually bomb Iran, and I was mistaken, he did. I didn't think it was hugely unlikely, just less likely than likely. Even though I did say that, I think the chances of, let's say this, anyone being conscripted, zero, pretty much, under Trump, including from the UK, including from all of Europe. Boots on the ground, small chance. He did say regime change, that's probably just a threat, probably just idle threat, so that Iran doesn't retaliate too hard. And it looks like they haven't retaliated too hard. So that's probably the last we're going to hear of this salvo, this back and forth. There might be further back and forths, but I don't think it's going to be boots on the ground. So yeah, I'm not happy about the fact that Trump bombed Iran, or at least I'm not immediately happy. And a lot of you aren't either, because generally the feeling here is anti-intervention. But we were talking about last time, the conversation between Ted Cruz and, what's his fucking name? Tucker Carlson, which is very interesting. Both sides, I think, were making some reasonable points. A lot of what Ted Cruz said was a bit crazy. And clearly he has way too much lust for Israel than he should. But it's not like there aren't any arguments to bomb Iran. We'll be looking a bit more at everything today, including that. More like under new management, yeah. So yeah, we'll continue with that, because last stream I was going to watch the whole thing and just do a double length stream, but I didn't feel very well. I was poorly, so I ended the stream, and then I was doing something over the weekend. So today, however, we will do the rest of it. Ginger says, I think it's likely that bombing campaigns will continue. I think it's unlikely that US troops will deploy on Iranian soil. I think it's also likely that we will see some glorious naval bombardments in order to ensure the Strait of Hormuz remains open. I say the chances of additional strikes from the US are less than 50%, because they already took out the nuclear bases, and it certainly seems likely that that was the main, if not perhaps only, objective Trump had. As long as Iran does not in fact have nukes, which there's a lot to say about that potentially, but as long as they don't actually have nukes, then the threat they pose to Israel is something that Israel can handle themselves. Now, will Trump be okay with letting them handle it themselves? I give a greater than 50% chance that he will. That if there probably won't be any more US bombings of Iran. That would be my guess, but we'll see. That interview was wild as Wizardry. From what I understand, I haven't even got to the best stuff in it yet. Watch this, I'm still nothing ever happens, bro. I'm only surprised now because I've got a cousin living in Qatar. Yeah, well, the nothing ever happens idea is that nothing happens that would change the general state of the world. The Iran strikes haven't really. But what that's asking for is something huge, something world-changing, something like a world war. And anything short of that is nothing ever happened. So it didn't happen. There was a bombing and then nothing happened. You know, my life didn't materially change in front of my eyes, so nothing ever happens. I'm not saying that perspective is wrong, but it's very naive. And not everyone that holds it, obviously. March is saying she does, and I get where it's coming from, right? But it's naive if you're applying it at its extreme, which is just that if nothing changes in my personal life as a result of world politics, then nothing's happened. So things happen all the time, but the scale adds up over time. Because you're living through it live, you can't expect to see the kind of massive changes that you would have done in the past. And if you're looking back at the past from here, you can see massive changes all throughout at that time. Even still, not very many of those changes made a big difference to the personal lives of people, especially not all at once. World wars did, maybe a few technological changes did, but they still took years to filter through. So it depends what your qualification for something is. And in the last 10 years, there have been lots of some things, none that really change your personal life politically, but the culmination of them all has for a lot of people. So yeah, it's really just the time compression issue. You're looking at it from within many things happening. It looked back at, when historians look back on this period, the 10-year period, roughly, a bit more than 10 years now, of what we have been calling the culture war since about 2013, this will be a big happening. And yet it's the time in which the expression "nothing ever happens" arose and gained prominence. And I can pretty much guarantee you that if there is a period, quote unquote, after the culture war when things calm down, if that happens, the term "nothing ever happens" will fall dramatically out of favor. The reason it's used is not because people are lamenting that their life doesn't change. I think it's sort of this same mentality of sort of contrarianism, whereby because the right wing of politics is now having some success, people with a contrarian bent have to negate that in their mind because they don't want to be on the side that's successful. Then they couldn't be contrarians. So things are bad right now. So if nothing ever happens, then nothing will get better and they can keep being contrarians. I think that's part of it. That's not the only reason people say that, but that's a part of it. So I think a lot of people who say nothing ever happens are actually just contrarian. Not all, of course. So yeah, it's pretty harmless, but it's very naive, I think. And it makes you sound cool because it's the trendy contrarian thing to say. But to me, it's shallow. So I'm not particularly impressed. Busek says it's because of faggots and nigger-pilled like Corinne. That is many such cases, as Busek himself would say. Matthias says many worlds hypothesis is cope. If we're talking about on the quantum scale, it's cope in that there's no way to demonstrate it, and it seems intuitively, because you can't do much better than that, extremely wasteful. Just ridiculously wasteful. Now, if there's if there's no limit on energy outside our own universe, then it doesn't matter. But it's certainly not intuitive to expect that there's no limit, that you can just have infinite possibilities. Because we're not just talking about you made a decision. No, we're talking about the quantum states of every particle in the universe can, it's probabilistic, so it can differ. So every state it can take becomes a universe, right? Within one frame of time, that is the number of quantum particles in the universes. In one frame, whatever that is, of time. Now, in a second, that could be trillions and trillions and, a Google of frames. We don't know. So uncountable amounts of universes would be spawned through that. And entire universes each time. So, yeah, I think if it's true, it's preposterously wasteful and we should make our own universe because it'll be way more efficient. And I think it's very unlikely to be true. It's a fun idea, though. There's no need for it to be. The only thing that I like about it is that it suggests evolutionary universes, but you can get that with black holes, which we know exist now. Ginger says another thing to consider, much like how the safe bet is always, it's going to get worse before it gets worse. Nothing ever happens is the safe bet. Eventually that D20 will land on the 1, but until then, you can win by betting on 2 to 20, then you might as well. That's also true, which makes it very easy to say. Like, if the claim is nothing ever happens, and then something happens, just not quite enough to qualify for something. Like, they are the arbiters. If you go to them and say, look, something happened, they'll say, but that's really a nothing. It looks like a something, it's really a nothing. Even if it's big, even if it's really major, like Trump winning in 2024, like whether you think that's going to come to anything or not, it was a pretty big happening. And the election being rigged in 2020. Those are happenings, and there have been many of them. But how many of the nothing ever happens bros would regard that as a sufficient happening? Someone says the universe is arguably zero energy from an external perspective. I remember my mind was blown years ago. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. I don't think we know that either, Cybertron. I think that's just a hypothesis. But just because it is a net neutral of energy doesn't mean that you don't need, I mean, energy might not even be the thing that we're talking about in terms of efficiency. If we're talking about multiple universes, there's more besides that. And you can have net zero energy for something. And you can also just have zero energy for something. And again, intuitively, because we can't do better than that because we're talking about outside the universe, intuitively, there is a big difference in the requirements for something which is monstrously complex but net zero, and something that is literally non-existent and net zero. And that being duplicated all those many times, that seems incredibly inefficient and wasteful. No one ever takes me up on the if things happen, name everything that ever happened challenge. Quite a few things have happened. It just depends on what your threshold is. Like, the threshold will move according, like, things happening all the time. The threshold just moves just above the average of the last few years to make sure that nothing has, in fact, ever happened. What is this post from Trump on Truth Social that someone has just linked me? Congratulations, world. It's time for peace, he said shortly after bombing Iran. We'll get to that a little later. Also got this. Now, is he here? Blighty bloke, is he here? No. Someone ping him because he used an emoji from a server called Femboys Ice Creams. So I think the man needs a bit of shame. We'll see what happens. I just happened to see this in Cesspool before I started the stream. Cybersmith, nothing's wrong with ice cream. It's the femboys that are the problem. But yeah, now we've learned something about Blighty Bloke. Great shame to see someone with these predilections representing themselves with a word associated with my country. But never mind. All right, let's go to other things. Now, I think last time we covered just the interview. What I'm going to do this time, I'm going to go through some of the articles we have. I'm going to not take too long on them. We're going to try and get to the interview and finish that, but we're going to focus on the other stuff I have and then get to the interview. So a lot of it is about the war, but some of it is stories that were from Friday. Maybe a little out of date. Yes, this, for example. There was a break-in at the home of the Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, who was assassinated by Vance Bolter, per local police. The home appeared to have been searched by an unknown individual. What on earth is going on here? Asks this Twitter user. Good fucking question. I'm open to suggestions, chat. Sounds like someone's trying to cover their tracks. This entire case is confusing as hell. They're either planting evidence or removing evidence. Get out of blue states. Just don't bring your Democrat politics with you, they say. Apparently Walz deleted some X posts. I heard that this guy, Bolter, claimed that Walz was to blame. Minnesota shooting suspect was a prepper, FBI says. I wouldn't trust them for a second. If anything comes up for Walz. Trump says he won't waste time calling Minnesota governor after slayings. Well, that's interesting. Vance Bolter captured in wooded area. What was that? Oh, I don't know. Let's see, because I heard someone say this recently, that he said that it was all Walz that told him to do it. This says, what do Vance Bolter, Thomas Crooks, and Ryan Ruth all have in common? They all tried to assassinate the political opponents of Tim Walz. Yeah. But also they're all Democrats, and all Democrats hate Trump. So it could just be that. It doesn't necessarily have, like, the reason Tim Walz is being brought up is because Bolter worked with him, but the other two didn't, I don't think. That's not really enough, is it? I don't see anything here about him naming Walz. Minnesota assassin told the told the FBI in a letter that Tim Walz asked him to kill Senator Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could take her seat. This is why they hid the manifesto. We need a full investigation now. Walz is covering this up. Now, that's interesting. I said I'd do this quickly. No, I'm probably not going to. Minnesota assassin Vance Bolter told the FBI in a letter that Tim Walz asked him to kill Senator Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could take her seat in the U.S. Senate. He might just be dobbing in Walz for no reason. Just trying to get more attention. Oh, never mind. This, it looks like Nick Sortor may have just fucking cloned Alex Jones's tweet. Or maybe the other way around, but more likely Jones started it. Minnesota assassin and Tim Walz appointee Vance Bolter wrote a letter to the FBI claiming the military training had been secret and that Walz instructed him to take out Amy Klobuchar so he could claim the Senate seat. Interesting. I love how Google gave me nothing on this, but X gives it to me in the first few. I just heard the reference as well. That's not what I meant. In the first few results. With Crooks, there's more circumstantial evidence to point to Governor Josh Shapiro than to Walz. Exactly. Yeah, I remember that. Haven't looked too deeply into it, but supposedly the claim is that Walz wanted Bolter to kill the senators to run for senator, but Walz has already claimed he didn't want to run for senate and stay as governor before the assassination. Yeah, again, it kind of seems unlikely. Walz is such a fucking nobody. And he doesn't come across as a conniver. He just comes across as a waste of space. He just fell upwards, right? That's what I'm getting from him. The rest of you getting that impression? I don't think he's the assassin here. If anything, I would put a greater probability on him being the fall guy for someone else's assassinations. I don't know why, though. Again, I think what it comes down to is some deep conflict within the Democratic Party we don't know about, or some personal conflict we don't know about. The personal conflict implies more so that this guy, the quote-unquote assassin, was directly involved. And the former situation, like with the personal stuff directly, not as a hired gun, the former one allows him to be a hired gun, but he's not a very good hired gun, is he? He didn't do very well. So I don't know. It seems more likely to be something personal than something political, to be honest, but it's possibly political. Someone says, apparently there are no term limits for governor of Minnesota, not even consecutive term limits. Well, then someone should vote him out. Or stop rigging the elections. Do you like my shirt, by the way, chat? I bought it a little while ago. Quattro says, I think he's dumb enough to believe it wouldn't get back to him, and he's certainly cowardly enough to think of it. I don't know. I want to see a bit more before I just assume that bumbling retard Tim Walz would just order a hit. But that said, if he was going to order a hit, I think he might go to Poundland cut price hitmen are us and hire this guy. To be fair. So, that kind of works. That kind of lines up. This one says, anyone who thinks Tim Walz would ever hire a conservative Republican, she said both, for any government position is delusional beyond belief. For fuck's sake, people stop believing everything the Trump-hating media spoon feeds you. Vance Bolter was a Democrat. Wait. Ah, I see. Okay, I thought she was saying he is a Republican, and therefore Walz wouldn't have hired him. But no, she's actually saying what she's saying is actually quite reasonable. Never mind. Yeah. The FBI say this in a rambling conspiratorial letter addressed to the FBI, or a source quoting the FBI. Alleged assassin Vance Walter claimed Governor Tim Walz instructed him to kill U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could run for the U.S. Senate. According to two people familiar with the content of the letter is the clearest evidence yet of Walter's mindset after the targeted violence against Minnesota politicians last week. It is incoherent, 1.5 pages long, confusing and hard to read. According to two people familiar with the letter's contents, it includes Bolter alleging he had been trained by the U.S. military off the books and that Walz, who is not running for Senate, had asked him to kill Klobuchar and others. I would give it a pretty good chance that he's just naming Walz because Walz is governor. And because he's close enough to... Maybe this guy, like, he had some obsession with political intrigue, and he just wanted to just kill some people in a high-profile way, so he chose some politicians in his state. And blamed Walz for it, because that's more chaos, more interesting. I would honestly give that a greater chance than anything else I've seen so far, but I'll certainly wait and see for more evidence to come out. Thank you, Daka. Someone says, wait, are you saying the bumbling retard may have actually clumsily acted like a clumsy bumbling... But a retard like that isn't likely to have the wherewithal to actually find their way to real assassins. They're much more likely to be, caught in one of those dark web FBI dragnets, or not dragnets, but like traps that they set for people looking for assassins. What is this? Is possible? Sure, but Walz is the kind of guy who would ask others to get their hands dirty for his own personal gain. Maybe. I didn't get that impression from watching him, but maybe. He's a politician after all. Just because he was successful doesn't mean he was the real assassin. He was a real assassin. What do we mean by that? He wanted to be Kamala's VP. Yes. Yeah, but okay, yes, Quadra, but the reason for that is just blind ambition. He wanted position, and he had none. He was really badly, like really low down in the rungs of popularity in the Democratic Party. He was only picked up by Kamala because no one else wanted their name associated with it. So it's not that he was, scrupulous. Yeah, that's a given for being a Democrat politician. It's that he was desperate for position, the chance of position. It doesn't read to me like the profile of someone who would not only maybe want to, but successfully hire an assassin, even a low price, low quality one. I'm not saying no, but it just doesn't fit to me intuitively. Yeah, again, Quattro, blind ambition to want to have his enemies killed, possible. The wherewithal to get someone who can do it for him, much less likely with this guy, unless he knew people who knew how to get hitmen. But then he was so unpopular. Maybe I don't know if he did, and I still don't see the motive for him. If it's revenge, then he really is stupid. Psychos don't, they are susceptible to want revenge, of course, but they're not well advised to. It's a waste of time, unless it's very obvious who's done it. So it's deterrent. Other than that, Quattro says even other Dems wouldn't touch her, but he gladly did, and she's easily one of the most crooked Dems in recent history. Yes, again, because he was desperate for position, and not because he thought she was good, I don't think, just because he was desperate for position. And again, that could be a motive for hiring this assassin. I just don't see him having the intelligence, and I don't see this giving him much gain. I mean, is he dumb enough not to think that it would lead back to him? Unless he just honestly believes that the deep state would investigate and find him innocent just because he's him. But he's not well liked enough for that, honestly, to be able to pull that, except for the fact that he is a Democrat, a governor, and the Democrat Party wouldn't want that known. So that's maybe it, but then he probably would lose more position than he'd gain just if the Democrat Party knew it was him, which they obviously would. They wouldn't like that he'd done that. Because it's a massive risk for them that half the public would know that he was a murderer. And he'd even failed as well and killed some of their own people. Again, it doesn't fit to me. Someone says, Walz is the kind of guy to tell easily vettable lies about where he was deployed and he'll think he'll get away with it. That one was actually more down to interpretation as far as I recall. Like, he was wrong, but it wasn't, he was like 75% of what he said was correct. The 25% that was wrong was quite important. It was something like that, but that one was a bit more debatable. It was less so Like, he obviously hired a hitman to kill political opponents, and everyone knows it was him. Like, again, it's possible. It doesn't fit to me. Maybe he's thinning the 2028 primary field in advance so he can become the communist nominee, says Cybersmith. Again, possible, but he must realize he has no chance at it. Like, that maybe just kill any Democrat who's popular so that he can inherit the new generation of Democrat politicians because they're clearly going to need to reform. Maybe, but that's such a long shot, and he's so unlikable. Maybe he thinks he could do that. Again, that's a motive, but it's a pretty far-fetched one. It's something you can get out of it. It's pretty far-fetched. And the party wants Kamala. I suppose maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. They're gonna run Kamala. Currently, they're gonna run Kamala, which is crazy, but I don't see them finding a better candidate by next time. He wants to be her VP again. So he's clearing out the field of other people who she might alternatively pick to be her VP. Okay, that could be an explanation. So why did he only target politicians in his state, in Minnesota, rather than target whoever's most popular around the country? Surely he can't assume that he's going to be able to kill enough of several of the more popular ones than him are higher up in the Democratic Party. And the assassin, if told go and kill them, will probably just go and kill him for them. But maybe he's just that retarded. That motive technically works, but it's a real long shot. And I don't know if he'd even have the intelligence to do that. Let alone the intelligence to get away with it. He currently is, but again, probably only because he's a Democrat, if that's what he's done. In the USA, you can't have a presidential nominee from the same state as their VP. He needs to kill other people in his state, but not Kamala's state. Is that true, actually? I'm not sure about that. That wouldn't fit, though, Cybersmith, because Kamala could just pick someone from some other state. Like, killing the other people in his own state means that he's the top pick from his state, but there's other states that she could pick one from. She could pick any except her own, if that's true. So this is, remember that the majority of Mayor of Los Angeles is a convicted terrorist pardoned by Clinton who organized the Capitol bombing in the 80s. The Democrats will elect literally anyone. Yeah. And if it turns out Waltz is a history of trying to get people assassinated, fair enough. It just doesn't look like he is that kind of plotter. Quattro says, all I'm saying is it's entirely possible and just as short-sighted as he's always been, so it does at least kind of add up. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, Quattro. It doesn't seem as likely to me, but it's definitely possible. Ghost says, it's not a hard rule, but the Electoral College isn't allowed to vote for two candidates from the same state or something along those lines. Well, fair enough. But, that still wouldn't really make this any more likely because Kamala could just pick someone from a different state. If anything, being governor of Minnesota, that would mean that he'd be more incentivized to kill people outside his state because he's still the quote-unquote top dog in his state. He'd still have a greater chance of becoming nominee in his state just from being governor. But people in other states, including other governors, by the way, it's more likely. Certainly could be an intentional red herring. That's what I would put more money on. But why that to me doesn't add up. Okay, look at it this way. We're thinking about why would Waltz want to do this? To get position, to become the VP again. Okay, why would someone else want to get rid of Waltz? Honestly, that to me seems much more fruitful a path because he was Kamala's VP. So it's fairly likely he'd be picked again. Not for sure by any means, but fairly likely. So try to get him, pointed at for these assassinations. Not necessarily to kill him or get him arrested, just to make him untouchable. And Cyrus says, then why not just kill Waltz? Fair, but quite high profile. Waltz is, I think, higher profile than the others who got killed. I mean, they were part of the state senate. The only thing with that is you'd think they'd kill someone that Waltz would want dead. And I still don't see that reason for him to want them dead, except the very far-fetched assumption that he's trying to kill competition. So someone trying to kill off people around Waltz to make Waltz look guilty by hiring as the assassin someone who Waltz employed, I think it's more likely than that Waltz did it himself. But still not that likely. Still, it doesn't seem to fit. Someone says it's just a very common tactical decision to pick a VP from another state to bolster your chances of winning that state too. There's no actual rule. See, that makes sense. Cybersmith says, who benefits the most? Honestly, I don't know. From these assassinations, I don't know. Maybe these were Democrats who refused to take dirty money. I don't know much about them. Maybe they were up and coming and refused to take dirty money. So it's like, I don't know, Hillary's still behind this. I mean, it's Hillary's style of killing, but usually her killings are professional. This one wasn't. Maybe it's someone else behind the scenes who wants to reshape the Democrat Party in their image. Maybe the people who were killed here, sure, they had different political views, within the Democrat sphere, but maybe they just happen not to be corrupt. And whoever is at the top of the party now desperately needs to keep things corrupt. Otherwise, the party will reform into a form that's not corrupt, and they want to keep it that way. Now, clearly, if this is a hit, it's corrupt people planning it. But the kind of people that are at or near the top of the Democrat Party generally have access to good assassins. So why hire this retard? And why wouldn't they have more information about where the people would be and so on? I don't know, maybe this is as good as Assassin's come. He just tried to take on too many in one day. But that's the thing. Why take on that many in one day? Why all at once? Thank you, Soulright, who says, how much for the fighter helmet? Because of the bombing story. Glad to catch you live on YouTube. Hello, my friend. Let me have a look at that. So if we have a look at this chart, it is a bidding system. So if we do fighter pilot helmet, you've contributed £25 for that. That puts it £10 ahead of none, which means that gets applied. Thank you for the contribution. Let me apply that now. Helmet. There we go. Congratulations to Soulright for being probably, maybe, the first person to put their helmet, the fighter pilot helmet, on as an overlay who wasn't DACA. Look at the FBI. Now, Quattro, the possibility that the FBI are just in such a fucking state that this is the best they can do? Maybe. Yes, the competency crisis hits everywhere. Maybe. But you'd think they'd have higher priorities than this if it's that bad. I don't know, maybe they are just that retarded. Still, this guy did not act like an assassin. Maybe it was his first time. They had to let all their other assassins go. They just got this guy that happened to work for Waltz. I guess that's possible. But again, why kill these ones? Again, okay, so incompetent deep state hires shitty assassin who just happened to work for Waltz to go and take out some Democrat politicians who were not corrupt enough. And then this happens. Okay, that is plausible. But I don't like a theory that requires us to assume the incompetence of someone we don't like. It's possible, but I still don't think it's a good enough theory. And I still think just random obsessed lunatic is more likely. Now, the involvement of the feds and the suspicious things with the No Kings paper in his car and all that stuff, I don't know why that's there. Again, these kinds of things can be explained in two ways. Either one, evil, conspiratorial, deep state psyop, or two, he was a fucking lunatic. So I don't like that either, because that is assuming the incompetence of my opponent, but at least it makes less assumptions along with it, because one person being a lunatic psycho murderer is much more likely than a grand conspiracy, which amounts to the same actions. Let's have a look at this. Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect had manifesto with list of names, police say, as manhunt continued. Oh, this was a bit older, Pug, because this is before he was caught. We did a stream since that was revealed. So yeah. Do random lunatics have access to the fancy IMF face-changing masks? Yes, they're available on the market. They are commercial. In fact, they even found out where he bought one. It's just a silicone mask. It's not even very good. You can see from this angle, it's quite obviously fake. But from a doorbell camera or from the little peephole in the door, It could look convincing initially. You know what the mask implies, though? It implies that the targets knew him personally. Well, not necessarily, actually. It could imply that he just didn't want his actual face caught on camera. He just got unlucky that the police happened to spot him. Someone says CIA famously used those. Well, I hope what they used was better than these. Someone says staffing cuts for the Democrats. The USAID cuts hit them hard, and now their goblins have to work triple duty to pick up the slack. Maybe. Could he be a rogue IMF, International Monetary Fund agent? Is that what you mean? Do you mean, is it IAF, the army? Impossible Missions Force. Once again, we have Cybersmith in the chat. Everyone, Cybersmith. Welcome, Cybersmith, to the place where we seriously discuss genuine real-world politics. Impossible Missions Force is, I believe, fictional. If you believe that it exists in another universe, good for you, Cybersmith. We are not in that universe. It is fictional. Matthias says, CIA also famously used speakers in the forest to pretend to be demons. Bring him into the host channel. Maybe. Well, just as here's an example, during the 2020 riots, Tim Walz was openly supporting the BLM rioters until people were outside his house. And in that moment, he begged Trump to say something to get them to go away instead of getting his head liberated from his body for his crimes. How he didn't see that coming, I don't know. Honestly, that does kind of make sense. Okay, incompetence, yes, but understandable within the frame of how they operate. It has happened a few times where BLM or some other similar group have ended up outside the house of a major politician, but it honestly has not happened that often. It's maybe happened 3 or 4 or 5 times in the last 8 years. He probably was told, here's party policy, you say this, and maybe he honestly believes a lot of it, or believes it's useful for him to say that, and so said it, because he was always going to. Even if they ended up being at his house later, he'd always go and say that. And then it just happened. He just got unlucky. And at that point, it's like, yeah, he doesn't care that he's a hypocrite. He doesn't care that it's demonstrated that he said one thing and then said another. He cares about getting party position and then not dying. Those are his priorities. And he cares about them way more than he cares about being seen as a hypocrite. He was already very unliked before he became her VP, let alone afterwards. So that is consistent without requiring any sort of conspiracy, sort of like grand conspiracy theorizing. This, I don't think it can be explained just by his kind of retard ambition. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong, Quattro. It just doesn't seem as likely to me. Someone says, Tim Walz's wife was bragging about how much she loved smelling the BLM burning tires from the governor's mansion in Minneapolis, and she opened the windows to take it all in. Good to see that that he's found his equal. Pierre says, are you seriously not on board with the assumption that a Democrat is a lunatic? I thought it was well-known fact these days. The assassin? Yeah, that's my main theory. Honestly, boring as it is that the assassin is a lunatic and probably had loads of involvement behind the scenes with people in the party, and that all fed into a sort of narrative in his head that he then went and executed on. But Walz being a lunatic, maybe, but I think he is odd, right? And maybe a little bit of a lunatic, just not quite the murderous level of lunatic. I think he's an idiot. He probably thinks he's smarter than he probably thinks he's a good, smart person. He's just greatly deluded. It was opposition who showed up outside his house wanting him to pay for what he enabled. Oh, that's interesting. Hence why he begged Trump. Okay. Well, I mean, that's even rarer of an event. I don't think that's happened before. He's a lunatic. For horse dong. I love how the horse semen thing with Walz, as far as I remember, was completely fabricated. But people believed it anyway because it was just funny. We all already knew Walz was a midwit. All Dems are, says Matthias. If only they all were, but I think there are some people in amongst them who are smart enough to be successfully evil. California restaurant owner complains that he doesn't have employees anymore because of the ice raids. Well, boo-hoo. Right, on the one hand, boo-hoo, get fucked. On the other hand, I don't want fuckloads of American businesses to go under, even if they were the ones that hired illegals. But that's limited. That's limited because some of them deserve to suffer as a result of hiring illegals. But there are some that I prefer not to. For example, if their industry effectively made it impossible to continue to run your business without hiring illegals, which I think is the case for the farms. Not Kiwi farms, actual just farms. And maybe restaurants as well, but that's less of an essential service than farms. So that's the only reason that I have any sympathy to Trump's policy, which I think he's backtracked on now, by the way. Trump's policy he had of not sending the illegals home for a while from farms is because they're under so much pressure already. There needs to be a bit of a slow return on that. But it looks like he backtracked on that delay anyway, so maybe he backtracked on it specifically because every single time illegals are removed from a place, that place is immediately flooded with job applications from local Americans, which, by the way, confirms what we've been saying for almost 10 years or more, that actually, no, people in Western countries are quite willing to work, but they're being disallowed from working because of arbitrary bullshit. Proven. We're redeemed, chat, in case it wasn't obvious. If they're committing a crime that harms the entire country, then fuck them, says Quattro. Yes. As I said, restaurants don't quite meet the muster for my sympathy here, but farms kind of do because they've been fucked over by so many factors over the years that, and they should not collapse. And if they collapse, then they're BlackRock owned. So yeah, I'm okay with being a little bit softer on farms. There may be other industries where I'd be okay with it as well. Generally not, but obviously it should never be just you're allowed to hire legal. No, it's you have a year to replace them, rather than 0 seconds to replace them, which is every other industry. Ghost Suzuki just wants the American industries his patrons work in, not to suffer. Well, you know what, Ghost? You know what? So what if that's my motive? It's not, but so what if it was? It works, doesn't it? It works. That's capitalism for you. It doesn't necessarily bring out the most virtuous side of everyone, but it's a damn sight better than any other system for that. But what it does do is work, which is a big point in its favor that socialism never quite managed. It's the factory farms that hire illegals, the others hire family and friends. Now, fair, but I suspect there's crossover. I suspect there's middle ground, and that's where we ought to be careful. Factory farms usually owned by Bill Gates, mind you. Yeah, no, if that's the case, for those, yeah, let them die. Let them die. Fair. But I suspect there's some middle ground. And hey, Trump reneged on it, so maybe he made the same assumption that I did, and then was told, actually, there's very little middle ground, don't bother. Well, okay, fair enough, if that's the case. My argument there is not a line in the sand, it's just that this might make sense. But I don't know enough about the specific details to say for sure. All right. So this assassination story continues to be completely impenetrable, as far as I know, as far as I understand it. You guys tell me if you see any really interesting information. We started with the fact that the house has been broken into. Now, this implies that the deep state were either involved or are worried of incriminating information that will lead people to think they were. Now, that said, the deep state are completely handling this investigation, so why would they bother? Why would they bother? Possibility that some other person broke in. Here's the fucking chance, right? Here's the possibility. Someone in the city that they live in, the lawmaker lived in, saw on the news that there's been this horrible murder, and thought, oh, empty house. And so went and robbed it. Now, the question there is, how the fuck did the police how were they not monitoring the location 24/7? Well, it has been a few days. Maybe they've stopped. But Guy probably thought, okay, well, the owners are dead. Even if there's police around the front, if I can get around the back and take something, no one will ever know because the owners are the only ones that knew what was in the house. But then it's an active crime scene, so how the fuck did anyone get in? So that implies it is someone with authority to overrule the police. But then how did it become a news story? If the police were there, the police would just ask, hey, just look away for a bit. They would have to have been. So it implies authority. Or the monitoring of the crime scene was not actually that good, and some local just came and nicked something from the house. This home appeared to have been searched by an individual. Fair enough. Okay, so maybe they were looking for incriminating deep state psyop nonsense, or maybe they were just looking for jewelry. it's possible, right? It is possible. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to wait for more information on this one, and it may be that there isn't any. But I'm very open to you guys giving me your theories. Matthias is honestly, who wouldn't be curious that what was in a politician's house? Yeah. The real killer heading back to eliminate evidence. Well, it really does seem like the killer that we have was the real killer, according to the story that we went through. It's obviously possible that he was swapped out, but I don't think it's very likely. It's not like the killer escaped and then we found someone in a local nearby place that we said was the killer, like the Las Vegas shooting. I don't think there was ever any evidence that guy was ever even there, and they found him later. As far as I recall, I might be wrong, but that was almost certainly a psyop, because loads of stuff that happened afterwards made it very clear that it was. This one, he was caught by an on-the-ground police officer at the scene, who he then opened fire on. It's a bit too hot to be faked. Too many witnesses, too much stuff that can be corroborated. That said, that hasn't stopped the deep state before. So it's possible. That's the maddening thing, is I can't really rule anything out here. They wanted to find the sugar, yeah. Just a neighbor going to find the sugar. How big is the local police department? That's honestly the answer, probably. Yeah, it could be. I think it's in a city, though. Minnesota. Is that the state? I think Minnesota's a state, yeah. I don't know what city it was in, but it is in a city. It's not just a little town, I don't think. In before this was just Kevin Spacey in an elaborate disguise. He seems like the kind, yeah. All right. I must insist that Minnesota be demoted to territory. Interesting. Look at the LAPD and tell me being in a city means anything. Well, fair enough. I suppose not. So yeah, that's possible. So I would honestly put the chances that this was an, weirdly speaking, right, an unrelated break-in at a higher probability than that it was some deep state psyop nonsense. But it still could have been. I'm just not really seeing the overarching narrative here for how it was. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing. But let me know if anything else on this, chat. All right, then remember these are stories that I had on Friday. So if any are critically outdated, I'll just move on. Okay, yeah, that was Trump hadn't made the decision yet on whether to attack Iran, but this was on the 18th. I think he attacked on like the 21st or 2nd. So either he did make the decision in the next few days, or he said this to throw them off. And both are just as likely and just as sensible. Justin, the Democratic National Committee may now need to borrow money to pay its bills because it's so broke, according to the New York Times. Good. If the prophecy continues, if the vote rigging is reduced, which, by the way, I'd like to see some more progress towards in this administration, then by next election, we actually might very well have no chance for the Democrats to win. No chance at all. We'll see what happens in the midterms, obviously, but I have a feeling that there's not going to be enough repair done to the election systems by next term. I really want Trump to just make voting machines illegal. That should have been in an executive order, really. But Democrats should not win again. J.D. Vance should probably win, because he'll probably be the next candidate. Not certainly, but probably. We'll see. Someone says if the Dems cannot win in 2028, they definitely won't win in 2032. Their only hope is to rig the 2030 census. It's interesting. Well, with a lot less illegals, if Trump really can get rid of enough illegals, which hopefully he can, then they will have a significantly harder time rigging with that. And I don't think they're going to have much luck rigging any red states. The red states know how the rigging works, so that will grow, but then they weren't going to win there anyway. So if nothing else is done for election interference by 2028, then they could still rig the election. They could still do the same thing they did in 2020. But it wouldn't take much effort to fix it. Matthias says, can Soros just keel over already? Pug laughs and says his son is worse. I actually disagree. Matthias says he's also massively incompetent. That's part of it. I tell you exactly what's happened there. The same thing that happened with Klaus Schwab. The same thing that's probably happened with others as well. Maybe others I didn't notice. Maybe others I did and forgotten about. What's happening there is it's just insurance. Pug, you were meant to say that. You were meant to say his son is worse. Because if the son is worse, there's not much point in assassinating Soros. But if the son is an idiot, because he hasn't lived the life that his father did that made him who he is. Maybe the son is ambitious, maybe he is naturally evil, but he's not smart or experienced enough to do what his father's done. Then there's no reason not to go ahead with, and do not crime, chat, by the way. Do not crime. But that's my point. It's an insurance policy, in part. Possibly in whole. Mike Electric fence pens. Yes, the one time meme magic failed, true. Supposedly besides ice deportations, there have been over 1 million who have just fucked off by themselves since January already. Good. That's great progress. And he can achieve a lot by just creating an environment unfriendly to criminals. Eric says the son isn't a true Soros. He never had the chance to sell out Jews to the Nazis. Yeah, true. Of course, Alex Soros doesn't have his father's experience. The Holocaust was over long before Alex could sell out his father, sell out other Jews to the Nazis in exchange for the right to loot their houses like his father did. I see his father started as he meant to go on. Soros says, I don't want Soros to be assassinated. I want him to live long enough to see his sons force feminized and gangbanged in front of him. Yes, you would, Cybersmith. That does sound like something you would say and want genuinely. But that is because your politics is downstream of your fetishes. That is not a common position. As much as politics are often downstream of base biases, most people don't have fetishes as strongly embedded in their base biases as yours are, at least not intertwined with politics. You're a man, Cybersmith, of very few internal inhibitions, and that does allow you to, as you say, quote unquote, think outside the box, but you also tip the box over and spill everything in the box with it quite often. Bug says we need Cybersmith to run our Gitmo. I believe that there is no limit to how unethical it would end up being, whereas currently it is inhibited. Daka says, your reminder that when people say Obama deported more illegals, those numbers count illegals caught and turned at the border, not illegals caught and removed from the interior of the US. Okay, good. That is an interesting figure. I bet then that firstly, there are less attempting to cross now anyway, which is a big disruptor to the stats. But if you include those who left voluntarily, those Trumpers turned away, taken from the interior and thrown out, and those turned away at the border, I expect it's a lot higher. Spooner says, I'm up for cruel punishment for terrorists, but damn. Indeed. All right, next story. Oh yeah. We got this stupid fucking story. Tal Warwick, Styx Hexenhammer, found guilty of domestic abuse battery in New Orleans. Sentencing July 15th. Now, rather than go to the Kiwi Farms page, which is probably full of actual docs, though I think Tal has made his name public, so should be all right. I will instead watch this little video from a certain someone.
All right, everyone, getting out in front of it. Yes, I was found guilty of battery just earlier in the New Orleans Parish Courthouse. And I disagree with some of the evidence that was allowed at trial. Let's just put it that way. Thankfully, now that the case is over, I'm allowed to actually explain my side of the story before somebody else is allowed to explain theirs. I'm sure that there will be 1,000 rumors swirling, and the people that don't like me, they'll be talking all sorts of shit about me. First and foremost, this does not involve my wife. It does not involve beating anyone. I did not punch anyone. I did not draw a gun on anyone. I did not hit anyone with a baseball bat or any of these things. What happened is this. I was inebriated in a hotel room with my ex-girlfriend. and we got into a bit of a squabble because she was texting with another dude, and I believed that she was cheating on me, or at least at least digitally. And she handed the phone to me, and what I saw was, questionable in nature. I later found out this is ex post facto, so it's not evidence pertinent to this case. I later found out she did send him nudes. I'm not going to name her, by the way, because that's not necessary or proper or potentially even legal. Anyway, I tossed the phone back onto the bed, but because I was inebriated, it accidentally hit her in the side. Now, I've been found guilty of battery. Under Louisiana statute, you should be able to show intent in order for that charge to stick. Of course, unfortunately, I was found guilty anyway, probably because I have a penis, honestly. I did not intend to harm my ex. I did not materially threaten her, despite the fact that I had a Glock 17 on my fucking hip. That never happened. I did not beat anyone. I did not brandish a weapon. I did not do anything like that. So I'm just getting out ahead and saying I am not a violent individual. I am not an insane individual. Well, I may be insane, but not, in the criminal.
You know, he likes a bit of the old occult nonsense, but he's not that insane. All right, so I'll watch the rest of it in a minute, but passing judgment for now. His side of the story, if true, then yeah, that's bullshit. He shouldn't have been convicted. But of course, it's just his side, and we're gonna have to hear other perspectives on it. However, the narrative that women just get everything they want in court, especially when it comes to the man being accused, being a man, that there's some truth to that, for sure. The women get a much easier time with that kind of thing. However, again, if Mr. Tarlev Warwick here had indeed done way more than he's claiming here, how would he spin it? Courts favor women, hate men. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and give my own preliminary conclusion here. I haven't watched Styx in many years, but he was one of the last political channels that I watched back when I used to watch political channels. He was one of the last. I really appreciate just how simple and direct and well-informed his videos were. I don't know if they're still there. They probably are. Even though he just sits down by a camera and films them. So he's actually pretty good, or he was. I disagree with some of his beliefs. I have no interest in the occult shit. I don't feel like him and I would get on personally, but he seems pretty good politically. And I've never had the impression that he is a bad person. My preliminary conclusion is that his side of the story is probably correct. But I don't know for sure. Yes, I was going to have a look at that, Somnus. Let's open this little recording.
This is my darling. Yes.
You done?
Okay, so that's cringe as fuck. But it's not violent.
That was literally 10% of what you and Motch do on a regular basis.
Look, I'd never do this with the camera on. Come on. So, okay, that is cringe as fuck. And yeah, as Busek says, he's also drunk there. Of course he is. Of course he is. But I don't... it's really cringe, but this is not violent. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with my preliminary conclusion. All right, Simon Smith says, this will be good. He says, what would justice be in this case? What would you do, Uzlu, if you were the judge? I would probably order them to walk a mile in each other's shoes, make the girlfriend, under pain of incarceration, upload at least one video on occult research a week, make Styx under pain of incarceration, becomes someone's girlfriend. There it is. There's the fetish inclusion into Cybersmith's weird reasoning. They must do this for at least a year. Cybersmith, you are quite mad, my friend. You are quite mad. This case has nothing to do with the occult, and the case itself, let alone the judgment, has nothing to do with their gender even. It's just violence. Right? The judgment may have been biased by gender, but the actual case example, the genders could have been reversed and it would have made almost no difference to this specific what happened. Again, not about the judgment. There probably was gender bias. So why the hell would those two factor in? You just want him to be force feminized, don't you, Cybersmith? Admit it. You don't even need to see it. You just want to know that this is becoming more normal so that it's normal for you to do it. Cybersmith says, so what sentence would you impose on the Moozloo? I would like to make the sentence that would force them to understand one another. It's not going to happen, and you can't force that as the state. That's retarded. No, the sentence that I'd enforce is an appropriate one for the crimes committed. I would look at the evidence, which it sounds like the judge did, but if we're to take Tal's word for it, looked at things that should not be counted as evidence as well, and make a judgment that's fair. It sounds like the sentence may be like a suspended prison sentence or community service or something like that. I don't know. Maybe he'll say in the rest of the video. Actually, we'll watch in a minute. But I don't think he's been incarcerated. I don't think he's being incarcerated, or he would have been already. Ultimately, it's he says, she says. And if she doesn't have some like major injury on her, then I'd fucking leave them alone. Fucking leave them alone, especially if she's the one that's pursuing this. Like, no, this is clearly a minor dispute between you two. Well, maybe put on your record that you were accused of this, but it wasn't pursued. And if you get found guilty of it in the future, maybe we enhance that sentence by a bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but something like that. It's such a minor thing. If Tal's story is to be believed, if Styx's story is to be believed, which, as I said, it probably is. Cybersmith says, and yes, maybe that is a factor in my decisions, but you can't prove it's my only motive. I don't think it's your only motive, but I think it's your overwhelming motive. Matthias says, Cybersmith makes me reconsider my position on bringing back corporal punishment instead of incarceration for some cases. By the way, currently, Cybersmith has put the curse on Die. But do we think that Cybersmith maybe deserves to have the curse placed upon him? For reference, the curse is a new feature in Cabal, which allows you to move a role that you can custom name and give a custom icon to anyone in the server. It's £25 to move it and £25 to rename and re-icon it. If you give 50, then you can just put it on anyone you want. It can have any icon you want. I'll move it up the list so that it always overrides the icon they currently have as well. And it'll have any name you want. It'll just stay there until someone else pays for it. So that is available, and you can do it via Oozer coins as well. But if you want to do it via real money, there are the links, tip.oozloo.net, and just specify who you want to put it on. I will also allow people to collectively contribute for it if they all do it near to each other and if they all request the same thing. Ginger says, I see no reason why the curse should be removed from Die before she is able to complain about it. That's up to whoever pays me or doesn't. Triple says, this is totally a grift. For you to get 50 more pounds, use loot, nice try. Oh no, you've found me out. I'm just trying to earn a living. Right, let's listen to the rest of Talwick.
Sense, and so forth. So I just wanted to make that clear before all of the rumors begin circulating. Yeah, which I'm sure that they will. Oh, Kino Casino's gonna have a fucking field day with this once they read OPSEC. Go have at it. It's all good. So just to be clear about the actual facts of the case, I should not have been found guilty under Louisiana state statute, but I chose not to testify, and I believe that was probably a bad decision because I could have explained all this before the court in literally less than 4 minutes. Whoops. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. Since my
You chose not to testify. That's basically conceding the case, Styx. Also, by the way.
I actually like to talk about Styx. Did you or did you not beat a woman?
Video games, probably.
What?
Thank you, Aiden, for your input on that one from a few months ago. So Some of us says, you do not do that. It never goes well. They tell you not to test. Oh, no, not on his own behalf. He should have had a lawyer do it. But why? True, Pug. But why wouldn't he present his side of the case? Yes, that's true, Quadri. She was very drunk when that happened. I wouldn't hold it against her as a person, but I'd hold it against drunk Aiden. Someone says, Styx is being a retard here. Any lawyer will tell you never testify yourself unless you have evidence that can only be introduced through your own testimony. Dude, okay, if the lawyer presented his side of the story, then fine. I don't know what he's complaining about. Yeah, obviously he shouldn't represent himself. Testify himself, maybe, just to tell his side, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing this. Maybe he did have his lawyer present his side of the story, at least. It was funny, that's quite true. Because they will attack him and twist his words and they'll likely be emotionally drawn out. It'll make you look bad at best. Okay, maybe so. You used the wrong icon for the curse. It's supposed to be an Indian flag. No, Cybersmith said Shamrock. He never specified another choice. He said, funniest answer, do that, which didn't actually specify anything. He did not specify that he wanted the Indian flag. The funniest answer, do that, did not specify the Indian flag. It was just posted after the Indian flag was mentioned. It was implied the Indian flag. Well, he should have specified it. He positively stated Shamrock, so I went and changed it, and then I came back and saw him saying, pick the funniest one. So how is that not good enough? He said, I meant the Indian flag, but I should have been more precise. Shamrock is still pretty funny, he said. Now, here's the problem. Making it the Indian flag, she will just leave the server. So technically, you could change it if you wanted, chat. Decisions, says some of us. All right, let's listen to the rest of this. Isn't the purpose of Cabal to bully? Yes. And I did consider that when I created this in the first place, that no one should be that susceptible. But I know, Dai, there are a few things that she's sensitive to, and maybe that's not right. Maybe we should attack those sensitivities. But I've also been friends with her for a long time, and I would rather not compromise on that. However, that's the same thing I said about Wes. Now, Wes was way more sensitive on way more topics, and I was way more accommodating there. The difference is huge, but it's not categorical. So, I don't know. Maybe it is right that we poke those specific things. But like another thing is that if the flag, if the role that you add, if you request something like actual pedophile as the name, I will say no. If it doesn't sound, if it sounds like it could be sincere and it's like grossly defamatory, I won't do it. I don't think this necessarily meets that muster because everyone knows Dai is not Indian. But there are limits to what I would apply. Quattro says, people have said far worse about me just recently, but you didn't hear me fetching about leaving the server. I agree. And that has to be my conclusion, is that if Dai leaves the server, then that's kind of on her. But yeah, she might not. She might take it well. I don't know. Bit unpredictable. Somnus has pinged me with something. If you testify, the prosecutor gets to cross-examine you, and the prosecutor can make anything look bad on cross. Okay, fair enough.
My sentencing is via Zoom call. I'm assuming I'm probably getting probation. Anyways, I wish the
okay, so he doesn't know what the sentence is yet.
Well, you know, do your own thing. Leave me alone, basically. That's basically all I can say. And dudes out there, please, be careful about who you date. Just saying. That's about all.
Right. Well, I don't know, but I would give a better chance than not that his side of the story is more accurate, or is close to the truth. Round sticks, watch your six. DEI die. Give her the Ivory Coast flag. We can give her the Ivory Coast flag for a small fee. All right, let's see the next thing. 5.2 magnitude earthquake has struck central Iran. Now, this happened 3 days ago. I'm a little out of date. However, this, I think, was just around the time the strikes happened. So, at Grok, what size earthquake can underground nuclear tests cause? And Grok gives a very interesting answer. He says underground nuclear tests can cause earthquakes, typically ranging from 3 to 6 in magnitude, which this is. Depending on the explosion's yield, a 10 kiloton test could produce a 5.2 magnitude quake, like the one, which sounds to me way too much. Tectonic activity is way more powerful than nukes, but whatever. Like the one near Qom, Iran on June 20th, 2025, the one that just happened. Iran's seismic activity with frequent natural quakes makes it likely this was tectonic, but proximity to the Fordow nuclear facility fuels speculation. It's right next to one of the fucking nuclear sites. No official data confirms a test, and seismic waveforms differ between natural and test-induced quakes. Without detailed analysis, the cause remains uncertain, but evidence leans toward natural. Okay. So it could be a nuke. It could be a nuclear test. Now, I can't remember if this was just before or just after Trump ordered the strikes, but if this was just before the strikes, then Trump was not just responding to Israel whining, saying, please bomb them. He was responding to them, demonstrating that they have nukes that work. So it's a little bit more justified. Ginger says, hey, this is also very relevant here. Working on a theory that US intervention in the Middle East is correlated to 11-year solar cycle of sunspot activity. That's interesting. I doubt it, but that's interesting. It's one of those spurious correlations, isn't it? Someone says, just for reference, and this isn't saying he's more likely to be guilty for this, he was cheating on his wife with that girlfriend. Oh, that's not good. Regardless of drama ongoing, they weren't divorced at the time, and I'm not sure they ever even got divorced. Well, okay, it's still cheating if you're not divorced, but it is certainly possible that you can be in a position where you are effectively divorced, but you haven't signed in the papers yet, in which case, as I said, it's still cheating, but it's not cheating in the full sense. It's cheating on record, as it were, but it's not cheating in your heart, if you want to use that expression. So it's a little bit different, but obviously it's still not good. But maybe that was the situation he was in. It was a paperwork issue. Maybe she wasn't open to actually going through with it, or was delaying it for some stupid reason. I know it's an exponential scale, Cybersmith. 8 is not just it's not twice 4. It's what would it be, like 4 orders of magnitude higher? Because I think each is scale 10 times more, or is it 2 times more? I can't remember. Someone says, regardless of drama ongoing, they weren't divorced at the time. Not even sure if they ever got divorced. If he got angry at the girl he was cheating with for possibly cheating with someone else, that's at the very least not a good choice. True. Which is why in his story, at least, he didn't get angry with her, wasn't trying to be violent, was just annoyed about it. That said, if you're being cheated on, I don't pull this from my own experience. I've never cheated on anyone. I don't think I've ever been cheated on either. If you're being cheated on, then even if you're also cheating, like, it's not a matter of, in principle, I'm against it, so you shouldn't on a moral level. No, it's just, you're fucking with me. You're fucking me over. It's not a broad principle, but it still makes sense to be upset about that personally and to be annoyed and betrayed. 2 people say that they'll be together. Even if one of them has already said that to someone else. No, these 2 people said they'd be together. They fuck each other, even if one of them is already cheating. Now, if one of them then cheats with someone else, oh, well, they've broken that agreement, so them being annoyed at each other does make sense. So, yeah. Matthias is, in comparison, Little Boy was 15 kiloton and Fat Man was 21 kilotons. Wow, okay, fair enough. So only 10 kilotons. So it even kind of makes sense for the scale of nuke that Iran probably has. Unless Russia's been helping them, in which case that's way too low. Ghost says, but Uzlu, have you considered that the Israelis might have smuggled a nuke to 30 miles from a nuclear test site in Iran just to falsify a nuclear test? I mean, that's not... I don't know why you put all the question marks at the end. That's not impossible. I wouldn't put it past Israel to do that. Ginger says, these kinds of scales are usually a 10 times multiplier in energy for each stage of the scale. For example, 5 is 10 times bigger than 4, but 7 is 1,000 times bigger than 3. Yeah, so if it's log 10 scale, basically. Log 10 is not quite the right word, but it's exponential, yes, and each scale is 10 times higher. So Someone says, also, if someone was willing to cheat with you, there's literally no reason to ever think they won't cheat on you. Of course, it's not a good idea, practically, but it does still make sense to be angry with them about that from a personal level. Not for principal reasons, just personally. Ghost says, I would. Why wouldn't they just make it look like a tragic accident if they can get that close? I guess. Log temperature divided by a fiddle factor before. Oh, is it? Okay, interesting. Trump announces Israel-Iran ceasefire. Okay. All right, that's probably good news. So this is what I predicted at the beginning, roughly, if this is true, because we'll get to it in a minute, right, as we go through the stories, but Iran hit back after America's attacks with a face-saving, symbolic attack on American bases. They said, we're going to bomb these in 12 hours, get your people out of there, got the people out of there, bombed it, and then I assume reported to their public, we've destroyed some American bases in return for what they've done. What they actually did was just like break some of the buildings, no kills, no casualties, probably quite easily repairable. The Americans come straight back in and they're fine. But to their own people, they can make that claim more plausibly. That is, to me, an indication that they wanted to just end it at that point. Atronics is always bet on nothing. In this case, it's not going to come to anything more, but still, it was strikes on the Middle East by the US. And again, as I discussed earlier, Atronic, I don't think you were here at the time, what is your threshold for something? Because it will always just change to just above the level of what actually happens until it affects your personal life and you can't deny it anymore. Just go home, fair enough. Yeah, I did talk about this earlier. I think the nothing ever happens idea is very shallow, and it's a funny as a meme, but people should not take it seriously. People should not believe there's much to it. It's very shallow. You set the threshold for something happening pretty much wherever you fucking want. So if something big does happen, like Trump getting elected or like the 2020 election being rigged, then it was, it didn't come to anything. It didn't change my personal life. So it was nothing. In the end, it was nothing. In the end, life went on. Yeah, unless the fucking world collapses or we enter a totally new paradigm for human life, life is going to go on. But the thing is, it changes gradually. If you look back at history, any 10-year period, there's rarely been a 10-year period with as much change as now. World War II and maybe one would count. We are living through times of huge change. And I guarantee you that if we, at the end of this culture war, enter a period of peace and sanity and normality where not much happens, that means we'll go out of fashion. People won't be saying nothing ever happened anymore. Partly because it'll be normal, but they're saying it now as a sort of contrarian, basically, I can predict anything. It sounds more profound as a prediction than it is. Because, yeah, life goes on. Short of anything huge happening. But that doesn't mean these things don't have effects. They're just not all at once and all-encompassing. Patrick says, something that never happens is the effect after the cause. Again, what do you mean by the effect, and what's your threshold for how big it is? Sabash says Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm not sure that quite applies here. By the way, I'm not saying the Nobel Peace Prize is ever given out to people that should have it these days. Obama got one for nothing. That is true, Daka. Quote, we don't deserve dogs. We literally invented dogs by being kind to the monsters that appeared out of the darkness into the light of our campfires. We deserve dogs. A lot of humans do. A lot of humans don't. As Rock says, so like everyone said bombing Iran will start World War III. Didn't that? Well, of course, like the World War III thing is an exaggeration. But that's my point. If the qualification for what happens as a result of this is the most extreme, even jovial prediction, then yeah, it's not likely that something will ever happen. If someone said, when I move my mouse to the right, all of existence will end. Oh, it didn't. Nothing ever happens. It's too extreme. But to the people that were saying that this will, this will lead to American strikes, that something happened. That this will lead to Iran capitulating, that something happened. That this will lead to a different balance in the region because Iran no longer has nuclear facilities, that something happened. That this will lead to the Iranian leader probably getting a lot less popular in his country, that happened. that something happened. That this will lead to the Israeli leader, unfortunately, probably being a lot more popular in his country. That something probably happened. Those somethings all happened. If the something you need to happen to make the prediction wrong is the biggest something that you can think of, then it's not very likely to happen. So things do happen all the time, but it's a lot of little things that add up. If you're looking for something big all at once, it's unlikely. It doesn't mean that nothing happened. It means that the biggest possible thing didn't happen, which is silly. It's a silly prediction. And it's kind of a waste of time. It's fun as a joke, but if you take it seriously, it's dumb, very shallow. Azronix says, nothing ever happens is a response to sensationalism that the plebeians rant and rave about constantly, along with the MSM and leftoids. That, as a response, makes it a bit more justified. It's still not, I mean, it's funny, I can't control memes, but it still implies something that's not quite what you mean. Because things do happen, it's not as big as you want. What you want to say is something more specific, but again, memes don't do that. But I think that's not what most people mean by it, actually. He says, because we know our opponents are retarded and we can make fun of them with chud memes. Yeah. Kind of. I don't think that's how people are using it, though. Huckama says, I was driving, so I didn't get a comment on Styx. Get to comment on Styx while you were on it. Styx is guilty because he threw a phone and it hit someone. No amount of explaining it would help because he was going to say that he threw the phone. It doesn't matter that he hit her on accident because throwing a phone has a possibility of hitting someone, and when it does hit someone, that's bad too. Okay, I mean, I get where you're coming from there, but I guess it depends what battery means. If we're talking about, I think in that case, there should be separate qualifications for acting in a way that could be dangerous and then was, but you didn't mean to be, versus holding down your girlfriend and beating her until she's unconscious and has to go to the hospital. They're both in the category of battery, right? But one's a lot worse than the other. So I hope that his sentence is very minimal, because I have sometimes thrown a phone across the room while someone else was in the room. It doesn't mean that I have almost committed battery. Even if it legally means that, it really shouldn't. That's silly. Yeah, he should have taken the battery out of the phone first. Well done, Malcatello. Unfortunately, most phones these days don't have removable batteries. Welcome, Blighty Bloke, by the way. I see you join. I'm not sure exactly when, but do you want to give us an answer to this? Do you want to explain yourself, Blighty Bloke? Now is the moment. Explain yourself. What is this? Has something happened today, chat? Because I'm very pleasantly surprised that we've got a higher number of viewers than usual. Usually it ranges these days between about 25 to 30, which is lower than it used to be, unfortunately. And I think that's mostly because politics has sort of become a bit more passé because our guy won. But 35 today, we've been above 35 a few times. Not a huge variation, but has something happened today? Has something happened on different days? Is it maybe just because we bombed Iran? You're interested in my opinion? Something happened to take that. We just went over this, yeah. But there's something different with today's stream. I started a little later than usual, but not much later. I mean, I'm usually late by accident. And it's a Monday. I guess it being Monday rather than Friday means more people are just on Discord. Maybe that's it. Asima says it will be minimal. He needs a minimum of 48 hours jail by LA law, and he will probably get time served for the weekend he spent in jail. If that's true, then it's a bit more acceptable, but I still think that extra leniency for something that is barely even dangerous. It's a phone. Like, if he chucked the phone hard and it hit her in the side and left a mark, okay, maybe. Or like overhand, full force. But if he just like underhanded or like side swiped it towards the bed, it just bounced off her and hit the bed, maybe barely left a mark or didn't leave a mark at all, it's just her claim and he admits, yeah, I threw the phone, but it wasn't at her. Then fuck off. No, that's not a case, in my opinion. Should have been thrown out. Someone says, if it was a satellite phone, it could have killed her. True. Has Blighty Bloke given any kind of fucking response to this, by the way? No, he hasn't. He's just sat there, ignoring it. All right, I guess fucking faggot. There you go. Got him. Right, lower caliber phones. Very good. Okay, let's get to the next story. We'll try to get through these relatively quickly here now. So yeah, this fucking earthquake, this could have been a nuclear test. It really could have been. It's definitely possible. I would put it at a slightly under 50% chance, but it's definitely possible. Iranian missile destroys Tel Aviv's last gay bar. This is on the 20th. I think this is before Trump strikes. This is just a nothing story. I think this is not even true, actually. This might have been fake news. Fuck off, site. Iranian missile on June 6th destroyed a gay bar in Tel Aviv, Israel. Chat, press 1 if Israel were the good guys. Sorry, press 1 if Iran were the good guys. Said that wrong. Last gay bar, impossible, says Spooner. One would hope. Atronox says it was God giving Trump the mandate of heaven. Okay, maybe. The missile struck Mash Central. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that you'd either make in a potato factory or a Israel. A few blocks from the US Embassy, of course it is, on Allenby Street and surrounding buildings, Israeli sources confirmed to the Washington Blade that Mash Central was the only gay-specific bar in Tel Aviv. Well, no Iranian ever built a gay bar, as far as I know. It's probably not true at all, but someone says, what I really want to know is if Styx was offered a deal or not, because I think by fighting this when he was probably fucked on the statutory law, he might have actually made the process worse than the punishment for himself. He also didn't help himself by making that video taking credit for using chaos magic to get his prosecutor to kill himself. Oh dear. Like says you should fact check it. Fine. I think I did find that this was, I saw something about this being fake news. No, Google, you don't need to access my location for this one. I'm not in Iran or Tel Aviv, okay? Just keep it simple. I actually don't see anything here about it being fake. But it's not coming from any of the major sources, like the corporate news. So it's probably not true, or probably there's some convoluting, what's the word I'm looking for? Confounding factors to it. Okay, Jolly Roger says, I don't know who I feel more sorry for, the neocons who are never going to get their war with Iran, or the black-pilled right-wingers who are never going to get to say I told you so. Posted in age well for 500. I denounced my denunciation of my earlier post. Yeah, okay. Fine. That's someone who is making more specific predictions and then gets them wrong. No, says this news source. The USS Nimitz will not be destroyed in a false flag operation. What an odd thing to say. This is a little bit suspicious. Now, is the Nimitz that ship that people were talking about, which is just a couple days from retirement, like that's going to be scuppered in a year, and they sent it into the area? Okay, so what's happened here is I saw a lot of people saying that their ship was sent in, referencing the USS Liberty, which, as I mentioned before, is a story with two sides, where I'm not sure which one is true, but there's facts on both sides that seem to make the story contentious. In light of that, they were saying, yeah, the Israelis will bomb it as a way to get Trump in the war and then blame the Iranians for it. Okay, possibility. So the mainstream press says, no, it won't happen, which is a stupid thing to say. Because one, if you know it won't happen because you have insider information, why would you say that? It just proves you have insider information. And two, if you don't know, well, then you're predicting on the basis of fucking feelings, which I guess is what they were doing. And it turns out they were right, but they wouldn't have been right if they said that about the Liberty, would it? Again, not that it was necessarily a false flag operation, but yeah, people believe it was. I can see why. But writing this article was a stupid thing to do, but maybe they were just trying to get this exact kind of attention. Now, I want to defend the sort of establishment-minded people very slightly here, in that this meme is acting like the article was the first mention of this idea. It wasn't. It was responding to the meme about the ship being there. I think it was anyway. I think that came first. Responding June 18th, maybe it didn't. I think that meme arrived first. But the article was responding to that meme going around. So it was debunking something that was already in the public consciousness. And then this meme comes along acting like the article was just out of nowhere. What an odd thing to say. Well, no, they said it in response to something else. So it's not actually that odd. But it is a bit odd to just be so certain like that. So yeah, Busek says yes. But what did you mean? Someone says, for reference, the prosecutor who was originally trying Styx's case used to specialize in trying cases where children were horrifically abused, so he saw some real vile shit in his time. Not entirely shocked that the man eventually killed himself with a career like that. Yeah, that's genuinely sad. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing on this one. It is an odd thing to say, but it's not out of nowhere. And it's really just odd because the press have no fucking idea what they're talking about, but want to act like they do. Cybersmith says, I got a new judge partway through a prosecution once. I think it made my sentence worse. Cybersmith, what were you what were you
Deserved.
what were you being tried for, Cybersmith? just let me know, what were you being tried for? YouTube. Okay, can you be more specific? What crime did you allegedly commit with YouTube? Was this a real court? Because I know we have to ask you that kind of thing. We have to ask you the word real. Let's use our definition of real just for now, Cybersmith. Was it a real legal court? I think the technical charge was threatening or abusive behavior. It was a Scottish sheriff's court. This is getting weirder and weirder. Who did you allegedly threaten? Or was it just that you were being mean about someone? Is Cybersmith the next T in space? Because I don't think I ever got that one, but you get that for bullying, which I have done. Did you offer someone to become a pet? You probably said you should be mutilated and made my pet. You didn't mean violently, you just meant for sexual reasons, because you're like that. Well, is Nomon still here, by the way, or has he fallen asleep by now? I think he's fallen asleep. I'm going to check his subscribe start thing just to see if he eventually got it through. He did not. It looks like he did not. Yeah, it's still showing that he signed up, but the payment didn't go through. So, never mind. You threatened up someone with Achilles tendon. Cybersmith is still typing. It could be anything. I'm fascinated, though. Any minute now. By the way, chat, just while we wait for Cybersmith to type his thing, type in /C. This is a new system, not ready yet, but the bones of it are ready, and I will keep working on it. Cybersmith says, I forgot to take some medication I was on. Great start to any story. Great start to any story when you forget to take medication that you're supposed to take. He says, this was right after the attack on Westminster in 2017. I made an angry rant video on YouTube calling for nuclear war against Muslim majority countries. The next day when I calmed down, I forgot about it. I was arrested months later. Ultimately, I took the video down and was ultimately given an unpaid work sentence. Jesus. I mean, do not crime, but the anger you felt at that time was also felt by a lot of other people. And I wouldn't necessarily genuinely advocate as far as you did there, but I understand what led you to doing that. So advocating for something that you clearly have no way of enacting yourself should not be counted as a legally actionable threat. So yeah, that was the law doing that. They probably shouldn't have done. But still, that's a pretty extreme thing to like. It's not that you were advocating for like beat Muslims in the streets. No, you were advocating for wiping out their entire faith from the planet, which many people would agree with, by the way. But it's a big scale. But then the scale should make it less plausible, so that law should have been less involved. You're looking mighty doggish and mutilatable. Cybersmith moments before being sued for harassment. Cybersmith says fewer than 100 people saw the video, but one of them knew me and was concerned about my mental health, so we called the police. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I mean, being concerned for your mental health is not that. Forgive me, Cybersmith. I hope you will forgive me. But do you understand why normal people might be concerned for your mental health? Matthias, I have actually already written code to pull in subscribe star data. I just haven't built that executable yet. But it's not a long path from here to that being available and that number not being 0. Cybersmith said the video was, in fairness, pretty wild. I was ranting and screaming like a lunatic, which I am not normally doing. That's good, Cybersmith. Sorry. It's in the fucking meme. That's good, Spooner. On an unrelated note. How could anyone be worried about Cybersmith's mental health? He's the sanest of us all, says Ghost. So true, so true. At some point, Cybersmith, I think that's the kind of thing which is like a lost archaeological find. There are probably many people in here that would like to see that video. And we probably never will. Because I don't think you can legally post it. But you might have deleted all traces of it, actually. But that would be interesting. Anyway, next up. Mystery flights from China to Iran raise questions amid Israel conflict. So this is a few days ago, on the 19th. I'll just cover it quickly, but Boeing 747s leaving China for Iran as tensions escalate following Israeli strikes on nuclear facilities. The current day, what you could call axis of China, Russia, Iran, and a few others, they're not even that well aligned, China and Russia, for example, but they're aligned against the US when push comes to shove. They do talk. They do send delegates to visit. Now, 747 is a big plane, I think. But a plane that big, I think you'd either send passengers or it would be for one or a few very important passengers and it would be outfitted like a kind of an Air Force One. So probably it was just diplomats wanting to talk in person from China with Iranians. That's not that unusual, but it's not encouraging that that they're directly related like that. Ginger, that was called a sneeze. That was 10 years ago. You said it was 2017, so fair enough. Hasima says, DM me the script of the video and I will remake the video cosplaying as Cybersmith. You're going to have to get the beard right. Ginger, what did you fucking think it was? Someone says, if I recall, China was pulling its people out, but it could have been delivering weapons or supplies. It may well have been that the planes going in were empty. Yeah, as I said, 747, it's a passenger jet. You could use it for an Air Force One style situation, but most likely, yeah, pulling their people out. That does make sense. It could have gone there empty and come back with people in it. That honestly is more likely than my theory. So thank you for saying that. That's probably what it was. So you were not just non-subtly going for a quick bump then. I can tell you for sure, there is nothing down there except the floor, on which, as it is carpet, it would be quite difficult to extract anything sniffable with one's nose. And it's quite a long way down. It's about as far down as you expect it to be, given that I'm sitting on a chair. So, no, that is rather implausible. Cybersmith says, what if Donald Trump targeted red Chinese nuclear facilities, as opposed to the blue or green ones? They would be quite upset. They have a nuclear arsenal that they can deploy, unlike Iran, probably. So that would be a bad idea. But he wouldn't need to. The only target in China that anyone needs to actually hit to knock their entire country over is, say it with me, chat, the fucking Three Gorges Dam. Eric says they were probably flying their end of the underground Vatican tunnel over to Iran for them to borrow. That makes a lot of sense, actually. The Vatican being involved in this, likely. Chat, particularly Spooner, do we have any video or picture evidence of the Iranian leadership being evacuated through the tunnel between the Vatican and Hawaii, which now has a fork into Iran? Someone says, how do you fly one end of a tunnel? That, Cybersmith, is the right question. Look into it. Spooner's just going to need some time to look for it. That's absolutely fine, Spooner. I trust your ability to find this information. Daddy Bill says, I'm afraid to inform you that there aren't green Chinese, blue is represented though. Is this the Republic of China flag from before they were commies? I don't recognize that flag, actually. Okay, fair enough. I really don't recognize that flag. I've not seen it before. I love how it's got the colors of Romania, followed by black and white for some reason. Okay, nice. That's very specific. Oh, it's the ethnic groups. Han, red Chinese. Yellow is Manchus. Blue is Mongols. Yes. White is Muslims. Yeah, I'm guessing that won't go on there anytime soon. And black is Tibetans. Interesting. They're very specific about the colors too. Like that yellow is not pure yellow. That red is not pure red. That red is actually a fair distance away from pure red. Yeah. Interesting. The blue is nowhere near pure blue, obviously, but it's got quite a lot of green in it. You know, there's more than half as much green in that blue as there is blue. Looks like the Lego Republic. Yeah, it's not far off. Yep, there's an uranium nuclear facility under the Three Gorges Dam. Easterners are weird about colors, says Daddy. Oh no, the colors are like, obviously they're exaggerated, but they're not that unreasonable. White being for Muslims is weird because they must be Persian in that case. Manchus being yellow is a bit racist, no, says it sounds to me, Cybersmith, like they didn't fucking care. Like a lot of people don't and probably shouldn't. Because I assume this flag was made before the Chinese revolution there, which was, I can't remember when it was. Was that like the 50s? I don't know, it's probably before that, but it's a long time ago. Before that, it was the Republic. So, yeah, again, it's China. They don't give a fuck. Even if we should, and not all of us do, who cares? Pug, that is the same colors, right? Yellow, red, blue. Oh, no, red, yellow, blue. That's very close. Interestingly, that's very close. Oh, Spooner has found evidence. Yeah, that looks to me like the leader of Iran being led through the tunnels with the gold in them. Cybersmith, what do you think of this? Does this prove that the Iranian leader is in cahoots with the Vatican and has escaped? That people that don't know what we're talking about are completely lost right now, and has escaped through the tunnels.
That's actually a still from a video. It had to be taken as a screenshot because you will get copyrighted if you have to play the Federal Reserve song.
Thank you, Invader. Cybersmith says, wait, is that General Soleimani? This is an old image, years old. No, Cybersmith, I believe that is the current leader of Iran, Soleimani. Wait, no, not Khomeini, sorry. Khomeini, thank you, Sunderbox, yes. Atronic says, where's the bloody rape mattress? Different tunnels. Then again, there might still be Jews in the tunnels, so that's a good question, actually. No, Cybersmith, this I think is Khomeini, the current leader, and all of his Khomeini, and all of his generals and military leaders, and some sort of, meshed sets of colors back there that vaguely resemble people. But no, it's definitely real. Behind the leader to his left, it's the general Trump killed. I don't think so, Cybersmith. I mean, bit racist of you to think all Iranians look the same. Come on. No, you just look similar. I mean, look, so I says, what if we found other sources of the same information? What if our chief paranormal researcher, Spooner, was able to find even just one more example of something similar. yeah, Khomeini is in fact Sean Connery, confirmed. Cybersmith says, how is this paranormal? I misspoke. Of course, I misspoke. Yes, I noticed that, Pierre. Potentially, yeah, somewhat similar. Oh, Spooner's found another image of the same thing. I think this confirms it, Cybersmith. Yeah. That's the guy. I think that's the current leader. No, so you can't leave before you confirm the veracity of this story, Cybersmith. I think they must be in cahoots. He says this looks more recent. There you go. Thank you, Kieran, for the 50, who says, watching around 50 minutes delayed, but when you say Cybersmith's politics are downstream from his fetishes, accurate, haven't you also said this politics often aligns with yours on points? Mitch Dimarcosi, he says. Not the fetish-related points, specifically. Where his politics are not downstream of his fetish, they're actually quite reasonable, and a lot of them are. A lot of his politics are, but not all of them. But yeah, Cybersmith, I think this proves it, that the Vatican helped Khomeini escape around the time of Trump's bombings through the tunnels filled with their gold. Would you, just before you go, given it is late for you, would you mind confirming that you agree with this? He says, I think Uzlu would agree with me that this was a sensible de-escalatory strike by Donald Trump to prevent another nuclear power in the Middle East. As the motive, that's the best I can come up with, because the alternative is we did it because Israel wanted us to. But Ronald, who I've talked to this about, has made the point that Pakistan also has nukes and they're also a Muslim country and they're also not particularly sane. I don't think they're as insane as Iran. They don't have quite as much of a lust for using them as Iran would. So it's not a bad point, but it's not enough on its own to disprove this as the motive. And the fewer the better, right? The fewer the better insane nuclear powers. So there you go. There's more, Cybersmith. It's continuing. Like, here's another one. This looks like Pope Francis himself, who I assume is still actually, really in power behind the scenes. Obviously, he's not dead, right? That was made up. Cybersmith says there are rumors of a tunnel from the Vatican to Jerusalem, so it's not impossible that there's one to Iran too. I mean, it could happen. It's just as likely as that these are made by, I don't know, AI renderings, but I mean, no, it's just as likely to be true. Matthias says Pakistan's insane, but everyone knows they'd use them all on India, so nothing of value would be lost. That's true. And the thing is that Israel is not valuable to anywhere near the extent that it's treated, but it's not useless either. It is the only ally in the Middle East. And if the West wants to do stuff in the Middle East, which again, many of us think they shouldn't, but if they do, Israel's a great staging ground for that, a great, local asset for it. Again, they probably shouldn't want to do anything in the Middle East. Who fucking cares? But it is a global world, and to some extent you do have to compete with others on that chessboard, and that is just a chessboard in the middle of the world. So I do kind of get the motive. I don't agree. If I was in that position, I probably wouldn't have done it. But still, maybe I would. And again, this is with all the information we have. There's more information as well, probably behind the scenes, that we're not able to get. Busek says, the Saudis and Jordan. We're not just talking about they like the US, we're talking about unconditional support. Literally anyone else. Yeah, now I agree Israel should be significantly deranked. I'm not saying they should be treated the way they are. I'm saying they should be treated as a US airstrip and a vassal. But that means that they don't have no value, and Iran literally nuking them off the map would take that value away from the US. So I'm not saying it justifies the strikes. I'm saying that it is a justification, even just a partial one. But yeah, I'm not happy about the interventionism either, really. But at least we got where was it? This Trump says, congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. We'll see what fucking happens, right? Maybe they break it, but we'll see. In approximately 6 hours from now, he said, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, why was Iran rather ceasefire first? An official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful on the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, he says. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, he says. God bless Iran, he says. Interesting. God bless the Middle East, he says. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world, he says. So, yeah. If he's right, fine. Fine. Okay, we're not going for a regime change. We're not boots on the ground. One measly strike with some very cool warheads. Frankly, chat, do you remember when he did this to Soleimani in his first term and killed him? I think we had mixed opinions on that. Interventionism bad, but killing a terrorist for free, yeah, okay, maybe worth it. In which case, interventionism bad, intervention on behalf of Israel bad, but killing off the nuclear ambitions of Iran is arguably much better than just killing one terrorist from Iran. Now, the fact that it was done on behalf of Israel can actually be ignored in that equation. Because, yeah, maybe that was the real reason it happened, but it's still, if you take that out, it's still bloody worth it, maybe. You know, at least we can make the argument. So I'm not trying to cope here. It didn't do what I wanted him to do. But again, there could be more information behind the scenes. And what I'm trying to do here is to see both sides. What I'm trying to say is that this might not be the betrayal of his base. It might be that this actually makes some sense. It's still not what we wanted or what we would do, but it does make some sense. It means that he's not betrayed us. I don't think he has. And in fact, I think depending on how you look at it, this does make sense. If it's over. If that's it. Now, for years, Obama and possibly Clinton before him, I'm not sure actually, and Bush, I think, was doing this too. It may have started doing Clinton, but I think Bush was doing it. Were sending big pallets of money to Iran to convince them not to continue their nuclear program. Right? And that money was going straight into terrorism against Israel, interestingly. Now, again, Israel as a factor can't be ignored, and the simping for Israel is not what we want. But if you ignore that for a second and look at it just as the actions themselves regarding Iran, for every previous term, they were just sending big stacks of money to Iran to get them to stop doing nukes. Trump has ended that. Probably for a while, right? Maybe for a decade, by just bombing the shit out of those sites with really cool technology, which we'll look into later, by the way, if we get time. That's got to be better, right? What was the cost of the strikes? Probably like a few million. What was the cost of each package of money sent to Iran? Like hundreds of billions. If you take the motivation being Israel linked out of this, it's not too difficult to defend, actually. I think most of the reason we're not happy with Trump doing this is, yeah, sandbox meddling. We don't like that. Interventionism. However, it's because it's probably motivated by Israel. But it doesn't actually even have to be, I don't think. It might be. So I have mixed feelings on this one. I'm not trying to defend or attack any side particularly strongly, and I'm not coping. I'm just presenting what I view as both sides of the argument. This is not, in my opinion, a betrayal of his base. It's not even necessarily a bad idea. And if it leads to a ceasefire, I think it's net positive for the world. I put that to you now, chat, and I'm open to criticism. Yes, on this. When Trump destroys the facilities you help pay for, Obama crying. Can someone Photoshop usually someone to be reflecting the two towers? It's a fun idea. I could send the actual helmet image. Let me see if I can do that quickly. Okay, if I grab that, and then, okay, it's in there. So I'll go find that. 1 second, chat. what was it called? Helmet. Who's a helmet? Yeah, Daka made this for me, as you might expect. Okay, here is the PNG. Do with it as you will, and I won't guarantee that I'll actually apply it to my overlay, but if you add something funny to it, maybe I will. Daka says, it was my tax dollars attacking my tax dollars again. Yes, but this time it's going to end, hopefully, any future payments of tax dollars. Okay, put it this way. Let's just ask this, okay. This question does not necessarily define your full conclusion on this topic. However, if you have the choice between Trump bombing the nuclear facilities or Trump sending a big pallet of cash to Iran in the hopes that they will stop working on nukes, which would you prefer? 1 for bomb them, 2 for big stack of cash. Why have a couple of you said 2? Ginger says, in my opinion, boots on the ground are where Trump loses. If he sticks to sending guns, arming other people, and occasionally dropping bombs, then as far as I'm concerned, he's achieved his no wars goal. Yeah, it's still not great, is it? But it's, I would agree that that's still a lot better. Eric says, I'm not happy in general about fucking around other countries given our failed history of doing that and how often it pulls into larger conflicts. If this leads to a ceasefire, I'll fucking take it. Yeah. Yeah, I think if it leads to a ceasefire, it's not so bad. Surely sending Iran cash is deflationary. Well, maybe, but, you know, it goes straight into terrorism. Invader 2 was the option for sending them money. Idiot. Daka says 3... You retard. Daka says 3, just let Iran build a nuke. Fuck it. I don't think that's a great idea. Again, yeah, Pakistan has them. It shouldn't. The less the merrier. The fewer the merrier. I don't want more countries having them. And yeah, would my policy be to bomb Pakistan's nuclear sites? Fucking let's consider it. Let's have a plan. If there's any sign they might use them, if they're getting uppity, which Iran weren't getting uppity before Israel bombed them. Israel started it. But it was spurred on by Iran denying Trump's offer of a nuclear deal. So Israel may at that point have, and again, Israel being Israel, I don't trust them. I don't trust Iran either, obviously, but Israel may have genuinely have cause to think, okay, Iran's shaping up to do something about this, so bomb them. Okay, from that point, Israel fired the first shot. They're in the wrong for that, but at that point, it's plausible to think that Iran might do something, even do something nuclear. So Trump at that point saying, just bomb the nuclear sites, fuck them. I kind of get it. It's not necessarily what I would have done, but I kind of get it. Spooner, that's not a PNG, mate. I appreciate it, but that's a JPEG. Use black background. It's good, though. It's good. But I can't use that.
Does he look like he knows what a JPEG is?
JPG says, with nukes, it's either only the West has them or everybody has them. There is no between. I would go for the first one. I think only countries that are eminently, what's the word? Responsible should have them, which is very few countries. Western Europe, North America. That's about it. And maybe a few other Commonwealth or Anglosphere countries. It really is just the Anglosphere countries and a few other Western European ones. They're the only ones that are actually trustworthy enough to have them. That might give too much power to one entity, Busak. And don't forget, you've had some bad presidents recently. The Tharsis Western Europe in no way deserve them. I don't think that's fair. He says, when you say North America, does that include or exclude Canada? Right now, I wouldn't trust Canada with nukes, I'm afraid. I don't think a lot of Canadians would. Well, a lot of Canadians here would. But in general, sure. Yeah, exactly. If the country is not a homicidal or suicidal death cult like Iran kind of, and again, Iran's leadership is propped up by the posturing. Israel's is too, I think, to a large extent, but still. When you get a situation like that, it's like Hitler. War's kind of inevitable. There you go, Spooner. You've PNG-ified it. Might just use that. right, I will open that. Tell you what, could you ping Daka and ask him if he's okay with us making this the new version? Because have you done anything to try and sort of warp the buildings to fit the helmet, or have you not? Because it doesn't really matter if you haven't. It looks like you haven't. Majority of Germans in favor of establishing a European nuclear umbrella. The world is becoming more threatening. Europe can hardly predict itself without the USA. According to a survey, Germans want their own nuclear security across all party lines. Italy, however, is questioning NATO. No, it should be all right without Spooner. It doesn't matter that much. But extra points if you do. Not that you points get anything. Fucking send you user coins to the new economy system. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'll do. When I have the new economy system up, I'll just make a command for myself to transfer some coins to people. And occasionally when someone does something for me, I'll just send them some coins. It'll be so easy. I'm doing a lot of behind the scenes work now. So it'll be a while before a new version is released. But the bones are there. I've got all the way from foundation to user interface. I just need to make some improvements along that line. There's going to be inflationary death spiral pre-built in. I will be careful. And if you think it's becoming too inflationary, you let me know. I have plans to try and track that. The idea is that when someone sends in real money, it puts that, it basically tries to model reality. So it puts that real money, as far as it's represented in the system, into my account in the system. And then my account trades and like sends Usercoin to the person who, sent me the real money. Which means that there's a balance, a give and take. So anything that I give should be from within that positive balance, in theory. So I can make the comparison. This economy never happens. It did! Press, fucking type in /C. Come on, go dear me with a money printer screwing up who's losing new economy system. Yeah, well, I mean, if there's an exploit where if you send too much money, the economy system becomes unbalanced, then, oh no. But it's not, I have learned from the experience of the existing economy system, and I'm expecting it to be less one-sided. Certain individuals who are very generous will still get the level of dominance concomitant with their generosity over the system. But as it is now, I think it's too much. Ginger says, no. If you want it to reflect real life, you would delete any coin you receive and print it at the moment of its need for you and give zero fucks about inflation. Well, that's reflecting real life economies. What I mean is I wanted to model the interactions that actually happen. So I think my original idea was that and this is what might be what I do, is that when you put money into the system, it puts tokens that represent real money onto your account. But then under the assumption that's what you want, and maybe forcefully because there's issues with keeping it that way, it trades that money with me to get credit in the system. So it encapsulates all of this in actual trades because that's what's happening in reality. If we model real life this accurately, it should mean that everything that happens is very sort of accountable. Ginger says, okay, so you want to model it on non-fiat currency rather. No, Ginger, what I mean is I'm modeling the transfers that happen. In real life, the transfer is from a person to me of real money. So the system would show a transfer from that person to me of real money. And I'm giving them coins in return, so the system would show me giving them coins in return. Can you instead build the system to give Matthias even more power to, crossed out bully 8-bit, enhance discussion? Maybe. I mean, currently there is the curse. Anyone can do the curse as well. The point of the curse is that it's, people with a lot of money will still get a lot more access to it than others, but it doesn't take the combined community total effort with Matthias allowing it to happen like the kitten thing does. The curse can be given to anyone in a moment's notice, but that means it can also be taken away quite easily as well. Remember, user coins can count for that. So 5,000 user coins. Someone gave 5,000 user coins a while ago and didn't ask for it to be assigned to anyone. If you want to do that, you can. Richard says, I think the curse can stay for a while. Dai has to notice. Well, we'll see. But if someone wants Dai not to notice, if someone wants to troll the rest of the community by making sure Dai doesn't notice, then they could send me 5,000 user coins and move it. Or they could just send me 2,500 user coins and just to move it without renaming it.
No, Uzulu, you have to bear in mind, the combined screening of the entire server would not even equal 1% of what Dai can produce.
Maybe. But people have screenshots. You could get both if you're trolly enough. Anyway, let's go to the next story. Trump meets with Steve Bannon ahead of decision to delay Iran attack. Somewhat interesting. The only reason I wanted to cover this really is, by the way, and he did attack them, but only reason I wanted to cover this is that it demonstrates that Trump is still talking to Bannon, which I hadn't been sure of for years, because Bannon seems like he's quite strategically smart. And I figured that he'd be quite a good consult for Trump. It seems like in this case he was. So it's likely that Bannon agreed on this. Now, I don't know what Bannon's position on Israel is. I don't remember him being particularly Israel happy, particularly lustful for Israel. But it might be that, as I said before, that the reasons for this attack actually do make sense. And the main reason people around these neck of the woods disagree with it is because they think it's motivated by Israel lust. But as I'm saying, it's quite possible, I think, that it's, even if it is, that it still makes sense without that factor. No, not Baron. The last time we had Diadroma consisted of viciously attacking cyberspace. It's worth the wait. Daka, what are those icons? What are those? Right. It's coins and notes with the Cabal symbol on it. Okay, that makes sense. Me with the money printer. The first is still waiting on an answer of what I need to do to get Cabal Crusader role like Dai. Dai has it honorarily, basically. Cabal Crusader, though, is something that I give to high-tier patrons. I mean, that was the original idea with it, for high-tier patrons. Dai has it because she's a friend. Like a personal friend I've known for years. No offense to anyone else, of course. But I think that the way I used to do it was that the highest patron tier was level 6, I think. Or was it level 6? It's either way, it's the $60 a month one, which I think is level 6. So tier 6, sorry. And that one, I think, would unlock all cosmetics. I think it does say this on my subscribe star page. Let me have a look, actually, because I think it's all described on there. So tier 6, it doesn't specify it, actually. Maybe it should. Tier 5, roll icon on request from a predefined set, some of restricted to higher tiers. Okay. Yeah. So tier 10 is obviously anything. If someone signed up at tier 10, I might just give them, just let them have my Uzulu pink. Because I've always said I won't do that for anyone. At tier 10, maybe I would. There is also Wizardry, which is a color that's close to my Uzulu pink, but it's not quite there. But I think at tier 6, I wouldn't turn down someone asking for the Cabal Crusader icon. But it has to be somewhat rare. Yeah, there you go. Spooner, what is that one? Oh, it's the Three Gorges Dam. I see. Nice. Well, ask Daka which one he likes the most. Right.
Daka has spoken. He requests the dam.
Okay.
He hungers, much like the B2.
Indeed. Funny name, Dam must die. It's not that funny name, actually. Are we really going to use the one with this sort of cut here? It doesn't quite look right. Like the shading is a bit wrong, but whatever. I'll grab it. So put it in here. helmet dam. That'll be fine. And then I'll add it to the scene. Dam helmet dot png. Make the source visible for now, and then grab it from. What? Did I fuck something up here? Yes, I think I have. Yes, I added the wrong type of source. Just drag and drop. You can do drag and drop in OBS, by the way. It will show up though. There you go. Put it in the face overlays. Why is that not working? Okay, put it next to the other one, and then move it into position. A little bit too small. That's close enough. Then, yes, copy filters, paste filters, and we get the slight translucency that allows you to see my face through it. There you go. That's the Three Gorges Dam helmet. Do request that specifically if you want that one next time. And the cut is a bit conspicuous, but whatever. Okay, good, done. Next story. Oh yeah.
You're right now not in a very good position.
Yeah.
You're
It's gonna be
gambling
a very
with the
hard
lives
thing
of
to do
millions of
business
people.
like this.
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. For the American people to see what's going on. You're right.
Yeah, so this is Peacemaker Trump scolds Warmonger Trump. Kind of somewhat fair, this, that he was kind of gambling with World War III by doing these strikes. But they were specifically striking Iran's nuclear capability. And the one thing at that moment that was most likely to cause World War III was Iran nuking Israel. Trump destroying the nuclear facilities, as long as Iran didn't fight back against the US, was actually more likely to prevent it. So, yeah, there's some truth to this, but not enough. Next thing. All right. Huge repository of information about OpenAI and Altman just dropped, the OpenAI files. He says, there's so much crazy shit in here. Here's what Claude highlighted to me. So Claude's a different AI. He's used it to summarize it. 1, Altman listed himself as Y Combinator chairman in SEC filings for years, a total fabrication. Quote, to smooth his exit from YC, Altman proposed he move from president to chairman. He preemptively published a blog post on the firm's website announcing the change, but the firm's partnership had never agreed, and the announcement was later scrubbed from the post. Despite the retraction, Altman continued falsely listing himself as chairman in SEC filings for years, despite never actually holding the position. Interesting. 2, OpenAI's profit cap was quietly changed to increase 20% annually. At that rate, it would exceed $100 trillion in 40 years. The change was not disclosed, and OpenAI continued to take credit for its capped profit structure without acknowledging the modification. I'm afraid I don't understand that one. That's a bit too economic for me. Just so you know, the economy system in Cabal will not go to the maximum extents of modern economic theory. It'll be quite simple. 3, despite claiming to Congress he has no equity in OpenAI, Altman held indirect stakes through Sequoia and Y Combinator funds. 4, Altman owns 7.5% of Reddit. When Reddit announced its OpenAI partnership, Altman's net worth jumped $50 million. Altman invested in Rain AI, then OpenAI signed a letter of intent to buy $51 million of chips from them. Yeah, so that sounds like insider trading, or whatever the fucking word is. Like deliberately propping up something that you've invested in. 5, rumors suggest...
Therefore, he must kill himself.
5, rumors suggest Altman may receive a 7% stake worth $20 billion in the restructured company. 5 again, OpenAI had a major security breach in 2023 where a hacker stole AI technology details but didn't report it for over a year. OpenAI fired Leopold Aschenbrenner explicitly because he shared security concerns with the board. Great. Altman denied knowing about equity clawback provisions that threatened departing employees millions in vested equity if they ever criticized OpenAI, but Vox found he personally signed the documents authorizing them in April 2023. These restrictive NDAs even prohibited employees from acknowledging their existence. Senior employees at Altman's first startup, Looped, twice tried to get the board to fire him for deceptive and chaotic behavior. 9 OpenAI, they've skipped 8. 9 OpenAI's leading researcher Ilya Sutskever told the board, I don't think Sam is the guy who should have the finger on the button for AGI. Probably true. Sutskever provided the board a self-destructing PDF with Slack screenshots documenting dozens of examples of lying or other toxic behavior, they say. Mira Murati, CTO, said, I don't feel comfortable about Sam leading us to AGI. 11, the Emodai siblings described Altman's management tactics as gaslighting and psychological abuse. 12, at least 5 other OpenAI executives gave the board similar negative feedback about Altman. 13, Altman owned the OpenAI startup fund personally, but didn't disclose this to the board. This honestly sounds like a lot of stuff that is like business level stuff that's bad, that should be investigated by people that know what they're doing, but doesn't actually make a big difference to me. He's done some dodgy business stuff, and people have accused him of being a fucking asshole. He probably is, and he probably has. I think I'm gonna move on, but I tell you what, I'll leave this with you in case you guys think there's anything more interesting here. I'm tempted to read the rest just to see if there's anything really interesting here. I will skim them. Altman told the board members about other board members were absolutely false. Saying different things to different people. Waived their federal right to whistleblower compensation. Required employees to do that. So yeah, shitty business strategies, but while publicly supporting AI regulation, OpenAI simultaneously lobbied to weaken the EA. Well, that's not even illegal, I don't think. That's just hypocritical, but businesses do that all the time. Altman completely reversed his stance, calling the government approval at once he advocated disastrous. A fraction of what's in the apparently 10,000 words on the site. Yeah, okay, I'll leave it then. I've linked it to you in case you want to link into it, but it probably isn't anything we need to overly concern ourselves with. Next thing. That is obviously not going to work, but let's see what that image was before Discord timed it out. It was this. The US is reopening visas to foreign students, but with a catch. All applicants must have public social media accounts so the State Department can vet them for anti-Israel and anti-Semitic opinions. Instead of a restriction on all foreign students that prioritize native-born American citizens, only foreign students critical of Israel or Jews will be restricted. Yeah, not good. If this is true, not good. And I will have a quick look into this in a minute. However, whilst once again, this is almost certainly an example of Trump overly favoring Israel for no good reason, whilst that is true, and I don't like it, it will also filter out radical Islamists fairly reliably. So, it's probably overall okay, but let's look into this a bit. Because I don't doubt this is real, by the way. So, US University anti-Semitism. Trump US University anti-Semitism requirement foreign students. That should get it. That's May. Okay, this is 4th of June, and it's from them. So, Harvard has failed to adequately address the violent anti-Semitic incidents on campus. Okay, that's not actually relevant. I actually can't find anything on it, interestingly. 2 days ago, federal judge blocks Trump administration effort to keep Harvard from housing foreign students. I actually don't see anything about this. She just says, it's a good point. This might just be a veiled no mercies clause. And if it is, fine. But this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, big point here. The Israel lust is bad. But don't get too distracted by it. Something could be good on its own grounds, even if it's also motivated by Israel lust. So that is worth pointing out. It hasn't happened that often in the past, and I'm obviously very concerned and skeptical, but that could happen. This one might be an example of that. The Iran strikes, I suspect, are, actually. I actually can't see anything on this. It might not be real. AF Post is, I think it's a right-wing source. I tell you what, we can just try and find the post. Although this doesn't look like Twitter. Does it? I don't think that is Twitter. Let's search this on x.com. I actually only type in x.com rather than Twitter because it's easier, but Twitter is still a better name. That's January, so latest instead. Oh. I don't know if this one's true. It might not be. If any of you can find it, please ping me and let me know, but this one might not be true. And if it is, as I say, if it is, it's actually not quite as bad as it sounds. All right, next up. Trump admin removing 988 hotline service, or 988, I guess. Hotline service tailored to LGBTQ youth in July. The 988 National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline will stop providing tailored support options to LGBTQ plus youth and young adults on July 17th, according to a statement on the federal agency's website. Press 1 if good, move on. I'll read a bit more while you vote. The decision preempts the Trump administration's 2026 budget proposal to cut funding for 988 LGBTQ youth and young adult services and is raising alarm bells among FAG advocates. Federal data shows the FAG youth program has served nearly 1.3 million callers since it started in September 2022. The services were accessible under the press 3 option on the phone or by replying pride via text. Gay. One like an I'll bomb Iran, liked by himself. Say no more. Yeah, true, Ginger. The story includes discussion of suicide. Yeah, okay, fine. Decision was made to no longer silo the services and to focus on serving all help seekers, including those previously served through the Press 3 option. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse, and SAMHSA said in a statement dated Tuesday on its website, news of the LGBT, etc. service shutting down comes as the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. SRN News is quite leftist biased, bear in mind. The Trevor Project said it received official notice Tuesday that the program was ending. So, okay, yes, they should not be receiving special treatment as long as no other group. Well, if they are giving special treatment to white males, maybe. But I still don't know. I still don't think it should be special to anyone. What you could say is that if people who have suicidal thoughts call up and they have a situation which is unique and specific, you should get someone at the suicide hotline place who is specially suited to that task, who knows enough about that situation. Because not just for gay shit, but for other things as well. Yeah, it should be specialized in that regard. But siloing it out, having a different number that you press specifically if you're that thing, I don't think that's the right way of doing it. Now, this is quite minor and maybe unnecessary, but at least as a symbolic gesture, it probably is right. Of course, I don't see how this is at all necessary. Watched it all, yeah. So yeah, this is very minor. But yeah.
I have a proposal.
Go on.
Continue having a dedicated homosexuals only suicide helpline. However, outsource it to Egypt.
Yeah. Someone says the Trevor Project is infamous for helping children get drugs without parental knowledge or consent and encouraging children to run away from home. They are groomers of the most disgusting stripe. If that's what this is, if that's what's being shut down here, and if you're right, then fine. It looks like from what they're describing, that's not what it has to be, but probably what it is. Now, if we're looking at quote unquote LGBT youth, then they are probably those susceptible to abusers more so than others. And if they're siloing it, it does make it easier for those abusers to get access to those kids. But as I said, if you're still specializing, there still has to be some sort of vetting in the suicide hotline company to make sure that kind of person doesn't get in. So this is pretty minor. It doesn't make much of a difference. I don't think you really need a specialist silo. You can have specialists, people who are better suited to individual cases, but that can come in many forms, not just this one form. So yeah, this is minor, but I think probably this is the right choice. But there are other LGB, etc. things involved with government that should be shut down at a much higher priority than this. None come to mind right now, but over the years, I'm sure we've seen many. And some of them have been, to be fair. Next thing. Ilhan Omar forced to delete post on Juneteenth, the day we celebrate killing traitorous communists. Well, if only. Ilhan Omar has a rough time on X lately as she's been called out for her anti-American sentiment in various posts and social media hits. On Thursday, she was actually forced to delete a post in honor of Juneteenth after she was called out for the slavery still going on in her home country of Somalia. Yep. Fuck 'em. Someone says there, the group whining about this. My proposal is that we keep an LGTV option for the suicide hotline, but route those calls to the newly revamped Canadian suicide hotline. Yes. Zaka says Black Ops 2 is now set in the past. I only played Black Ops 1, and that was always set in the past, so that's normal for me. She just says, why? You might ask, why Egypt? What's wrong with Egypt? Is there some kind of cultural phenomenon you disagree with advising the homosexuals of lefty suicides? Mofaku, put that into Suno. Get them to make it into a song. You'll have to change a few of the words into homonyms. Probably fake words, but you could get that to happen. 160 years ago, on June 19th, 1865, she says, slavery ended in this country. Today we celebrate black freedom, resilience, and achievement, and continue the work to root out systematic racism from our policies and institutions. Obviously, complete leftist ideological nonsense. In a quoted repost, Gunther Eagleman called for Omar to go back to her home country. Somalia still has slaves. Ilhan should go fight to free her own people. He posted Omar's original post is now showing up as no longer existing, indicating that she deleted it. Yeah. Good reply. According to a 2023 report for Walk Free, using 2021 numbers, there were 98,000 people living in modern slavery in Somalia, 6.2 per every 1,000 people. There is a 98 out of 100 score for vulnerability to modern slavery, but the government only has an 18 out of 100 response score. Well, if we assume those numbers are anywhere near truth, yeah, fuck Somalia. Don't go to Somalia. A quote from one of my earliest videos. Next up. Michelle Obama on being glad she didn't have a son, quote, he would have been a Barack Obama. Now, we don't like Obama very much here, I don't think. Chat, do we reckon we're generally on board with the idea of not like Obama much? I'll say I didn't really get on board with politics, start caring about it until after Obama left. And in fact, even before that, when I did talk about politics very briefly in the sort of year or two I cared, I was sort of leftist, progressive. Not SJW, I was never SJW, but I was more sort of on the soft left progressive side. Not for very long compared to how long I've been more sensible. Yeah, I was therefore not really against Obama. I didn't know much about it, and I still don't. I haven't gone back and looked into it. In fact, a lot of what I've heard about Obama is stuff that he's done that's sensible because it's stuff that Trump has continued, but then Trump has been criticized for, like the kids in cages. So, but yes, Obama generally not well liked. But still, would you wish upon any man that his whatever spouse, male or female, say this to him? Now, we're going to look into it. There might be more context, but it's nasty, whoever you are. And frankly, however much respect you have for Obama at this point, I think you should have less for Michelle or Michael. Hey, Mafako actually did it. Nice. Someone says Big Mike is being about as awful as Anissa is to iDubbbz. Couldn't have happened to a nicer gay couple. I don't know anything about the iDubbbz thing, but I'll read a bit. Michelle Obama on being glad she didn't have a son, he would have been a Barack Obama. A really disgusting thing to say. Actually makes me sympathetic for Barack. If that's what they mean. If that's what she means, there might be more to it. The Hill is a left-leaning outlet that covers DC. It's not known for too much clickbait, and it doesn't portray liberal figures in a negative light, so I'm really confused over here, it says. Yeah, indeed. Quote, you should have threw a boy in the mix, radio host Angie Martinez told Obama in an episode of the former First Lady's IMO podcast released Wednesday, which is weird for people from that place to say. People from that sort of realm of politics to say. The remark came as Obama and her brother this is Michelle Obama, and her brother Craig Robinson, along with Martinez, discussed society's view of masculinity and the challenges of raising boys in young. So, okay, they wanted to have a boy so that they could raise him indoctrinated, right? Makes sense. But I'm so glad I didn't have a boy, Obama exclaimed. Why didn't you throw in a third? Martinez said with a chuckle to the mother of two, because he would have been a Barack Obama, the becoming author and former president's wife, quipped to laughs. Explain yourself, Michelle. Never heard a woman who didn't hate men and or her husband say she doesn't want a little junior running around. It's such an unpleasant thing to say. Baby Barack, it would have been amazing, Martinez replied. Oh no, I would have felt for him. That's way... It got worse! What the fuck? That's so nasty!
So we've now learned that Mikhail is the one that fucks in that relationship.
I guess.
You didn't need to know.
She would have been sad to raise a boy because she feels sorry for boys growing up in our culture. Still confused. I mean, that's the best you can do, but then why make it about Barack Obama himself? He says, this guy says, makes one almost feel sorry for Barack. Imagine this sentiment coming from your wife. Wow, it's fucking horrible. That's one of the worst things a wife or whatever she is would say or could say. The podcast episode also answered the question about raising a kid, a kind son in a tough world. Yeah, propaganda. The Louisiana mom asked the question, was concerned that her 17-year-old son was talking about the attractiveness of girls and being the best at football. Boo fucking who? That's normal. Yeah, the mother wanted a girl. That's what it sounds like. Why she said it the way she did. There's no fucking out here. This is just horrible. This was just fucking awful. I now regard Michelle Obama as a worse person than Barack. I didn't have a particularly strong opinion before that either. Yeah, what a horrible sentiment, exactly. Cannon Fraser, I'm still questioning the server tag that you're using. Can you explain yourself? Quote says Big Mike was always like that. Shit, that's just nasty. I can scarcely think of a worse thing to say. Spooner says people get divorced for less. Yeah. That's horrible. Black True Woman is just crazy and evil. Who could have seen that coming? Says Triple. Yeah. Again, she doesn't have to be a troon or a woman for this to be awful. It's a fan server of a singer, mostly Vocaloid cover songs. Weep shit. I mean, okay. That's not as bad as someone else in here had, one other person had something really cringe. I can't remember who it was. So it could be worse. Someone says, to be fair, Obama said his son would have looked like Trayvon Martin to race script, so it might have been a mercy. Yeah. I don't think that makes it any less bad. If she's hung by the neck, does she join the 53% or the Coons? Good question. Beta. One I don't think I can answer right now. Okay. Watch Honda, yes, that Honda, launch and land its own reusable rocket. Now, I'm all for the Anglosphere broadly, the US specifically, being the only ones that have this technology. But I am also okay for other sensible countries in the world, as Japan is not too far off being that, to also have this technology. I think Honda's Japanese. So this is not too bad. I mean, the competition would be good. Elon could use something to fire up his arse. We're all familiar with the dazzling accomplishments of SpaceX, says Not the Beam, but it seems as if the era of private megacorporation spaceflight really is upon us now. Here's the video of the Honda one. Okay, but how big is that? Okay, 6.3 meters in length. Okay, so that's 3 times as tall as me. That's good. It's a good start. But Elon's ship is like, I don't know, 20 times bigger than that. So, hold on. Oops. SpaceX Starship. ship size. 123 meters tall, rather than 6 meters. So I think I was quite close. 123 divided by 6. Yeah, I said 20. It's 20.5. Chat, give me some fucking credit for this. I predicted it to within a tiny fucking margin. That was pretty good. Come on. So yeah, 123 meters include the booster stage. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's still 20 times. The booster stage is about a little over half its height, 60% of its height. Okay, fine. So without that, it's about 55 meters. That's still about 9 times more than this, 9 times bigger than this rocket. So, okay, Honda, good job. An excellent start. But it's not equivalent to SpaceX. Cannon Fraser says, those rockets will have anime girls painted on their signs in no time. Once in commercial use, I would bet on it. I mean, a lot of pilot, jets already do. Ricky says Starship is 9 meters in diameter. Yeah, and this one's less than 1 meter, 85 centimeters. So yes, the scale is very different. Well done, Honda. This is cool. But the scale is so different that this just is not equivalent to Starship. Someone says, this isn't useless. Think about how much cheaper it would be to send up a reasonable micro rocket for urgent small resupply launch. No, of course it's not. I'm not saying it's useless. I never said it was useless. This is great. But it is not equivalent to SpaceX. Did it for Guru Rocket? Not necessarily, Marketella. What the hell is she doing anyway? I haven't seen her come back. Yeah, that's really cool. That is really cool. And I really hope they make more of these. To be fair, a lot of the SpaceX test flights were not with Starship. They were with smaller rockets. Weren't they? I don't know why you need all the steam at the end. Is that just to cover up something going wrong? I don't know. I don't know what that's for. Coolant, maybe? Why vent it? I don't know. Either way, that's really cool. I guess they can't vent it while it's in atmosphere, like at altitude, because it would be it would affect the aerodynamics. They vent it all when it lands. Fine, okay. Stop the flames. Maybe it's just kind of phrasing. Yeah, maybe, but you'd think they'd vent it out the bottom then. But yeah, okay, fine. That's really cool. And as people said, yeah, that's useful as well. Yeah, Spooner, thank you. Thank you, Spooner. I mean, yeah. Is that actually accurate, Spooner, or is that just a meme? This is 20 times bigger. It's very cool, Honda, but let's pump the brakes, okay? It's not equivalent. Ginger says, if Honda really wanted to make old muskrats sweat, they would start work on a launch loop. Yeah, those have existed. People have built those. But I don't think they've made a lot of progress.
Ooh, no. They haven't made a launch loop.
No, they've made a test one, a small one.
Okay, yeah, but nothing that could actually be utilized.
Not to send something into orbit, no. No, I agree, that would be cool technology. My reason for mentioning that is that that is in progress, and I haven't heard of any progress from it in a long time, so it might be stalled.
Just in case anybody's wondering, by the way, I am not talking about the spin launch project where they have a wheel that goes round really quickly. I'm talking about a completely different concept.
Okay, fair enough.
Something that would actually be genuinely very impressive and also basically kick off a space race the moment it was completed.
Is it a big slingshot?
No, it's something considerably cooler. Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of a string launcher?
String launcher? I don't think so. Not for a rocket, anyway.
Let's see what happens if I type string launcher into the GIF generator.
You know, I've never once used the Discord GIF generator.
You shouldn't start. It's pretty useless. Right. If I go to string launcher and get onto Google Images, it shows me Beyblade products. Very good. Useless. Okay. So a string launcher is a thing where a couple of wheels usually take a loop of string and accelerate it in such a way that the string kind of like gets thrown out and it kind of just sticks out into the air and then just goes around in a big old loop. It's a fun little toy that people usually use for like playing lightsaber games and things of that nature. But the concept is highly scalable to the point where if you take a several centimeter thick braided steel cable and you were to make a string launcher capable of accelerating that cable over the course of approximately 1 kilometer into the air, you would be able to have what is effectively a giant steel cable being continuously. There we go. Pug has just posted an example of what a string launcher is. Yeah, basically what you do with a launch loop is you create a ridiculously large string launcher and fire it up into the air in such a way that it is being used as the support structure, an active support structure for a platform off of which you can climb up using conventional motorized vehicles of some variety, and then just kind of launch off of the top of a mountain. It sounds ridiculous, but you can get one of these. The science has been done, the mathematics has been worked out. If you were to put a gargantuan amount of initial investment in and use an entire nuclear power plant for the purposes of magnetically accelerating this string into the upper atmosphere and building support structures off of this actively maintained structure, you'd be able to use it as the basis for effectively creating an upper atmosphere launch platform, which would allow you to skip about 80% of the fuel costs for launching things into orbit.
Ginger, I have just one question. How much are Zipstring paying you?
Nothing, because what they produce is toys and they are fucking useless. But
JPG
yes,
links, wild idea, reusable Slingertron launch concept could slingshot projectile. So Ginger, when I asked, is it a big catapult? And you said no. It was a big catapult. I was right.
You know what also is completely unrelated to the concept I was talking about?
No.
Pancakes. Pancakes are also completely unrelated to the concept I was talking about, just like that thing that JPEG just posted.
No, this is clearly what you meant. I know it doesn't look like what you meant, but I figure making it radial might just be an optimization step.
It isn't even vaguely close to what I was talking about.
So it is a giant slingshot then. I mean, actually, what you described, Ginger, what you described sounds more like a slingshot than this. If you have a link for it, Ginger, I'd appreciate it because we can look into it in more detail.
Give me a moment. I shall find a diagram of a launch loop.
Okay. Pug has found the Wikipedia page for a launch loop.
Yes. Take a look at what Pug just posted. That is a launch loop. And you will notice how it is vastly different to the thing that you just accused me of saying is identical to what I was describing.
Actually, I didn't say that, but this says slingshot and it sounds similar enough, and what you're describing looks like a slingshot.
It's not a slingshot.
Okay. A proposed system for launching objects into orbit using a moving cable-like system situated inside a sheath attached to the Earth at two ends and suspended above the atmosphere in the middle. The design concept was published by Keith Lofstrom and describes an active structure maglev cable transport system that would be around 2,000 kilometers long and maintained at an altitude of up to 80 kilometers. It's a long fucking way, dude.
It is a long fucking way.
A launch loop would be held up at this altitude by the momentum of a belt that circulates around the structure. The circulation, in effect, transfers the weight of the structure onto a pair of magnetic bearings, one at each end, which support it. I'm not sure I understand how this works.
Okay, a way to think about this is imagine using a railgun to fire a loop of steel cable straight up into the atmosphere and just continuously having it just be fired up into the air.
Ginger,
And
how
using that as a tower that does not need to resist its own crushing force under gravity because it is being catapulted into the air, and then literally just walking up the tower that results.
Ginger, how are the capsules meant to survive the acceleration?
Because the capsules going up the cable are not being accelerated by the cable. The cable is being used as what is, for all intents and purposes, basically a foundation for an outside sheath that things would then be able to climb using conventional means.
I think I see the point. The cable is not relevant. It just creates a structure. And it's held up by this effect, which I have seen videos on. It's called the mold effect, apparently, which is suspiciously similar in name to the second name of the person whose YouTube channel primarily featured them. And so I assume they named it after him, which is cool. But maybe just a coincidence. Okay, so that's fine. It's just a big bridge. Okay, if you ever lose power, it's fucking dangerous and will never work again. Also, if that's not true, why the sheath is enough material that, I mean, you could just build it with a few struts, surely. If it's just about getting to an elevation.
No, this is 80 kilometers up.
Yeah.
That is a level of extended into the atmosphere that modern day materials cannot achieve. The crushing force of something attempting to stack 80 kilometers up is so ridiculous that you might as well just start piling rocks on top of each other until you have a literal mountain.
Yes, I understand.
The idea of this structure is to achieve a platform off of which you can launch things that is already 80 kilometers in the atmosphere, allowing you to skip what is quite literally 80 to 90% of the fuel needs of a typical rocket launch.
Okay, so it's a new way of building a bridge.
It is a new way of building a launch platform.
Well, forget launch platform. What is it literally? It is a loop that goes from point A to point B and allows you to have a surface. It's a bridge. It's a new way of building a bridge that allows you to get very, very high without it being structurally reliant on going down. Now, this is evocative of something that is a policy of mine. In Discord, I am reluctant to use any system which automates changes to the general structure of the server. Because that stuff should be solid. It should change things that are lower than that, smaller level than that, like messages in a channel. That's dynamic, that's variable. But the actual channels themselves, it's a solid list. It changes when I personally manually decide it should. In the same way, buildings, if they lose power, don't fall over. This is this is an enormous risk, building something like this. An enormous risk. Because if it relies on this mold effect to stay up, and it loses power, by any means, it's coming down.
Yes. Yes, it would.
So any country that has nukes or some other way of generating EMPs, or a way of remotely shutting off a power station, or sabotaging a power station, or sabotaging the cable, can take it down and cause immense damage and losses.
Yes, although given the fact that the idea for such a thing is that it would be extended out into the ocean, the only damage that would be done would be to the actual structure of the thing itself.
Yes, but this thing will cost probably hundreds of billions, maybe trillions.
No, you're right in the multiple billions ballpark. It's not trillions, though.
It's 80 kilometers high. I don't know.
The reason why this is, as a concept, such an interesting thing is because this, unlike the vast majority of megastructure-esque constructions that are theoretically possible, this is possible with today's conventional physics and material science. There is nothing about this that requires new technologies to be developed. It is literally just a giant steel cable propelled at a ridiculous rate by lots of power that you could get from just like a single nuclear power plant. That would be sufficient to be a couple of megawatts of continuous power input. And then just ancillary infrastructure that surrounds the giant cable. The reason why a Lofstrom launch loop is so interesting is because we can do it today. Yes, there are other problems of it being hilariously massive, and whatever country that does it will have to put in a lot of money, and that if you're not actively, continuously using it, then you would probably be better off with just using rockets for one-off launches as we currently do today. But if we ever get to the point where we are doing thousands of launches per year, or tens of thousands of launches per year, something like this would bring the average cost of a launch down to such a ridiculous degree, because you wouldn't be consuming rockets to get things into space. You would be consuming energy to get things into space.
I find these numbers hard to believe. It's a 2-kilometer cable that's going to be 80 kilometers high in the air. It is a cool idea, Ginger, but any idea that requires power for the thing to be structurally sound and you're using it as a structure, I guess it's just for launching rockets, and if it's over the ocean, then that mitigates the risk. Very cool idea. Look forward to seeing it in reality, but I'm quite skeptical about it. UFC says this has strong space elevator at home energy. Maybe.
The reason why it's different from a space elevator is because a space elevator requires you to construct something that is many hundreds of kilometers long, such that the momentum of the Earth's rotation is capable of having the space elevator be suspended on a gigantic tether. The tensile strength necessitates the tensile strength requirements of such a space elevator are currently beyond any material that we've been able to come up with the sole exception of carbon nanotubes, which, given that we would need to be able to create a process of producing carbon nanotubes.
I think we've all heard this one. Yes, space elevators don't work. But this is interesting. I am skeptical about it, but the fact that it requires power to remain as a structure. But again, if you're only using it for rocket launches, and if it's over the ocean, and if someone can put in the money, the guy here estimated $10 billion. I have a feeling it would be more than that. But fine. Maybe I'm overestimating what's involved. But it's very interesting. Yeah, I hope you're right that it can work and that it could be built today and that would be useful. But no, I hadn't heard of this. And you're right, it's not a slingshot, but it also doesn't make sense by conventional intuition. The other thing, though, this thing that you were talking about before, this is a slingshot, so I was right. Anyway, next story.
I wasn't talking about that.
I know, Ginger. I know you weren't. It wasn't me talking about this anyway. Okay. Billions of login credentials have been leaked online, cyber news researchers say. In late May 2025, cybersecurity expert Jeremiah Fowler disclosed finding an extensive online repository with over 184 million unique account credentials linked to major services such as Google and Apple. Fowler identified the breach as the result of InfoStealer malware and reached out to the service hosting the database, leading to its removal from public access. However, the hosting service did not reveal the owner's identity, leaving the motivation behind the breach uncertain. Researchers at Cyber News have monitored 30 exposed datasets containing billions of logins since the start of 2025, affecting social media, VPNs, government services, and tech companies. Vilius Petkauskas from Cyber News revealed to Forbes that the team identified 30 leaked collections of data, each ranging in size from tens of millions up to more than 3.5 billion individual records, raising concerns that hackers could potentially access a wide variety of online platforms. The breach implies widespread risk of identity theft, fraud, and scams, prompting calls to use unique passwords, multi-factor authentication, and security tools to protect accounts. Now, all I'm going to say on this, because this did come up, is to give you a little bit of reassurance. Now, this isn't good. And it is potentially dangerous. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about how this works in terms of the security. Now, while I understand computers fairly well, this is not my precise field, digital security, but I know enough to say the following things. Any login service worth its salt, which includes Google, Apple, all the big ones, do at least the following things. When you enter in your password, it is on your machine converted to a format that is unrecognizable. Before being sent anywhere, your browser takes your raw input password and converts it to a hashed version. A hash is just, you take one piece of data, you convert it to a different piece of data. Doesn't have to make sense, but it just means that you have to be able to do that conversion again reliably with the same data. So one to the other. Some hashes are reversible, some are not. This one's not. MD5, for example, is not reversible, but is in fact because it's so weak. ROT4 is reversible, and it's almost the weakest possible. So, as examples, or ROT14 or ROT13 or something like that. It's just a simple cipher. So, it's hashed on your computer. Then the hash is sent off. As I said, there may be more steps, but they do at least this much. The hash is sent off. Once it gets to the other end, it's then hashed again, basically, with what's called a salt, which makes it even harder to decode. And that hashed and salted version of your password is compared with the database. The database contains records of your password and other people's passwords, which have gone through two different irreversible layers of encryption, basically, to protect what they actually say. Only then is the comparison made. Because remember, you don't need to know that the password you've typed in equals the original password. You just need to know, put it this way, how do I put that exactly? You don't need to know that it is the same as what literally the original password was. You just need to know that they are equal to each other. I know that sounds like the same thing, but either way, if you convert them a bunch of times in deterministic ways, then compare them and they're still equal, then you're fine. So that's how that works. The comparison is not made with your actual password. Your actual password never leaves your PC. Therefore, these leaks are nowhere near as bad as they sound. Your actual password has not been leaked. Some personal data might have been, but your actual password hasn't been. So if you don't use two-factor authentication, you're still probably not going to be hacked. And if you don't use, if there's not other tools on the site which make you do another form of authentication or block the account if you're logging in from a new location, something like that, if they don't have that, you're probably still not going to get hacked. What can happen, though, is that these passwords, having been through two layers of encryption, mind you, and they're not quite, it's hashing, it's not quite the same as encryption, but it's similar. Having been through two layers, they are irreversible, but they're not completely irreversible. They're irreversible in terms of there's no easy way to reverse them, but they can be reversed with enough effort. This is what brute force is. Now, if we're talking about brute force, entering your password onto a website. Someone can go onto a website and just start entering enter A, B, just B, enter C, enter, and just try every single password. But almost every service that allows that will say, you've tried too many times. We're either going to slow you down or block your IP completely. Okay, so that's not possible. They can't try anywhere near enough passwords to actually brute force your password before they get locked out. However, that's when going through the UI that the service provides to then go to its database and check the password. If you just have the hashed and salted password directly, that's when you can properly brute force it. That's when you can actually run like billions of checks per second. This is why if you're ever making an encrypted zip file or 7Z file or whatever, an archive that's encrypted, you should use a much stronger password than you'd use on anything else, which also means it's much harder to recover that, because if you lose that password, that data is fucking gone. So be careful with that. But with most online services, you can't brute force them because they stop you, because it's easier to stop that. But with a file or with a local piece of data, doesn't matter how encrypted it is, you can brute force that. That's the only risk here. But each one of those passwords could take years, decades, or even centuries, or even heat death of the universe kind timelines to crack. Each one of them. So you don't have to be too worried about that. That said, it may be that some of these leaks are more dangerous, but theoretically they shouldn't be. And as I said before many times, that's just a brief summary of the minimum security precautions that are taken with storing passwords. So if you hear about a data breach and you hear that passwords are included, what is almost certainly the case is that those passwords will not be usable for years. You should still change your password just to be sure, but it's actually fine if you don't in most cases. Isn't sure this why shifting hash ciphers are a thing? Not sure what you mean. Ginger says, so to simplify, explain circumstances that would lead to a person being made vulnerable to this, if you have an account. But even if you have an account, as I said, you have a password, they get it through probably phishing or some human-oriented attack. Then they have it. They have the hashed and salted version of your password on their computer. The hackers do. But they don't know how to use that until they've been through the decryption process, which is a long-ass process. And even when they've done that, the site you're logging into, Google, Apple, whatever else, is very likely to have either 2FA, which you should use when you can, especially for services that are mission critical, or they'll have other tools to try to make sure that you are who you say you are. Google, for example, is probably the world standard on this. Try to log into Google, there's like 6 different ways that you can do a second layer of verification, most of which you probably already have or can use. So that's fine. Yes, indeed, Decker. So yeah, that's the explanation. Let's move on to the next thing. This will probably be gone, but I can make it come back. What was this? Oh, yes. Speaking of Honda throwing their mini rocket, here's a big rocket blowing up. SpaceX Starship explodes during static fire test. And I have to say, if you have to compare between a completely successful micro rocket test and a macro rocket blowing up on the launch pad, I have to give Honda the points on this one. But yeah, this is why you hire Germans or Indians, he said. What did you say, Eric? Sorry? Or whoever that was?
I said B2 target acquired.
B2 target acquired. I see, right. Yeah. Sorry, Eric, I just saw you mute as soon as the voice stopped, so I assumed it was you, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, just mute for safety in case.
All right. So yeah, it blew up. I don't know why, but this happens. Like again, what Honda did was impressive. They probably had mishaps as well, maybe not glorious ones, but if they tried to make their rocket 20 times bigger, I expect they would have more problems. Scaling is difficult sometimes. So I'll give Elon a small pass, but he's been at this for a while. Problems like this probably should be less common. To the next thing. Still got a lot to get through here, chat. I'll try and go faster. Just in, Keir Starmer places UK cabinet on alert for a possible US attack on Iran after emergency Cobra meeting. This was a few days before it happened, but it did happen. So I was going to show this as like, oh, it might happen, but then it did, so never mind. I was busy on the weekend. I didn't really have a chance to cover that anyway. Although actually, no, I had that ready for last stream. I just didn't get to it because we focused on the video. Massive explosion rocks mountains of Tehran. So what we mentioned earlier. Let's have a quick look at more details. Whatever we just hit, it's huge. A thunderous blast just lit up the mountains near Tehran. The scale is enormous, a rising plume seen for miles. No official statement yet. The target unknown. This wasn't small arms, this was strategic. What this could mean, possible strike on underground weapons site on nuclear facility. Tehran's mountains has classified military infrastructure. This was on the 19th, so I think this was this the day of the blast? I can't remember. The day of the attack. The regime may try to deny, but the footage speaks for itself. Something deep was hit, and whatever it was, they didn't want it seen. So is this actually footage of the attacks, or is this AI generated? That's just a plume of smoke. What day were the actual attacks, Jack? I think it was after this, right? This was on the 19th. He's fucking put his own thing on the video. Yeah, it was yesterday. So this was not related. This might have been Israel. They might have hit themselves again. Iran might have hit themselves. And actually, I don't know if it happened already. Interesting. Munitions dump. Yeah. Yeah, probably not important, but if it is, we're not going to know. Okay, what was this one? What was this? Adriana Smith. I vaguely remember this. Adriana Smith was a 30-year-old black mother and nurse from Georgia. In February 2025, her concerns and pain were initially dismissed by Northside Hospital. The following day, she was brought to Emory Hospital, where a CT scan showed blood clots on her brain. She was declared brain dead soon after. At the time of death, Adriana was 9 weeks pregnant. Instead of honoring her death, says this source, doctors kept her on life support for over 3 months to allow fetal development. Her family says they were told this was required by Georgia's anti-abortion law, HB 481, even though Adriana's family asserts she would not have wanted this. This, says the source, is reproductive violence. This, says the source, is state control over death. Bullshit, says JDev. Well, here's the upshot. Thanks, AP News, for ruining the moment. Baby delivered from brain-dead woman on life support in Georgia. The baby of the woman in Georgia was declared brain dead. Sorry, the baby of a woman in Georgia who was declared brain dead and had been on life support since February was delivered early Friday morning, her mother said. Wait, her mother? Wait, what? Woman's brain dead? Oh, the mother of the woman that was brain dead. Okay. 31-year-old Adriana Smith baby was born prematurely by an emergency cesarean section early Friday. The Atlanta station reported Monday night. She was about 6 months into her pregnancy. So the article was wrong about that. It said 3 weeks. Or was it? Wait, hold on. What did it say? It said 9 weeks, which is 2 months, just over 2 months. So they were wrong, I guess. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for her to be 2 months pregnant and then to be on life support for 3 months. That's 5 months. I don't think that's enough time. So this image that I found somewhere, which was complaining about it, I think it was just wrong about how pregnant she was. 9 weeks. No, she was 6 months. So most of the way there. The baby was fairly well formed by that point, I expect. The baby named Chance, of course his name Chance, weighed about 1 pound and 13 ounces and is in the neonatal intensive care unit. He's expected to be okay. Newkirk told the TV station he's just fighting. We want prayers for him. Newkirk said her daughter had intense headaches more than 4 months ago and went to Atlanta's Northside Hospital, where she received medication and was released. The next morning, her boyfriend woke to her gasping for air and called 911. Emory University Hospital determined that she had blood clots to her brain and was declared brain dead. She was 8 weeks pregnant, according to WXIA. Wait, that is 8 weeks. That's less than these guys were saying. 9 weeks. Wait, she was 6 months in when the baby was born, like cesarean delivered. I didn't know you could do them that early. Actually, she was. The father stayed, apparently. Shit. That's interesting. I must have mistaken that. So I guess this source was correct about how pregnant she was when she went in. Over 3 months. So that does add up the timeline. So she was 6 months when it was cesarean. I didn't know they could go that early, actually. That's impressive. 6 months is about as early as you can get and still save the baby. Yeah, okay, that's impressive. All right, well then the source was correct. Newkirk said Smith would be taken off life support Tuesday. The Associated Press called an email Emory Tuesday for a comment. It's unclear why Emory decided to deliver the baby. The Associated Press also tried to contact Newkirk. Okay, well, if it's unclear, maybe these guys were assuming it was the law. Smith's family said Emery doctors told them they were not allowed to remove the devices keeping her breathing because state laws ban abortion after cardiac activity can be detected, generally around 6 weeks into pregnancy. Georgia Republican Attorney General Chris Carr later issued a statement saying the law did not require medical professionals to keep a woman declared brain dead on life support. Removing life support is not an action with the purpose to terminate the pregnancy, Carr said. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Some may disagree with that. I don't hold a strong position either way, actually. Newkirk and Smith loved being a nurse at... Newkirk said Smith loved being a nurse at Emory. She also has a 7-year-old son. Her family celebrated blah, blah, blah. I'm her mother. I shouldn't be burying my daughter. My daughter should be burying me. Yeah, that's very sad. But you have a granddaughter. You have something of her now that you wouldn't have had before. So that's something. A lot of people don't get that. Earliest baby born, 21 weeks. How many months is that? 5, just over 5 months. 5.5 months. Yeah. This is an edge case. Why is this important? It was not important to the overall topic of abortion. It's just like, as an edge case, as you say, it is interesting to determine our principles. The baby survived, but is it right to keep the mother alive for that? I'm not sure. A bit ghoulish, but if the child pulls through, the doctors are vindicated in my books, says Callum Fraser. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on this one either way. I think either choice would have been acceptable. Just think about how metal this story actually is. This kid is going to be able to have the most epic edgy backstory of, I wasn't born, I was cut from the womb of a dead woman. That man is a D&D warlock in the making. Yeah, quite possibly. I wonder if it would have any side effects, the woman actually being dead while he was still in there. Decrow is right. She had no opinion of it, and there was no one there to say whether she did or not. But the family is generally trusted to make that kind of decision, whether that's right or not. So yeah. All right. How brown was the mother's sick puppy? I don't know, actually. April Newkirk, which could be either way. All right, next up. Why are these pages loading so slowly? Breitbart. Maybe it's their end. Khamenei says Iran will never surrender. Warns off the US. So again, this was from my last stream before the strikes. As I said, I'm going through these stories quite quickly. I won't give this all the attention it deserves, but let me just say that the ceasefire, after Trump knocked out their nuclear facilities and then Iran made a token gesture return strike, is basically surrender. Next story. Donald Trump says we don't want a long-term war with Iran. And we already talked about this at length. I'll just touch on this by saying, you better not. Because people are disappointed enough with the strikes, even though I am they're probably on balance fine. But people would be very disappointed. And this image here would be completely vindicated if you actually boots on the ground, which I don't think Trump will do. I think Trump there's been a lot of things since his term, which have been great, and a few things which we've been disappointed with. I think we are still on the page of he's a good guy up against difficult adversaries, trying to do things that we generally want him to do. That's where I'm still at, willing to have my mind changed. Next thing. Okay, this is a long story with a lot of analysis, which I'm not going to cover today. It probably does deserve a deeper dive, but I'm conscious that we're 3 hours in and we have not started to continue with that interview with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, which I did say we would do. There's actually quite a lot of other things to go over as well. So I'm really trying to get through these quickly. This is probably very interesting. It's titled, Iran has been at war with us for 46 years. I'm going to link this to you here, chat. And if you want me to cover it next stream, then please ask me and I will try my best to do so. Quote, America can't do a damn thing against us. Well, it's not so true anymore. Okay, so skimming through, Japan releases bombshell vax versus unvax data on 18 million people. Let's get the gist. What is this fucking image? All right, data. Vaccinated versus unvaccinated. I can't fucking read the axis. That's great. The peak in deaths does not occur immediately after vaccination, but occurs 3 to 4 months later. Non-vaccinated people never experience a peak in deaths. Yeah, so the vax was killing people. True. We always suspected that this thing was dangerous, and I think it was not an attempt at depopulation. If it was a poor one. I think it was an attempt to push mRNA into the market by force, because it was not getting in under normal circumstances because it was too risky. Pushing it in as the only solution to this sudden appearance of a virus, which I still don't think was deliberately released by the West. I think it was a fuck up by China that they massively covered up, and then the deep state just saw opportunity after opportunity after opportunity and took them all. It was never a grand conspiracy or an overall scam, I don't think. It was just lots of little groups that found scams they could run with it, and the pharma industry found the opportunity to push mRNA onto the public to make it acceptable so that they could make fuckloads of money with this new era of medicine, medical innovations. And the press helped them to cover it up. Because, in fact, whoever was telling them no was fucking right to tell them no. It is clearly not well understood enough yet to be a viable source of medicine for the masses. May never be. It looks very much like the vaccines were more dangerous than the virus. For all except the elderly or immunocompromised. In that case, I think the data is inconclusive. So that would be my take. Let's go to the next thing. Trump reveals Tucker Carlson called him to apologize for Iran comments. Odd. President Trump on Wednesday said Tucker Carlson called him to apologize for his Iran comments. Earlier this week, Tucker Carlson appeared on Steve Bannon's War Room to discuss the ongoing Iran-Israel fight. Last Friday, Israel bombed nuclear sites in Tehran and wiped out many of Iran's nuclear scientists and top military brass. Iran responded by launching missile strikes at Tel Aviv. The United States assisted Israel and intercepted Iran's missiles. On Monday evening, Trump cut his G7 visit in Canada short and returned to DC to meet with the National Security Council team and made it rumors the US would get involved and stop Iran from obtaining nukes. Tucker told Bannon that if the US gets dragged into a war with Iran, it could effectively end Trump's presidency. Tucker compared it to George W. Bush's Iraq war on claims Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction.
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously. Other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran. But it's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. And so that's why I'm saying this.
What do you mean by that? That's coming from you. That's
you get. Look, I knew Bush. I knew George W. Bush. We had, family connections to Bush. I knew Bush personally. I still see Bush sometimes, and of course, he hates me, and he does because I criticized him on Iraq, and that war is the sum total, from a historical perspective, of his administration. But I knew him, and he had all kinds of plans for the things that he wanted to do. But one.
So I'll skip the rest of his what he's saying. This is a bit sensationalist from Tucker, but I do get where he's coming from. It's similar to how Ginger said a little while ago that like Trump with boots on the ground would be. That'd be it. That'd be past the line. And honestly, kinda, yeah. I think Tucker's saying pretty much the same thing here. It would be I'd have to see. It's not the kind of thing where it would just immediately be it. I'd need to know why. It's not like there couldn't be a good reason for that. Even in the sandbox. But it's not likely that there would be. Even if Iran starts a full-scale invasion with their military of Israel, I don't think boots on the ground from the US is even necessary, let alone useful. Yeah, I don't know what that was, Canon Fraser. That was a bit weird. So yeah, I think Tucker may have gone a little bit too far there, but only a little bit, and I get where he's coming from. Blasted the president during his fire interview with Ted Cruz. We will get to that. We still have to watch the rest of this. We will do that actually very soon. Trump responded to Tucker's criticisms in Truth Social post. Somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, Trump said. Which is kind of fair as a reason. On Wednesday, Trump said Tucker Carlson called him to apologize. Tucker's a nice guy. He called to apologize. He called and apologized because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong. Trump said, if they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me, but nobody thinks it's okay. Trump said, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight, Trump said. So Tucker and Trump kissed and made up. Good, I guess. But the criticism of Trump, though, probably was a little too strong. It's coming from a reasonable place. A lot of people were surprised that Trump did this. Then again, he did bomb, I think, Syria, was it, in his first term? And, you know, as I said earlier, attacking Soleimani, if there had been more reason to think that he'd only done that because Israel wanted him to, we would have all been against that. But as it was, we weren't that against it. In fact, a lot of us were in favor of it because it was, I mean, he took down ISIS as well. Was that just because Israel wanted him to? I think that Israel probably is a factor, but if we divorce Israel from his reasoning, it still actually makes sense to do these things to an extent. Even though we're not really in favor of, not a lot of us are in favor of interventionism, especially in the sandbox. This level of intervention for the outcome probably was fine, as I said. Let's go to the next thing. From Ted Cruz. This is another clip from the interview, so we'll come back to it because we're still going through the interview. We'll get to that in a minute. Ted Cruz says Tucker falsely and repeatedly said Iran is not trying to kill Trump. Here's President Trump saying the opposite. Now, I believe I watched this in the pre-show of last stream, and because I'm trying to get through these quickly just so that we can cover the thing we're here to do primarily, I will summarize by saying that this video does not say, Trump does not say that Iran is trying to assassinate him. The interviewer asks if Iran is trying to assassinate him, and Trump speaks hypothetically as if they are. As in, if they are, or anyone else is. Now, you could take that to be an implication that Trump knows Iran is trying to assassinate him and that he is talking directly to them in a veiled way, but it's not what Ted Cruz says it is. Ted is saying that Trump says Iran is trying to assassinate him, but he doesn't here. He's just allowing it to be the object of the hypothetical. So, Ted got this one wrong. Next up, story from the UK now. UK parliamentarian files bill to protect free speech, told not to mention Quran burners by name in Parliament. A British legislator has introduced a bill to stop judges from using the Public Order Act as a de facto blasphemy law after 2 courts used the act to convict 2 individuals for burning Qurans. Blasphemy laws are back. Nick Timothy, a Conservative member of Parliament, warned Britain's House of Commons while presenting his freedom of expression, religion or belief system bill on June 10th. The issue is the way that sections 4 and 5 of the Public Order Act 1986 are being used far beyond the intent of Parliament to police what we cannot say about Islam, he noted. From his opinion, and I suspect he's correct, the actual act from 1986, the equivalent of a US bill, does not allow for this. It's being wrenched in that direction by the Labour government. The lawmaker explained that his bill would stop the police, prosecutors and judges from creating a blasphemy law from legislation that was never passed for that purpose, and that there will be no special treatment here for Islam. He told Parliament, quote, I do not believe that Muhammad was a prophet sent by God. I did not accept the instructions he said received. He goes on here to say stuff that I don't think is really relevant to the free speech issue. Lawmaker defends provocative actions of Quran burners. The MP reported that he had been advised not to refer to 2 high-profile cases of people being arrested, charged and prosecuted for causing harassment, alarm or distress to Muslims, or even nonsensically to Islam itself when speaking in Parliament about his proposed bill. Yes, that is nonsense, the idea that you can harass an ideology. Public Order Act causing distress to bystanders after they set fire to the Quran and insulted Islam. The Public Order Act is increasingly being used as a blasphemy law to protect Islam from criticism. Timothy told FYW, my bill will put a stop to this and restore freedom of speech and our right to criticize any and all religions, including Islam. The interesting thing I think about this was that they were burning Qurans, yes, but they were setting fire in a public area, I think, which was, it's not necessarily as bad as they were arrested for, but I want to read a little bit more, see if I can actually figure out what happened. While these are provocative acts, they should not be banned under a de facto blasphemy law, whether that be the Public Order Act or any other legislation, Timothy said, noting that his bill will restore freedom of speech and the right to criticize any all religions, including Islam. We should be honest that the law is only being used in this way because the authorities have become afraid of the violent reaction of mobs of people who want to impose their values on the rest of us, Timothy acknowledged. Greater Manchester Police charged Martin Frost with burning a Quran outside the memorial for the Manchester Arena bombing victims on February 1st. So yeah, I'm obviously not in support of the law being used against people burning Qurans, but setting a fire in a public place, I could see there being some consequences for that. His daughter had recently died in the war in Gaza, triggering his protest and the deterioration of his mental health. Judge Margaret McCormack told Frost, the Quran is a sacred book to Muslims and treating it as you did is going to cause extreme distress. Frost was released on bail and is awaiting trial. So these laws should not exist, obviously. The only defense I can make of the prosecutors here is that he burned it in a public place, which is, setting a fire in a public place. The second incident, a Turkish political refugee was fined £240 with a statutory surcharge of £96 for burning the Quran and insulting Islam outside the Turkish embassy in London on February 13th. There were likely to be Muslims in the location who would suffer harassment, alarm, or distress. Judge John Magava told Koskan, an atheist whose mother's family was killed in the Armenian genocide. Well, that would explain it. So yeah, I don't support the way these laws are being used, obviously. It would at least be better if they were applied consistently. But I don't think they are. I think they're applied with significant deference towards Muslims. So this bill that this guy proposed, the free speech bill, sounds like a good idea. Interestingly, he's a conservative politician. One hopes he will defect to a better party. I feel like I had this open for a specific reason that I was going to mention, but I can't remember what it was. Sick Puppy, the same reason they're tolerated in Canada. We have bad governments. People themselves have the correct opinions for the most part. In fact, that's even more true in the UK. The majority of the UK support broadly the same politics that we do, at least in terms of the main points that are relevant to the UK. Brexit, anti-immigration, pro-British values, that kind of thing. The majority support that, not just the plurality, the majority. And we have been very unfortunate with the timings and the structures associated with our politicians. And the politicians themselves, of course, haven't been great either. Democracy is not an instant process. I believe it does work, but sometimes it takes time. And especially when the establishment is being extremely resistant to the will of democracy, to the will of the people, it takes longer. I think we're going in the right direction. Even if reform isn't it, we'll go through and we'll find someone better afterwards. Sick Puppy says, we don't have a government, we have traitors that need to be dealt with. Do you not think, Sick Puppy, that might not be unique to Canada? Are you talking about the Indian government? Because that's your government. Anyway, next story. I just wanted to read this title, really. Turkey's Erdogan. Yes, I know you're supposed to pronounce it with a W, but I'm not going to. PM Netanyahu has long left Hitler behind in terms of genocide. Fun. Speaking in Parliament, Erdogan also condemned the attacks on Iran, urged a diplomatic solution. There he is. I just want to know what his reason is. Erdogan said on Wednesday that Iran was defending itself against Israel's illegal, crazed attacks and what he called state terrorism, and added Iran's self-defense was natural, legal, and legitimate. Honestly, I can't find much wrong with that. The nukes and just the constant threat of them going to use them in the future. Yes, I can see why that could be a cause for Israel to be very concerned, maybe to do something about it. But Israel preemptively struck Iran with no military provocation. I believe Israel were in the wrong for that. He also said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had surpassed Adolf Hitler in committing crimes of genocide in Gaza. Speaking to members of his ruling party, his ruling AK party in Parliament, Erdogan also said that Israel had attacked Turkey's neighbor Iran without waiting for an end to nuclear talks between Washington and Tehran. adding Ankara wanted to see issues resolved through diplomacy. He said Turkey was ready to contribute to a solution. That's the only story. Okay, no explanation as to why he thinks that, where the numbers are coming from, but I suspect, going out on a limb here, I suspect that he does not accept the official Holocaust numbers. Next story. That would be so easy to fix, John Wick. Netanyahu is not the president of the United States. He should not be determining US foreign and military policy. If the people of Israel support his decision to start a war with Iran, that is their business and their war. The US must not be a part of it. Now, is this a message from Thomas Massey? Is this a message from Ron Paul? Is this a message from Tucker Carlson? No, it's a message from Bernie Sanders, who, despite being a bit of a mad socialist most of the time and being wrong on lots of issues, is actually right on a surprising number of them. Congratulations, Bernie. I have found nothing whatsoever to disagree with in your message. That said, as I said, I'm not completely against intervention in every case, and in this case, if peace arrives later, what Trump did may have in net been good, but I do broadly agree with Bernie, and this principle is correct for almost every case. Next thing actually I have on my list is the interview with Tucker and Ted. Let's cover a few of the things that I should get to as well that just happen not to be in that position in the order, and then we'll go back to the Tucker-Ted interview, and we'll just do that until we're bored.
So would you also agree that anyone who has posted, and I'm going to quote, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories lifted right out of a neo-Nazi playbook, end quote, shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power? Yes or no?
Since I don't believe the characterization of many officials in the news media, I would need to see precisely what's being characterized.
But generally, would...
That's a pretty good response, actually, because it's a trap question. If he says no on the grounds that if he says yes, which is the safe answer, then the press get to act with his authority and call him a hypocrite if they ever find something in someone's distant past which is even slightly offensive. If he says no, then they get to say, oh, so you're in support of hiring people who are neo-Nazis. Well, that's not what you fucking said. The correct answer is that this term is grossly overused, and I'm not pinning my mast to either of these sides. It's a trap. The correct answer is that I make judgments upon people based on their ability and, to some extent, their beliefs. And I'm not personally involved. I don't personally believe these things that you listed, as far as I define them. And that's a fine answer. And his answer is pretty damn close to that. Actually quite impressed with Hegseth here. Have always thought of him as a bit of a meathead. That was a good answer, though.
Would you not say that if
Generally
we
speaking,
thought something
sure.
was coming out of a neo-Nazi playbook, it doesn't have any
Have any of you ever seen a neo-Nazi playbook?
place in our Department of Defense? Now, Secretary Hegseth, the quote that I just read you was referencing Miss Kingsley Wilson, the DOD press secretary. It's a direct quote from her, who my Republican colleagues on this committee have also expressed alarm over due to her comments. In fact, one colleague said, and I'm going to quote again, obviously I don't agree with her comments. I trust the Pentagon will address this, end quote. However, in the months since, not only have you not addressed these anti-Semitic comments, you have promoted Ms. Wilson. This seems to be at odds, honestly, with President Trump's commitment, very public commitment to combat anti-Semitism, which you just said you two agreed with.
That's interesting. I bet that there's some other factors there that she's not mentioning. It's quite possible that she is, I don't personally care about anti-Semitism, but they do. Trump does. It's quite possible that she is anti-Semitic, but that she's just so competent that they can't get rid of her. Or there's something else. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's keep listening.
So, Secretary Hegseth, given the rise in anti-Semitic violence, hate crimes in our nation,
is that actually fucking true? They keep saying that there's a rise in it, but I don't think it's ever been true. And if it is, it's like, it's gone from 3 to 6 this year, and it's all blacks doing it, or something shitty. It's all blacks and socialists doing it.
and to show that the Trump administration, your administration, does have a zero tolerance policy for anti-Semitism. Will you dismiss Ms. Kingsley from her role as a U.S. military spokesperson today? Yes or no?
Again, that's why I referenced the context and characterization.
Well, we'll send you the quote,
I've worked
sir.
directly with her. She does a fantastic job. And there's any suggestion that I or her or others are party to anti-Semitism is a mischaracterization attempting to win political points.
Sir, and I'm going to say
Senator,
that
you're
your
attempting to
lack
win
of an
political points on the
answer
backs of
confirms what we've
mischaracterizing
known
the
all
statements of a
along.
member
The Trump
of my
administration
department.
is not serious.
And I'm not going to stand for that.
You are not a serious person. You are not serious about rooting out, fighting anti-Semitism.
Okay, now she's just whining. His answer was fine. It's quite possible that whatever quote they've got for her is bullshit and twisted. His answer was very good there. He actually kept his composure. Accusing her of doing it for political points, I don't even think that was necessary. But she fucking is. She fucking is. And now she's whining, she's crying.
The ranks of our DOD. It's despicable. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to move on.
You're welcome to say that, but fuck you, stupid poppy, as John Wick says. Yeah, okay, his answer was good. He got her pissed off. She got no points. Congratulations, Pete Hegseth. My respect for him has increased. Next thing. All right, what was this? Yeah, Netanyahu says that the US is easily manipulated. The thing is, the US has had some pretty poor leaders over the last few decades. I'm not sure exactly how long Netanyahu's been in power, but the same as when I say something which is bad about the UK, and Americans in the chat say, "Ha! Look how shitty the UK is." Netanyahu has said that the US is easily manipulated. I'm not going to say, yeah, it sucks. So, yeah, cut me a bit of slack here, chat, when the same thing happens in the other direction. You've had some pretty shitty leaders, so have we. And Netanyahu has been... His country completely depends on manipulating the US. I don't think Trump is as bad as the others. Even though he is still probably quite open to manipulation from Israel. Or just open to sympathy from Israel, maybe not even manipulation. I don't think he's as bad, though, and I think that it will reduce in time now rather than increase. Right, so he's been Prime Minister of Israel solidly since 2009, but then he was also in 1986 and 1989. Quattro says, this is pretty easy, guy born to be a parasite. Yeah. Well, Matthias, the same thing should apply to the US. Yeah, that's a good point. Any rise in anti-Semitic crimes is almost certainly as a result of the influx of fucking Arabs. Yes, but Matthias, like Parthenax, he has overcome his evil nature. Right, so that's that. Let's see what's next. This one. Chat, press 1 if Quattro is the Parthenax of Cabal. Okay, Revolver News. I like this. I like this a lot. Trump's mass deportation plan just got real-world proof. After ICE raided a Nebraska meat plant, illegal workers were out, and suddenly the unwanted jobs were flooded with American applicants. The lie is dead. Enforce the law and Americans line up to work. This is one of the most white-pilling things that's happened since Trump got into power. It completely, and this has happened more than once as well. If these stories are generally true, it completely proves, as if we needed it proven, the narrative that we've been promoting for many years in the culture war, that the idea that Americans won't do these jobs is just wrong. It's something that we've put forward as essentially a gamble. Obviously, we know it's a sure thing, but it's a gamble. We've set this up, this claim up against our opponents saying we need illegal immigrants, and we're saying no, we don't, because Americans will do it. We didn't have necessarily the hard evidence we needed in the modern day to prove that, because it hadn't been tried in the modern day exactly in the way we needed it. But now it has, and in the cases we've seen, we're right. Americans will do these jobs. Same thing everywhere, by the way. they will demand a fair wage, and that's why the big corpos didn't want us to find out that they would do them. Quartra says, it takes great restraint to be born evil and not perpetuate it, as evil is a choice. Many who are not born evil, however, fail to realize this and end up perpetuating it. I thought you were going to just directly quote Parthenax there, maybe change it to being Jewish. Now, I have another story here which I meant to cover last time, and I could cover today, but I think when I do the story, I would rather Moch be here for it. It's something that she's interested in. Many of you have heard about it. It's the Hope Not Hate report on the Basket Weavers. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. Attend the next few streams. We'll probably talk about it at some point soon, but I'll do it when Moch is here, I think. What's this? Let's get the video. Oh yeah, no, that was just a meme we played last time. That was quite funny. Okay, in that case, we're now moving on to stuff that I have from this stream, which wasn't very much. Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordow. What we know about Operation Midnight Hammer, cool name, as US strikes Iran's nuclear facilities. Details are emerging about the US strikes on 3 key nuclear sites inside Iran. Here's what we know so far. US military provided details about which sites have been hit and what military elements have been used as President Donald Trump hailed the attack on social media. From the number of bunker buster bombs dropped to where they hit, here's what we know so far. Now, I'm going to actually skip, I think, because this is quite early on. Oh, interesting. This is before and after, I guess. It's very blue afterwards. I wonder why. Not sure, actually. Yeah, that's weird. Left to see damage after this. That's after it's damaged. Why is it so blue? It's really blue. Why is it blue? Different time of day? Well, I guess, but it's still really blue. It's weird. Anyway, one of these other articles. Yeah, okay, this is quite good. So I am mostly interested in how they did the bombing. The rest of the details, like they're getting down to it. I'm not that interested in the rest of it. So how US bunker buster works. So they use one of these triangle plane thingies. Aren't those really old? Like 40 years old? The GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator. That's what she calls it. The bomb is released from a B-2 stealth plane at around 12 kilometers above the target. With no engine, it is the very high altitude which allows it to generate speed as it falls. Satellite guidance allows it to steer using adjustable tail fins. The huge weight of the bomb results in a large amount of kinetic energy on impact. This energy drives the dense alloy casing up to 60 meters underground. I was told that was way more than they could actually penetrate. Finally, a delayed fuse detonates 2,400 kilograms of explosives. Sounds like a lot. We also have, somewhere here, other images of how this works. I'd be really annoyed if oh, there it is, yes. So let's open this. More on the way it was done. I don't know why that's not loading. Okay, there we go. Right, the US would likely use its own pilots to fly the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber to deliver the bombs. This aircraft has a range of more than 40 hours and can deploy the bombs from the US. It's impressive. So the first bomb would be dropped at a 45-degree angle to maximize penetration. Its purpose is to penetrate the nearly 300 feet of concrete and rock to pave the way for the second bomb. I did think when I was talking about this, like someone said that you can't penetrate it with a single bomb. Okay, but what if you use multiple bombs in the same place? You could get them all in. And I guess they did. The GBU-57 is a GPS-guided 30,000-pound bomb designed to reach and destroy deeply buried targets up to 200 feet in depth. The second bomb would immediately follow and enter the hole created by the first bomb to penetrate deeper to reach and destroy the target. So first ground layer, 200 feet, second ground layer underneath that. In some cases, the smart fuse can count the spaces passed through before detonating with the specific target space. That's very cool. Fordo fuel enrichment plant is built into the side of the mountain, estimated to be 260 feet under rock and soil. So it had to do 2 bombs, I think. So the nose, made of Eglin steel alloy, which I like material science chat. I had to look up Eglin steel. We'll get to that in a second. Is where most of the weight is distributed to create maximum kinetic energy to penetrate rock and concrete. The smart fuse allows the weapon to be detonated to specific depth. Warhead is 18% of the total weight, indicating how much the weapon relies on mass and speed for penetration. The alloy casing allows maximum explosive payload without damaging. I assume that those fins are shredded off when they get through a few meters of rock, though. But it's fine. They don't need to stay there. And the retractable stabilizers work the GPS to guide the bomb to the target. So, yes, indeed, Ginger. Eglin Steel. Eglin Steel is a high-strength, high-performance, low-alloy, low-cost steel. That interested me. The reason I want to tell you about this steel, chat, is because I read a bit more of this. So I'll tell you in a second. Developed for a new generation of bunker buster type bombs, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, which is what that one was, and the improved version of the GPU-28 bomb known as the eGBU-28. It was developed in collaboration between the US Air Force and the Elwood National Forge Company. The development of Eglin Steel was commissioned to find a low-cost replacement for strong and tough but expensive super alloy steels, such as AF-1410, AirMet 100, HY-110, and that one. So I just find it very cool that they had metals that could do this, that could survive the journey through 200 feet of rock. That's really fucking impressive. And they thought, you know what, these materials are cool, but let's do it for cheap. Let's build something that's just as good, but way cheaper. And so they did. And it works. It's very impressive. So I find it very cool that it has, it uses half as much nickel, and it has silicon instead, which apparently is helpful, and particles of vanadium carbide and tungsten carbide. Tungsten carbide is what they make tank armor out of for additional hardness and high temperature strength. It's very cool, full of all kinds of stuff. And here's all the materials it has in it. It's quite a lot of stuff. It's got 0.5% copper. It's got some impurities as well. But tungsten, molybdenum, chromium, which I guess is for corrosion resistance. Enhances strength and hardenability, apparently. Okay. Silicon, manganese, carbon, and then 84 to 90% iron. Very cool. Vanadium is used in bunker doors. Nice. Maybe so, Scott. Maybe so. Yeah, the entire thing funnier, indeed. Yeah. So yeah, very cool. Okay, good. That's actually all I really care about with with the bombs is how they did it, but they did it. Very cool. Now we are going to come to what will be the play out of the show. We're just going to continue with this interview. It's nice, easy content for me. And I think as well, if certain people would like to, certain people can come on the show. I believe, Quattro, you were here for watching this last time. So if you'd like to come on now, let me know. And yeah, I might bring on other people as well. So we'll do this, but I'm going to grab a drink first quickly. So if you're there, Quattro, it'd be nice to drag you on so you can talk to people during the Be Right Back. But if not, that's fine. Either way, chat, I won't be long. I'm just going to go downstairs and grab a drink. First says, reminder, during Desert Storm, we needed better bunker busters, fast and cheap, so they decided to use retired tank turrets. Yes, I remember that. I think the penetrator they used to get some ISIS leader, I think, might have been Soleimani. Or was Soleimani that Blades one? One of them anyway. It was an old cannon or turret or something for the body because the steel was so good. No worries, Quattro. Tell you what, I'll put you in the host channel. It's your choice whether you go now or afterwards. So, welcome, Quattro.
Hello.
So yeah, there's your screen share.
Thank you very much.
I will be right back. Just going to grab a drink. Quattro will either be here to answer questions or the music will take the place. So I'll see you guys in a minute.
I'll stay for now. So how's everyone doing?
I'm just happy that for once I'm actually able to catch an entire Uzulu stream. His insistence on streaming on Monday evening usually means I have to drop out by, well, around now, actually.
Ah. Well, pleasure to have you.
And no need to be concerned, I have not been fired from my job. Last week, I worked Friday instead of Tuesday this week.
Oh.
Which was a favor to my boss.
I see. Well, I've been doing more work on music today. Made quite a lot of progress.
Are you continuing your theme of remastering old video game music?
Well, I did that as an exercise to try and learn, all the techniques that I need, because it contained a lot of advanced stuff that I wasn't very familiar with. And I think I'm almost ready to do a remix of it. Really flex the artistic muscles, Because I've got pretty much everything charted out now. I have some placeholder synths, although one of them I might end up just keeping because I'm actually quite liking it. I'm not sure about the other one yet, but it gets the job done.
I get the distinct impression that if you wanted to, I reckon you should try doing a cover, your own take on some of the songs from the original Armored Core games.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, good.
Yeah, because the song that I've picked is like the most famous one, that being 9. Yes, Agent Ice. I've been doing.
You took his advice so
rendition
quickly
of
there,
9.
Quattro. I've scarcely seen a faster turnaround time on advice being taken. Impressive.
Actually, that reminds me. I could post what I have in the chat, since I have what nobody else here has heard aside from Cap. In fact, I even have it as a FLAC file now. A bit big for how short the actual song length is, but
FLAC is the correct format to use for lossless data music transfer, as far as I know. Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the software that I was using wouldn't let me export directly to FLAC, so I had to go from WAV to FLAC.
That's fine. WAV is lossless, but it's not well compressed. FLAC is way better compressed. But to be honest, Quattro, if you're just sending it out for people to listen to it, MP3 320 is almost indistinguishable from FLAC.
Yeah, I do have it in MP3 as well.
Yep.
But
of course, MP3 is way smaller.
Yes.
I think you should only use FLAC if you need lossless or if you're an ultra-sensitive audiophile.
Well, I quite like audio, so...
Fair enough.
I figured might as well have each of the versions. So you know what? Here's what I'm thinking.
Well, if you're doing music production, then yes, you definitely need to have it either in a WAV or a FLAC at some point, just to have the original. But if for distributing it, just use MP3.
Yeah, I actually might need to update the MP3. So I will
listen to this via the medium of playing it through a car speaker in another room for the most authentic, original experience.
Yeah, I'm gonna just overwrite this export because I did change the mixing a little bit. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I'm re-exporting it now just to make sure, except for some minor changes. And then,
right.
Yeah, I might throw that in the chat.
Cool.
So I'm thinking perhaps maybe at the end of the stream we can give that a listen. I'd like to hear what you think.
Yeah, let's do that in Pit 1 as soon as the stream is over, if you like.
Yeah, sounds great.
I mean, we could put it in the stream, I suppose. It's not really relevant to the content.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Save it till later, probably.
Yeah, no worries.
Right now.
Good. Well, I'm very impressed by you doing that. I probably would just pick the quicker route But it's very impressive that you've actually learned a skill.
I've learned to do this over the course of what, like 4 or 5 weeks now. I couldn't even read sheet music before.
Yeah, Matthias, I know you're probably just messing with Sick Puppy there, but for anyone that doesn't know, Quattro has actually learned how to make music himself. Yes, using, synthesizing it with a computer, but still doing it properly, doing the full process.
Yeah, so I have to actually find the digital instruments that I want, the samples that I want to use, and it requires so much care and time. But oh my god, is it worth it for the level of control that you have? Because each individual note is something that you have complete control over. And I'd be happy to talk for hours about every little thing that I did with this, but we could save that till later.
I could talk for hours about the same advantages in coding.
Yeah.
Which I've been doing a lot of recently.
I'm going to go out for that smoke now. So if you want to continue without me, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to say you don't have to do anything, but I'll be right back.
Agent Ice, it's still going? Because I used to play Chivalry. I think the original one. I think there's a 2 now. I just played the original one. And then I came back to it years later after, because I was very good at it when it first started. I played a build with heavy armor, big heavy shield, and a small sword. And I just played the long game. I was patient and diligent. I'd move around the enemy, block their attacks, wait for an opportunity, stab. And then keep doing that, wait for an opportunity, stab. Very, very effective. And I won almost every single duel I had. That was fun. Then I came back to it about a year later, and everyone had developed what seemed like basically exploits to win every single fight. Like people swinging around like crazy in all kinds of random directions, completely unpredictable movements. I later learned that, that became a massive problem, and the developers refused to do anything about it. It kind of killed the game. Is it that game, Agent Ice, or is it a different one? Because I know there was Mordhau as well, which actually had a similar problem in the end, apparently. Shiv 1 and Mordhau both had that problem. It's a real shame. I liked Shiv. I liked it a lot. Loads of characters named Hitler did nothing wrong. Okay, interesting. Shiv 2 is pretty newbie friendly in the main objective game. Is Shiv 2 the one you're playing there? Maybe I would give that a go, actually. Shiv 2 added held block. What does that mean? Some people doing ballerina bullshit. I think you're thinking of honor something? I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, that was fairly popular. That was the 3 different character classes. For honor, that was it. But yeah, there are others too, but Ginger says, Chivalry is indeed dead, and it was the nerds who killed it. Didn't see that coming. Well, if Shiv 2 is good, maybe I'll give it a try. It would need to work on Linux, though. What I was about to say, Sick Puppy. I don't know. I need to look into it. I only ever played Shiv. Didn't play Mordhau. When I watched videos of Mordhau comparing to my experiences with Shiv, it looked pretty similar. Anyway. It's Tucker time. We're 4 hours in, chat, so basically any time I spend on this is elective, but I'll watch it for a bit. My intent is to get through it, but last time we got less than halfway through it, and that was the 4-hour stream. So the chances of us getting all the way through it today are not high. But I hear that there's some funny bits. Let's see if we can find them.
Leadership. He's talking about the political entity called Israel.
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
I get Ted trying to trying to pre-clarify that for everyone involved. But it was inevitably going to be interpreted by Tucker as being, I'm not saying that. Yeah, that's kind of a minefield when you want to clarify something. The other person thinks it's an accusation that's what they're saying. Maybe Ted wasn't being so polite as I assume.
Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do.
Yeah, which is a bit far. Thank you, Tucker Carlson, who tips and says, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Oh, and buy my Tucker brand bow ties. Do you wearing a bow tie in this one? I can't remember, actually, having watched a lot of this. I can't remember what he's wearing. Thank you, though, Tucker Carlson, for your contribution. Let's continue.
But
that country's existed since when?
No, wearing a tie.
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated.
The time where it didn't exist was a long time. Was it hundreds or even thousands of years, Ted? Well, I get what Ted's saying here. You could certainly argue that there is a lineage leading back to the book of Genesis. You'd have to be fairly generous with your interpretation, but you could interpret it that way. And if you believe the book is literally or even somewhat literally true, then you would think, yeah, God is saying protect these people. But two things. One, Jesus said, put the old shit away. Don't listen to that shit. So you have to choose whether or not you interpret that way. And two, it shouldn't be taken literally. It's advice. And they are the fuckers that were writing the book. Of course they were going to say you should support us. Of course they were. It was not even about foreigners supporting them. It was about their own people supporting them. Whatever. I said all this in the previous part of this.
Created just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay. Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
All right, that's easily within the margin of error for translation. Easily. They did not have, I don't think they even had the word Jews. They were the nation of Israel. They were Israelites. The fact that the nation state today is called Israel it's named after what their people are called. It's not that it literally is Israel. Whatever, it's quibbles.
So I
I
don't know
don't
if we
remember. I don't remember the scriptural citation, but okay, I keep.
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is,
all right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're. So you're saying, as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just...
The problem is, Tucker, his motivation's fine. I don't think his interpretation of the Bible is the best I've heard, but it's fine.
Just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your...
Being a bit unfair here, Tucker. Maybe, again, like, good interviewers do things I don't like, which is that they try to piss the other person off by being unreasonable so that they say things. But Tucker and Ted are meant to be friends. And I don't think that... I get the impression Tucker's not doing this because he's a good interviewer. I get the impression he's doing this because he's just being a dick. He just wants to win the debate. It's just an ego thing. He should be treating his friend a bit better than this.
It's your theology.
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean...
If you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about.
Tucker, you are being condescending. I have to side with Ted on that one.
But I don't understand.
But Ted is unwise to say that. Ted should keep his cool if he possibly can. They both can. They both should. But Ted's a senator. Tucker's an interviewer. Ted should be more able to keep his cool, and it's more wise for him to do so.
You're not letting me...
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
Also, Tucker, you're the interviewer. You're not supposed to... It's not a debate. You're not supposed to take up half the airwaves.
That is, for me, a personal motivation. But I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian, it's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation.
To be fair, Jadev, I'm not speaking for all of what Ted's done in this interview. I think sometimes he has evaded, but on this point, he didn't. On this particular point, he wasn't evading, and quite a lot of the rest of the time, he hasn't been evading. He's been trying to answer honestly. I think when he does the whole like puts his hands up and then tries to make a broader point, you could definitely argue that's evading, and maybe it's intentional. He's done that a few times, but I honestly think it might just be because he thinks that's the best way to explain it. Now, he's a politician. I shouldn't trust him, but I get the impression that he's not doing that maliciously.
For me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm glad that he noted China, right? But maybe that's true. It's quite debatable how Iran would act with nukes. I mean, the thing is, Russia has nukes and have had them for years. China has nukes and has had them for years. Either of them could give Iran nukes. It'd probably be noticed, but they could. Maybe they don't want them using nukes either. Maybe China and Russia don't want to give Iran nukes because they know they'd use them, to be fair. So maybe there's that. But there's not much to stop Iran already having nukes. Well, Britain, it could be purchased. Same idea. A lot of countries have purchased nukes as their first nukes. Thanks, Ginger.
Okay. And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran...
The problem with this is, Ted, that Iran is not a threat to the US. It's a threat to US interests in the region. Assuming it gets nukes and wants to use them. It's a threat to US interest in the region. There is definitely a possibility that if it throws nukes, it starts a chain reaction that causes World War III, it causes human extinction, or something close to it. Yeah, that's a possibility. So in that sense, they're a threat to the US. But don't justify this by pretending that they're going to have built nukes that can reach US soil. That's a little further. They don't want nukes that go that far. They want nukes that go about 3 countries over to Israel. So he's being very generous with his wording there, implying that an attack on Israel is an attack on the US, which it isn't. A lot of Americans don't see it that way.
Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask how...
So I still have no idea how likely they would be to use one. I'm open to believe they would, though, and evidence seems to suggest it. But I know when it comes to nukes especially, that any world leader has to present themselves as just mad enough to press the button, because that keeps everyone else worried and keeps everyone else wanting to keep them at least happy enough not to press the button. It gets you a foot in the door on the international stage. I don't think Kim Jong-un is as insane as he appears. He is pretty insane, but I don't think he's as insane as he appears on the world stage. Same with Trump. I think Trump deliberately exaggerates his bombast and his warfulness, his willingness to be violent for the public, because he knows that's how you have to appear to other world leaders. Iran's leader might be doing the same thing. The death to America is probably what he has to say to keep his people hating a common enemy rather than hating him. It might be that if he got nukes, he wouldn't use them. I don't know for sure. But I think it's quite possible he would. Britwit says, Iran is what we call a local power. Them having the capabilities for making nuclear weapons is what is more terrifying for neighboring nations. Indeed. So yeah, it's very concerning for Israel. I understand that. The US helping Israel is definitely an opt-in thing. It should be a matter of guarding a vassal, not a matter of, well, Israel attacked them, so we have to help. Which again, as I said earlier, if that was the motive, it's disappointing. But even if you divorce the motive from the action, that motive from the actions, I think you can still justify Trump's strikes. Ginger says, by the way, unironically, getting the nuke is about half the problem. The other half is, okay, how do we get this ludicrously heavily object far enough away from us that we don't blow ourselves up too? Even if Iran had a nuke right now, their demonstrated missile tech is hilariously insufficient for transporting a nuke any reasonable distance. Yes, I know. But getting competent rocketry is easier in the modern world than getting nuclear warheads. So that would probably be a shorter path. And I don't know if the US knows whether they already have it, and other nations may be willing to sell it to them as well. So I'm with you, Ginger. I agree, but I think that would be a much shorter path. Ted Cruz has contributed and says, I did not mean that Iran was cute, simply acute. No homo. You think it's acute what? A cute country? A cute people? A cute religion? God damn it, Ted Cruz. Make your mind up. Anyway.
How does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity.
I mean, Israel started it, Ted. The US is Iran's enemy. Iran doesn't really have to be the US's enemy. It's kind of silly. Iran is Israel's enemy. But even then, the power disparity is pretty significant. I think the reason Iran is involved is mostly because, yeah, partly because Russia wants an ally in the region as well, but I think mostly because that threat narrative is useful to Israel, and as a result,
certainly,
useful to the US.
They've been pretty much artificially propped up as a result.
That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has...
Okay, Tucker jumping in to clarify that makes it sound like Tucker does know what's going to happen. He knows the strikes are impending. I mean, this video was 5 days ago, so the 19th roughly. So yeah, before the strike. Obviously, but several days before the strike, Trump may have actually not made his mind up on doing it by that time.
Has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar.
Yeah, that's obvious. Even the non-interventionalists in chat really agree with that. Of course, they did attack a U.S. space. But it was clearly a symbolic gesture.
But I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
but do you believe that's true?
I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they had tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that... I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on.
Agree.
But
yeah, yeah, we all agree on that one. I'm glad to hear that Ted Cruz doesn't know either. At least that means that me not knowing isn't so bad.
But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians.
Sure. We can assume that. I don't know.
So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
I have no idea, but I hadn't heard about it, and Tucker's about to say the same thing. Had you heard about this, Quattro?
Oh, in regards to this, there was a little bit of talk about this when they what was it? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the words because I'm just finishing up my last bit of dinner here. But I remember during the last assassination attempt, there was a bit of conjecture about that he was paid off by Iran.
Yeah.
So I don't really buy that.
I have some vague recollection of it. I may be misremembering though. Let's see what they say.
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes, that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term, rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary.
Bro, they can have Bolton.
Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration.
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean?
It is a big deal. Ted, stop giving us side details. Who are the hitmen hired to assassinate Trump? How do we know they were hitmen hired by Iran to assassinate Trump? Why have there been no arrests? Why has this not been a news story? Forget the mainstream press. I haven't heard anyone talking about Iranian assassins sent to attack Trump, except, as you said, Quattro, some speculation or some suggestion that one of them was.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly like they had actually done it at that point.
Yeah.
Especially considering the FBI's fingerprints being all over it. And just how obviously they kind of let him do it.
No one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden
administration. Well, they say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Let him finish, Tucker, for goodness sake.
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him. And they went and arrested them. So
why the hell does Bolton live in an apartment? I guess it's a big city. I guess they do that there, don't they? Even rich people do.
So yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it.
Now, that's the least surprising thing you've said so far.
And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians,
okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay.
To ask, what the fuck? What? Explain.
And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally
God, Ted, get to the point. I don't know why he does not even appear to be trying to evade here, but he's just, what happened? Who were the assassins against Trump? Or are you saying, well, it doesn't seem to me like it's typical politician evasion. It seems like he's trying to give information. He's just organizing it really badly. I was going to say, yeah, if Netanyahu misspoke, which is generous, by the way, and not that he lied, then what's the truth? Because you're asking Tucker if he agrees that the Iranians are trying to assassinate Trump. And then you're like, well, the one claim made to that end was misspoken. But there's these other guys that they're trying to assassinate. Make your point, Ted. It seems like we're just inching around the point of, yeah, there were these assassins who tried to attack Trump. Well, if there weren't, then your point is kind of moot. Yeah, I'm sure the Iranians would like to assassinate Trump. But if we only have evidence that they've hired people to assassinate other politicians, it's not that useful, really, is it? You can't really claim that they are, for sure. You can speculate that they are.
What he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the.
Yeah, so the only difference is that it wasn't specifically to, it's just in general. Okay, more details, Ted. Explain. We still need you to explain.
I understand. Okay. I understand.
So if I may for a moment.
Go ahead.
Don't mind. Let's suppose, for the sake of his argument here, let's straw man this a little bit, right? Or steel man, whatever the fucking word is. I'm tired. But let's suppose they want him dead, right? Say they do kill him. Then what? You know what happens? They get bathed in a sea of nuclear hellfire and wiped out of existence with the fury of 1,000 suns.
That would very likely happen.
Is in office next. Because, hey, guess what? You kill a sitting president as a member of a foreign state, your existence is forfeit. Especially when they have the military might of the U.S.
Yeah, that's how it should be. The US probably would do that as well. Yeah.
At that point, nobody would come to their aid. It would just be suicidal.
Mm.
But
maybe that's why they think they can
would even question it.
Probably. I think the left would try and take advantage of the chaos to gain power, unfortunately, but they probably wouldn't succeed. I think even if they try to go after some of those lower level politicians, they probably would get a similar response. And Trump would be there to do it then as well. If they successfully killed off Pompeo, I think he was still fairly well liked. Yeah, Trump just might bomb their palace at that point.
Yeah, it's not going to end well for them no matter what they do at this point.
Mm.
They've already pissed off the American establishment on both sides. Neither side of the American establishment particularly wants them to exist anymore, as they've outlived their usefulness, really. So it's either quick and precise regime change or cease to exist. Pick one.
Mm.
Because we know they're not going to just surrender.
Mm.
They're too proud for that.
It's nice to see a Middle Eastern country which is looking at its regime is about to change, but not in the direction of Islamists. Because they're already Islamist. I mean, they maybe could become more Islamist, I suppose. Or as Islamist. But it'd be nice if they ended up with someone less Islamist instead.
Want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States.
So Iran's just put the word out in hitmen communities. Hey, anyone up for killing Trump? One, that's fucking stupid. Two, it's ballsy. And three, yeah, it's really bad and they should be like sanctioned or something, but that's not quite go to war territory. I mean, I don't know, maybe it is.
Either way, that sounds like somebody who's wanting to do a false flag, you know, what they would do. Like, oh, I don't know, Mossad?
You know what, Quattro?
That seems like something right out of their playbook.
You know what it does?
They just get their brownest agent to go, yes, I am Iranian. And yeah, let's do this. Oh, yeah, but look, they don't know that.
Boo. Okay, there we go. I have put something up in enrollment for those that are interested. Seems appropriate.
Yes, and by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole...
Yeah, if Tucker didn't know it, then it's not been well enough publicized. I didn't know it. I don't feel as bad now not having known it because Tucker didn't.
Whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should like have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just
there it is.
Now, that is interesting. Tucker going all the way there. Now, I agree. If they were actively trying to kill Trump, you should retaliate with extreme force. I still don't think it justifies nukes, though. You should change their regime if that's happening.
It would give him more mandate to flatten the fuck out of him.
It really would.
He's suicidal to want to do that, which leads me to believe that either A, this is Mossad being Mossad and just telling fucking lies, as they always do, to try and further inflame their own wars that they can't win on their own for obvious reasons, or somebody on the American side made it the fuck up.
Yeah.
But can't actually substantiate it with any evidence.
Or Iran are just really, really stupid.
Because honestly, a lot of this seems to come down to my source being, dude, trust me. That's all they're operating off of. And as we know, operating off of dude, trust me is not very good.
No, I agree with you. The false flag theory is pretty good. I don't think it's impossible that Iran is just that retarded.
Of course, they've been falling for it, and as well, because they have this pride about them that will make them just want to claim things that they weren't involved with without realizing the consequences of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird.
Look,
so
if
people are
Trump
using
stubbed
the
his toe tomorrow, Iran would likely claim that they were responsible for it.
People in Kabul are using the lobby voice channel. That's interesting. Almost the only time people have ever used the lobby voice channel is when they misclick on it when they're trying to click on Billboard. And now there's 3 people streaming in there. That's interesting. I made that channel just to be a sort of a non-threatening entry point to voice if anyone felt like just going and hanging out but didn't understand the pits and stages and all that stuff. Lobby's just an easy way of doing it, but people never use it. But now they are. That's interesting.
Oh. Interesting.
Trump's ceasefire claim is completely false. No official or unofficial proposal was received. Iran will respond on the ground, Iranian media Fars News claims. That's interesting. Iran is apparently denying that Trump contacted them about a ceasefire. Maybe Trump said it to get Iran to you know, to make everyone think that Iran was just disobeying the ceasefire. Or maybe Iran just fucking changed their mind. I mean, the leader might have said, yeah, all right, we'll go along with it. And then he got massive pressure from the people around him and said, look, you already said yes. Just pretend they never contacted you. Who's going to know? And then we'll just keep warring.
It's also entirely possible that there is a soft coup going on internally over this.
Yeah.
I mean, the Iranian regime has been horribly unstable for God knows how long.
Mm. Be interesting if this was enough to topple the Iranian regime. We will see.
I guess we'll see.
And why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now? I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons, see,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago, you were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And you now, and look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so
I'm
just
totally confused.
Why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder...
The reason it's one of the weirdest conversations you've ever had is because Ted is taking his time to get to his points, probably too much, and you are jumping in frenetically like a chihuahua on crack at every opportunity to interrupt him. If this is a conversation, it's conducted poorly. If this is an interview, it's conducted very poorly. If this is a debate, it's conducted poorly. And it's mostly Tucker's fault. Ted is taking too long to get to his points, yes. But he is the person being interviewed, I think. I think. I don't know for sure if that's what it's supposed to be. It might be a conversation, quote unquote, rather than an interview. Either way, I would give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not being evasive. I don't think he is. I think he's taking his time to get to his points more than he should. But Tucker needs to calm the fuck down and let him finish a point before he jumps in and assumes what Ted means, because I think he's been wrong quite a lot of times. Jadev says, Ted is doing the same thing Putin did, go as slow as possible to avoid answering, and when he can't, avoid bullshit or lie. I don't view it that way. Maybe he is doing that. He certainly is going slowly.
More competent.
Say again, Quattro?
Putin at least appeared more competent in his interview because he, at least actually knows his history properly.
I don't know. I get the impression with Ted that he's actually trying to formulate it. He just wants to get all the groundwork in. I don't know. Maybe he's just very practiced at lying in this way and evading in this way.
If he's trying to get the groundwork done, it's clearly hidden behind several years worth of red tape and bureaucracy.
Maybe what Tucker is doing is just trying to encourage Ted to go faster. But in so doing, it's taking a lot of useful information out of this interview. And we're already more than halfway through. If it's not happened by now, Tucker, I don't think it's going to.
Murder Trump. We need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's the most... That's a call to violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said, which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked...
It's so dumb. Yeah, the nuke was too far, okay? The calling for nuking them was too far. Calling for bombing their capital or bombing their palaces if they are trying to assassinate Trump. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And if they are actually doing that, then I'm just standing away from Trump's strikes. Yep, fucking go for it, mate. They try to kill you. I'm not going to stop you.
asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter.
So do you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing
Hook,
it at
Pompeo,
all.
and Bolton?
I'm not disputing
I mean,
it
they
at all.
literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why that's even relevant. I'm asking about the president of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go to
I've already
how credible
said
is it that they're
I'm
willing to spend money to do
totally
that?
Opposed to that. It's awful. I am against.
But it's not directly relevant to Trump. Indirectly, yes, but not directly. So Ted probably was being a bit evasive there, actually. I think he's getting annoyed at Tucker being too aggressive, and so he's just being a bit of a shit occasionally.
Against killing anybody, actually, and
Okay,
especially foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that Iran is trying to murder the president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or you
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not...
Honestly, that's not good enough. No, if they're trying, if they even get to the point of hiring hitmen, yeah, you should retaliate.
That in and of itself is actionable.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this logic?
Yeah, you actually should retaliate for that, Ted. That it doesn't make any fucking sense, Ted.
Either he's a cuckold for letting them try and go, oh, you. Or he's full of shit and doesn't actually believe what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to believe a bit of a column A, a bit of column B.
Maybe indeed.
I think his favorite sex position is holding the camera.
Bugs says they aren't hitmen, they are shitmen. And well, yeah, but clearly, but still, if Iran is trying, like, they keep throwing hitmen at the wall, one of them's going to stick eventually.
I mean, they tried to do the same thing with Archduke Ferdinand. It eventually worked, but fuck that. Ugh.
I think I saw something about that in school. Didn't the guy who killed him drink cyanide afterwards, but the cyanide was expired, so it didn't even kill him? It just made him ill.
It made him violently ill, and this was also after breaking his legs, jumping off of a bridge into very shallow water. So he's sitting there, like half drowning and vomiting, with broken legs, and somehow he's also the same guy that finally did it by pure chance.
Yep. And that's sort of World War I, which is actually more retarded than his assassination attempt.
Yes.
Not the bad kind, the efficient kind.
No,
what are you
just
saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
That's actually a very good question, Tucker.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. Okay. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
That's a good answer, Tucker. He could have taken offense to Ted saying that or been snarky again, but... No, it's a good point, though, Ted. Ted, if they're so useless at violence that it's not even worth responding when they try and kill Trump, why do we care about anything else they try to do? As Ginger mentioned earlier, even if they have nukes, they can't launch it without rockets. I mean, the danger, I suppose, is that they just detonate the nuke in the middle of Tehran, which wouldn't be pretty, but it would be deserved if that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, because look, there's two ways that they would do it. One, an ICBM, which we would detect on launch, right? Two, a hypersonic missile, which they definitely do not have the tech to do.
No.
And even then, the yield would be so low that they'd have to make sure it's really, really precise. And if they're testing these things, we would know.
Yeah.
And hey, guess what? No intel suggests that.
Yeah. If it's a the thing with nukes is that nuclear defense systems are pretty good. If you can take out some high percentage of them, some will get through. It's the some that get through that will still destroy an entire country, of course. But if you've just got one missile, then chances are very good it will not hit anything.
Yeah, Pug. We had a bunch of Chinese drones, a bunch of quadricopters. Actually, no, they're probably going to use the. Have you seen China's rideable quadricopters?
Possibly.
They've got a fleet of these things. They've also got a bunch of paragliders because they realize they don't actually have enough money to form a proper air force anymore with how badly their engine building division is going. So they just built a shitload of paragliders.
Fair enough.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility.
But Ted, haven't they been close for like 50 years? Like, how much of that, okay, was it all exaggerated in the past, but now it's true? Or was it always true and they've somehow never got it? Or was it never true and isn't now?
If the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon, that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question?
A bunch of suspiciously Persian-looking men drive a colossal truck into just over the Israeli border, through various military checkpoints into Tel Aviv, just park it there. Just happens to have a warhead in the back. They set the timer, they run, they're not supposed to survive. They praise Allah. And then the timer hits 0. And superior Iranian engineering fails once again. And nothing happens. It's just this massive fucking chunk of uranium in the back of this lorry, and we're to assume that Israel's just going to let it in. No. Do you not think that any like large vehicle with suspiciously dense metal armor around its contents, driven by some Persian men, is just going to be allowed in? I don't think so.
Knowing them, they probably wouldn't even bother shielding it properly.
That's true. You move the fucking Geiger counter up to the back of the van and it just starts like clicking like crazy. It's just one continuous note. It's probably just bananas. Let them through.
Yeah, you want to make a Geiger counter scream. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed, Ginger. Yeah, they're not driving it in, Ted. They're going to have to missile it in, and there's missile defenses. So again, Iran having a nuke is bad, even if they don't use it on another country. The chances of them actually using it on Israel are fairly low. Like, maybe they already have the missile tech. Maybe they bought it from someone else. That's not genuinely danger if they already have it.
So here's another thing, right? Let's say they launch a nuclear missile at Israel. Israel would likely intercept it in the air. And you know what that means? It goes off in the air, and then every other country in the surrounding regions will be pissed the fuck off. Because now they also have to deal with the nuclear fallout scattered on the winds.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a dirty bomb. Like, suppose, even if it's a clean one, right? I mean, clean in air quotes here. Because it's fucking nuke, let's be real. Even then, that would instantly turn everyone on them because suddenly they're a threat. And guess what? They've used their one nuke.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they're going to get more than one together. They're not in the amount of time that they have.
Their smartest play if they have a nuke is just to tell the world they have a nuke and then do nothing. Just so they don't get attacked. But the problem with all of this, and I think you're right, Quattro, the problem with all of this is Iran is seemingly not smart. They would probably just try and use it. Even if it blows up in the air, the fallout will kill probably thousands, long term, sure. Maybe
And a bunch of
thousands,
their own.
And a bunch of their own. That's still bad. That's still really bad. And what Trump has done here is still a significantly better option than that. Iran launches a devastating attack against the west coast of the United States by not nuking California.
They just deploy a bunch of BLM protests.
Mm. All right, this is great face from Tucker, by the way.
They even have the competence to actually do that.
Mm. All right, chat. Do what you will with this Tucker face.
Not trying to kill the president. You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president. You sincerely believe right now.
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
Look how lost he is.
Oh, you know what, Tucker? I hadn't thought of it that way before. Well, why not, Ted? Why not? Tucker's right about this, and he's taking a long-ass break here. I don't think he's collecting his thoughts. I think he hadn't thought of this. Weirdly.
Yeah, this reminds me of a certain someone when he was asked, hey, do you have any evidence for your claims?
Indeed. Ginger says, actually, Iran would have the ability to set off a cobalt bomb, and they could fuck Israel with a cobalt bomb without the need for missile tech. Would have to be, how would they get it in, though, Ginger? I guess like with a missile. Oh, no, without any, okay, well, how would they get it in there?
They wouldn't need to. A cobalt bomb is specifically designed to spread as much nuclear fallout as possible.
I see.
All they have to do is wait for the wind to be blowing in the right direction and just set it off a couple of miles into Israel's borders.
The wind has to be blowing.
Set it off on the border.
Oh, okay. Well, they'd have to.
Even then, they don't directly border Israel.
No, they'd have to get it into, I think, Syria, right?
Yeah,
which really isn't that difficult.
That would
actually.
Well, yes, but in doing so, they would piss off everyone else in the region.
Honestly,
hey, guess what? You can predict the wind pattern, sure. You can't guarantee it. Especially if you're altering the composition of the atmosphere so drastically like that.
If Israel set off a cobalt bomb, it doesn't matter where they set it off. They are now the #1 most hated entity on the planet. Because a cobalt bomb, that is 100 Chernobyls just instantly.
You mean Iran, not Israel?
That is not an exaggeration.
So, I wonder if they did this and the wind just suddenly turns. Quite funny, wouldn't it?
It would be really funny.
I mean, there would be a lot of downsides to it, but it would be funny as well.
And then the wind goes right into India.
Yeah, the wind goes right into India, and suddenly they go from the most hated country in the world to the most loved.
It would unironically be an end to the Middle Eastern conflict because nobody would be able to inhabit the Middle East. That's what a cobalt bomb would do. The entirety of the Middle East would be rendered into what is effectively... The reason why I'm saying that this is a possibility is because it's a possibility. The Iranians are crazy enough to think, I hate the Jews so much that I'm willing to off myself and my entire nation in the efforts of doing this.
I'm willing for everyone in my nation to die of cancer just to make the Jews suffer. Well, maybe they would.
Exactly.
The leadership would go, it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
This
all right, go on.
Me just a little bit concerned, especially if the Ayatollah is being threatened of removal.
Yeah. Yep, that is concerning.
It'd be a certified Farquad moment.
Yeah, indeed. All right, Ted, let's see what you got from those 2 seconds of silence after Tucker's reasonable question.
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is supporting...
You're willing to take that risk?
Yeah, it's a really reasonable question, Ted. Why haven't you thought of this?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
But you don't agree that with Tucker saying that you should take out your enemies to protect the president. Like, Ted, or obviously you just haven't thought about this. Obviously, you're now rushing to find a reason why this doesn't make sense because you realize it does.
He needs 50 cc's of copium stat.
If this is true, it kind of does justify attacking Iran. He probably is right as well. It probably is true. Wow. Khomeini said, "I'm willing to sacrifice the whole nation of Iran for Islam and the destruction of Israel." Wow. I expect that he's lying. He's lying. He's not actually, but he would say it. And again, don't...
Discrution.
It does say disrution or discrution, yeah. Don't forget, whatever they say is partly to keep them in power. So I expect he's acting more dedicated and insane than he actually is, but maybe not much more.
No, there's a reason they call it Islam.
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource
and by
it to
the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question
to?
was
Why
why
would
are
we
you
have
for
Israel
regime
do it?
change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What
I haven't been completely on board with Tucker for a lot of this interview, but he's completely right on this side of questioning. Go on, Tucker, get him.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the.
No, Ted, they're trying to assassinate your president. You discourage that with fucking gusto.
Yeah, because there's only one language they understand, and that's relentless violence.
This instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you. I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it. But
I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners. Yeah.
Look, yes, look, there is power to speaking out, and ultimately,
good to hear Ted Cruz agreeing with that. Actually, wouldn't have expected him to.
The international Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation. The government of Sudan let her go, and so she was not executed. And I met her.
I guess she's still got the lashes though.
So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison, waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, "We will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus." And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that circumstance.
This is a digression. It's kind of a nice digression. It's a good story, but it is very much a digression. Let's see if we can get back on topic.
But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't. And actually, I'll use another example. John McCain, who you and I disagreed with on a lot of issues. I respected and admired him for his service and time as a prisoner of war. I think his policies I disagreed with vehemently and fought against them. But the man fought for America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by Vietnam, and he was given the opportunity to be released early. And he turned it down because he thought it would be dishonorable to leave before his fellow servicemen and women. And
or because he wasn't being tortured and preferred the comfort of a prison cell rather than war? I don't know. We only have his word to go on as far as I'm aware.
When I first got here,
there were no women there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, I have a baseball cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck and labeled wacko birds, which I liked and laughed when. But when he did that, I went to the Senate floor and I gave a speech praising John McCain. And it was the day he had attacked me publicly. And it happened to be, it was the 40th anniversary of his release from the Hanoi Hilton. And I just talked about what a privilege it is to serve with someone who suffered for his country, who served. And I didn't get into where we disagreed on policy on that speech. I just said, the man is an American hero, and I'm proud to serve with him. But that was meant to be a statement also, that if you attack me, I'm going to praise you, not for things that are not praiseworthy. If I disagree with you, I will not be shy about saying it, but for things that are praiseworthy.
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell at the Hanoi Hilton, and
oh, wow.
I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again.
Honestly, as much as I appreciate the thought, don't make policy for the Middle East on the grounds of what the retarded governments of Western European countries will do as a result. If they want to import £1 trillion, they will find £1 trillion to import. The US or whoever creating more Middle Eastern refugees, if Western Europe chooses to import them, that is the fault of the retarded Western European governments that make that decision. So it's not like it's just an automatic flow where if you create refugees, then they will just automatically end up in the West. It is the fault of those Western leaders, and if they want them, they will find some.
Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists, and they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time,
I don't even know
Trump,
what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur.
Of course I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually,
I don't think it's a slur, but it's perhaps a bit more extreme than it's usually meant. Isolation, it's not quite the same thing as just, I suppose, reservation, keeping yourself to yourself unless truly necessary. Isolation is the extreme. Interventionism is a more generous way of putting it. Warmonger might be the equivalent opposite, but then I suppose the equivalent opposite of that is pacifist, which is even more extreme than isolationist. So I don't think isolationist is a bad word for it. It's a bit more extreme than is meant by most people that would be classified that way, but it's not a slur.
How dare you show restraint, Tucker?
From your
oh God!
Because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him?
What about when the Ayatollah hires hitman to kill Trump? Do you believe him then? No, you don't. You said that you don't. So why do you believe him when he just says he wants to destroy America? Like, saying he wants to destroy America is easy. It's something his regime needs to keep a common enemy, to keep it intact. Hiring hitmen is not necessary to keep his regime intact. It's an action. It doesn't matter how bad he is at it. He's trying to. That's way more serious, Cruz. It's mad that you have them backwards. You clearly haven't thought about it before.
Yeah, it seems to me that he has not thought through his own position in the slightest.
Many
almost as if
such cases.
It was prescribed to him by somebody else. I wonder who that could have been. Who could have possibly been behind this?
I prefer, when I can possibly, not to assume dishonesty, but it's not good, is it? I just think he hasn't thought about it, or he's just been too stuck in.
Off, honest politician is an oxymoron.
Mm.
I mean, do we do grounded aviation?
An understandable response to modern politicians, yes.
Now, if you excuse me, I have a class on scheduled chaos theory to attend.
Mm-hmm. What were the other ones from Freeman's mind?
Deep sea astronomy.
That's the one, thank you. Glad to find a fellow fan.
Yes.
JPG says, so far I have been in favor of all the bombings or drone strikes Trump ordered. I don't know how you can use bombs like a scalpel, but that's just that's what the attacks Trump ordered have been. Honestly, it's hard to argue against them. Easy to argue against Cruz's position here, and I hope Tucker picks that up. Like, you take seriously him just fucking chanting, but you don't take seriously him trying to hire hitmen? No, Cruz, you've got this backwards.
Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite.
All right,
that's
Tucker. I get you're upset, but this is not a helpful line of questioning. I'm surprised that Tucker doesn't really see a better way to go than that. Is this just whining that Ted's called him names? Dude, if Ted's called you names, this is politics. Like, this is not just a conversation between friends. You want a camera. Millions will watch this. Fucking 3.3 million have watched this. Don't waste time by complaining about the words he's using, Tucker. I think at this point, Tucker sort of just no thoughts, head empty, didn't know what to say, but he should have. And I was thinking, like, hey, maybe you don't want to raise the Trump assassination issue again, because you've already kind of covered that. You don't want to get dragged back into the same topic again from earlier. Tucker knows what he's doing. I'm sure that he'll come up with a good answer. No, worst answer possible. Going back to a previous topic and just whining about name calling.
To be completely fair to him, I'd also probably be mentally checking out if I had to deal with this schmuck for that long.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. Some of the books.
It's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand...
I honestly believe that Ted is not trying to use it as a slur. He's just trying to use it as a descriptive term. I don't even know. Rand Paul might even use the term for himself. I wouldn't be surprised. It's pretty a common term. I think they used to be called hawk and dove or something like that. But dove has too many pacifist connotations. And they are a bit radical. That's like warmonger and pacifist. It's a bit too extreme.
Well, as Ginger said earlier, normally it would be non-interventionist.
Yeah, you just interventionist, non-interventionist.
Inflating the two is kind of different. Because isolationist, has an economic angle to it as well.
True. Isolationist is more
rather
complete.
Than just purely about warfare.
Yeah.
But in this context, they're talking purely about warfare.
And I serve with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile. And
I doubt even Rand opposes every military action. He's just very sensitive after Iraq, and he was probably there for it. Not in Iraq, you understand, but in power.
And you know that it is. It's a way. It's a way to call people
So which
names
of Trump's
and
military
make them
actions
be,
do you support,
and
or do you
make
disagree
them,
with them all?
and make them be
Give
quiet.
me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not.
Well, you're sure not being quiet. Oh, sorry, Tucker. Like, if that was the intent, you must have known it wouldn't work on you.
I'm trying to have you be quiet. We've been
I
talking
guess
an hour and a half. I'm asking if.
Guys, also says Rand does oppose spending money on the border wall. I hadn't heard that actually. If he does, I would say that right. Probably what his position is cut government spending first, then we can afford this program. In which case, yeah, maybe that's fair. But at the same time, there are some things important enough that even in the current state of the US economy, you should spend on them. The border wall is probably one of them. Hold on, let's get a picture of this and then put this behind that picture of Tucker I posted earlier.
If you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself.
Watch him come up with not a good answer.
In the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely.
Yes,
So
falsely.
what did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very...
Tucker, I get where you're coming from, mate, and I agree with that as the general broad angle of the policy. How do you not get... That's just an order above or below, depending on how you view it. The question. Ted isn't an interventionist. Well, okay, let's assume good faith first, all right? For making these terms make sense. Interventionists aren't that way because they think it's worse for the US. Obviously, some probably are, but just to set the terms, assume good faith for now. They are that way because they think it is better for the US. And isolationists, or whatever word you want to use, are that way because they think it's better for the US. The goal is the same. The way of doing it is different because they think different things work differently. So it doesn't make sense to just state your intention. Because it's just the same intention between the two. Unless you think he's lying about his intention, in which case you should say that. Or maybe you shouldn't, or it's up to you. It depends on what you want the interview to go. It doesn't help, Tucker. I said just now he'll have a bad answer, and he did.
Very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion. And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And I felt like, mistake. Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation. Right. And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies.
And that's pretty reasonable. I think a lot of people here and in this sort of realm of the internet would agree. But in my opinion, it's just a little too far. I wouldn't go as far as Ted in the other direction, but purely self-defense, it's a nice idea. nice ideal, but it's a little too far for pragmatic nations. It's rather like libertarianism itself. Libertarianism is, for any sane person, the place you start when you're designing a nation or a government structure or whatever else. Absolutely. But then you got to add a few things to bring it a bit closer to reality. Libertarianism is the principled starting point. But you got to factor in pragmatism, because there's a need for a few small adjustments. For example, dumb example, but just to give the basic principle, if libertarianism says let people do what they want with their bodies, okay, do you allow legalizing heroin? Is it just completely fine to have that? Some people would say yes. And maybe a nation can do well with that. But I think there's a question to be asked about whether that's a good idea. And I'm not saying I'd come down heavily on either side, but you can definitely make the argument that if you allow this thing, it will do way more damage than if you don't. And if you believe that's the case, that's a deviation you can make from libertarianism. And the same thing is true with what Tucker's saying. His view is very much libertarian. It's almost anarcho-capitalist, actually. It's almost NAP. Just purely that. I think it's just a bit too pure for this world.
Applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral...
Ted is not speaking entirely in moral terms. I have wished for more detail a few times from Ted, but he's not speaking entirely in moral terms, no.
Moral terms? I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Well, you're really not, Ted. You're really not, because they're trying to kill Trump, and you're just like, well, actually, it's like, I mean, do you care more about them being a vague threat to Israel than them actively trying to kill Trump? Apparently you do. And by the way...
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said,
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you
And I answered
support
that.
military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Then why don't you...
Well, why haven't we been since you found out about this? Like, that is a big deal, Ted.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay.
So
why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes...
You still haven't given us a satisfactory answer for this one, Ted. It really is a contradiction in your statements.
Goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... Okay, nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe?
No, Ted, you misunderstood him. He's saying you don't really believe in violence in the right circumstances, like when your president's life is in danger. It makes it seem like, Ted, you only care about doing violence when Israel says so.
Precisely.
Which is the common accusation, the common assumption. I would love to not have to assume that. I'd love to, Ted. But you're making it difficult.
Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like what?
So I've asked you the names of these people. I've asked
I don't
you how
know the
you
names
know
of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald.
You are a congressman. I'm pretty sure you should be able to have this information. I may be wrong. I would assume that you have the authority to have the information about exactly what happened. So get it, and then do something about it.
Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't...
I'd be curious, actually. I bet they would if you asked. But they'd be willing to. But Ted, we're not saying that. And again, we're asking him a question we know he doesn't have an answer to, but Tucker should push it harder, and he is kind of now, but he should push it harder more. Because Ted clearly doesn't have an answer to this.
You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to...
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran, so they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but
in
are
Iran.
they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train.
No, he actually is not disputing it. He's accepting it preliminarily, but he did say something which Ted misunderstood as being that. I heard it happen.
It has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
But is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say
ISIS
that.
is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
Look, I mean, I know why.
By the way, I know why. Push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why I don't
Assad
care?
is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria. But
all right, Tucker, you're really losing your leg to stand on when it comes to don't call me names. really letting that go by the wayside here, aren't we? Fucking sitting there cackling at him on the basis of an accusation you've made of hypocrisy that I don't actually see any evidence for on that particular accusation. Canon Fraser says such interviews should have a staff member on standby that just comes in once in a while and slaps both of them, then leaves again. Yeah, they could both do with a slap right now. I would appreciate that. Chat, press 1 if they could both do with a slap right now.
But that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know,
not a big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why, and you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die. But now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we...
Be fair to Ted, he's not making all of this moral, Tucker. I feel like you've talked yourself into this position. The morality of the situation, he's barely used that as a reason. He is talking about what he thinks is best for the US. He just disagrees with you that pure defense is what's best for the US.
He should take military action against the government of Syria because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is, I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria,
That wasn't a good thing to say, Ted. I think Tucker was pushing on something that wasn't that weak, and then you made it weak by saying that. I want to see what they do. I want to see what ISIS do in charge of a country, mate. Stop. Stop. I think some of you are being a little unfair to tell. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm perceiving more honesty than there is. But his biggest mistake in this interview is the hypocrisy of, they're trying to kill Trump, but I don't really care. Whoa, what was that? Israel said they're bad? Let's invade. Or not invade, but bomb them. Like, that is a problem.
They are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to...
Yeah, but Iran is specifically the leader.
To murder Americans or
I'm
not?
just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem
By
very
the way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually, and if taking out the head of...
Okay, well, if what you care... Tucker, for goodness sake, if what you care about is results, then it's not just defensive. What you were doing there with the defensive thing is stating an ideal. But you're actually open to interventionism as long as it works. Well, you don't always know in advance, Tucker. Sometimes you have to work on best guesses. Sometimes you have to work on reasonable margins. But if you will admit that the results of some of these attacks were good, then you have to either admit that you'd be brave enough to sanction intervention in advance on the assumption it'll be worth it, or you'd be too cowardly to do so, knowing it might be worth it. Unfortunately, I think Tucker's right on a lot of issues, but we are now seeing the contrast between someone that has some governance power and someone who never has. Tucker has never been tested in his principles. A lot of people haven't, to be fair. I haven't. But I think I'm doing a better job than Tucker here.
Head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so I'm wondering how does this
at the
work?
time. I mean, my point is...
You weren't at the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong.
Thank you, Tucker Carlson, who says, I'm opposed to letting the United States Navy line up our battleships for easy Japanese bombing in 1941. Yeah, I've heard the theory that it was that the US let Japan do that so that the US would have an excuse to enter the war. I'm not sure if you're trying to make a bigger point there. If you are, I'm not perceiving it. But thank you, Mr. Carlson, for that contribution. Solder says that theory is bullshit. I have no idea if it's true or not. I just heard it.
Wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time.
Well, I wouldn't say all the time, Tucker. That makes you seem like a flip-flopper, as it were. It makes you seem like no one should trust what you say now. But I know you don't mean it all the time.
You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran.
Yeah, I think the correct point is somewhere between the two of them, to be honest. Maybe, honestly, maybe closer to Cruz. I mean, he's hypocritical, but taking their broad position on intervention versus isolation, I think Cruz would be slightly closer to the truth.
On into a much larger mess. That's the concern. And
by the way, that's a reasonable worry.
Look, I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking. You're just.
Oh, for goodness sake, Tucker. Drop it, mate. It's big boy talk now. It doesn't matter if he calls you names. Like, he could have at any point stood up and walked out this interview because you are being an arse. which you know, wouldn't look bad for him, obviously, but you are being an arse. You are taking this less serious than he is. But he didn't, and he's not, I mean, he actually has complained about some of the things, but he's not bringing it up over and over again. Get on with it.
Just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could,
if there's a war.
I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know that the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
Yeah, to be fair to Ted, I don't think he at any point made it about the moral concern. I don't know where Tucker got that from. Maybe Tucker's too used to arguing with other people who do make it about moral concerns. But usually they're not people faced with the difficult challenge of actually doing these things. Now, Ted isn't either, but he's way closer to that than most people are.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
One of the ones they hit.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah. Yes. And Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that
funnily enough, Tucker was completely right about that. That is exactly what they did. The fucking Iranians should have watched this interview. That is exactly what they did. That's really interesting. Someone says, I feel like Ted knew. He might have done. At this point, Trump may not even have known. Then again, the complexity of the operation, well, it's not that complex, but I would guess they had at least a few days planning. But maybe not. US military is very efficient, or can be.
I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
It's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out
the U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And
honestly, if they've been trying to assassinate Trump, maybe they should. At that point, maybe what their country deserves is a good old-fashioned CIA knockover.
And there is nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels. I'm sorry, 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
If you
regime
topple,
change.
okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Now, I saw this clip. We finally got to it now. This is a weird one. Ted probably should know, but Tucker acts like he definitely should know. I think he takes a bit far. I'll play it anyway.
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know...
Tucker, it actually isn't essential that he knows that. It really isn't essential for what he does that he knows that. It would be prudent. I agree. It would be prudent. And you've clearly done your due diligence as an interviewer by memorizing this stuff before the session began. It's not actually necessary for Ted to know that stuff. I don't think.
Know anything about Iran? So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying.
Yeah, here's the thing, Tucker. You kind of show yourself up here as being, yeah, I know the stats I can Google on Wikipedia. But if you want to know what's actually happening there, you go to someone who didn't just look it up on Wikipedia. Because I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Ted knows more about what's going on internally in Iran than Tucker does. But Tucker knows more of the things that you could look up in 5 minutes and memorize in 10. Someone says, but Ted didn't even look it up. Yes, I think it would have been prudent. I think he probably should know that. But that he does not disqualify him commenting on the situation. I didn't know that, and yet here I am. Maybe you think I shouldn't be commenting on the situation, chat, but specifically those of you that are still here don't mind, apparently, so I have a stacked audience for that question.
Trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said it?
Yeah, but it's not for the assassinations. How long have you known about the assassinations and you've not carried out military strikes? Ted, that's an evasion. And again, I don't think it's a malicious evasion. I think it's just a good fucking luck evasion, something to get away from this difficult question. It's a really shitty one, and Tucker should be saying, well, what about okay, you only found out recently about the assassinations? You'll say, no, I found out ages ago. Why didn't you do it then? Why is it only happening now? It's happening now for a different reason. Why didn't it happen then? That would have been an easy line of questioning. You should have gone for that.
Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well,
right, so yeah, we found out that Iran was trying to assassinate our president. So 2 years later, a different country bombed the country that was doing it for a different reason. So we got them back, guys. No, Ted, you must explain this. This is an inconsistency.
You're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
this is
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And hey, why do you do the snide, oh, okay?
What do you mean? Because it's...
No, Tucker's right on this one, Ted. I'm sorry, Tucker's right on this one. Like, he's right to say you're a senator. People take your words seriously. If you're saying we're bombing them and we're not, that doesn't look very good.
This is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So
we
let me
you
ask
don't
you,
want
Tucker,
another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
the Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan?
Do you think
if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do.
Yeah, but he's not actively trying to hire hitmen to do so, and if he is, that's a problem. Someone says, if you're looking at advocating for a situation which could potentially destabilize a Middle Eastern regime, you should probably know how many people are there, so you know how many troops are required to manage the population if necessary, and what the main political and ethnic factions in that country are, so you could have an idea of how further conflict is likely to proceed. It's like toppling Iraq and having no idea that the nominally Sunni regime is keeping a dangerous Shia minority suppressed. I agree, Somnus, that it definitely is better to know, and at a certain level, basically essential to know. Ted is a congressman. He's not involved in these plannings and conversations directly. He should still know. Maybe he has looked it up at some point. Maybe he's looked it up to confirm his position on something, but has not memorized the statistic. He should know. It would be prudent to know, but for what he's doing and for what he's advocating, it actually isn't necessary to know. He should, though, ideally.
I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like, I'm pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that...
Just saying, you're a lawmaker, you're a powerful person in Washington. This is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
That's a bit far. Tucker.
You engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts, and to be clear,
I'm not.
Yeah, he's a journalist, Ted. He's got more fucking leeway to do that than you do. And another screenshot. Is Tucker a journalist? I think he is, right? Pundit, maybe sometimes.
Calling for the overthrow of a government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never
I can
attacked Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
if you never attacked Donald Trump, then why did you apologize for him after this interview happened? Actually, was it even after? It might have been.
Okay, yes.
This is like, after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views. Look, I like Trump. I campaign for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to throw.
Okay, to be fair, Tucker, the monetary cost of the strikes is going to be kind of irrelevant on the scale of a nation. It's more about the impact they have diplomatically and for the long term. As it turned, if it ends up being peace, which it very well might not by the looks of it, then it's probably worth it. But the actual cost of the strikes is pretty minimal. Probably a few million.
Overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way, isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy.
I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it's distinct from rhinos, but then Ted Cruz is a bit distinct from rhinos as well. Now, unfortunately, Tucker is kind of saying, I don't see how this attack benefits the US. It is, it comes back to his principled, idealistic, defensive, self-defensive only stance, which he has, in my opinion, proven during this interview that he doesn't fully hold to. He doesn't have quite the courage to make those decisions before they happen. And he's consistently comes out against such decisions when later realizing, oh, that actually went quite well. We should do that. Well, we shouldn't do that again, but never again. But that one went quite well. And that one went quite, and that one went quite well. All the Trump ones went quite well, but I won't trust him next time. Unfortunately, I can't come down on either side of this. Both of them are making good points against the other, and both of them are being little bitches almost the whole fucking time.
Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
Oh, no. Did Tucker not come prepared with a list, a fact sheet of all Jimmy Carter's positions? I know it's not quite the same thing as memorizing Iran's population stats, but similar idea. You're a political commentator. You should know all your positions relative to etc., etc.
I don't even know what you're
Good night,
talking
Castle.
about. Jimmy Carter? So what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look,
I'm surprised it's taken this long to get onto Ukraine, actually. But yeah, it didn't go well or look good for the West, that one.
No.
I didn't know Ted Cruz supported it, actually.
Pretty gay that he does.
It kind of takes the wind out of the sails of the whole for America's benefit thing, because I don't see the benefit there. I don't see the benefit there at all.
That's the neat part. There isn't one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yes, but you're a political commentator, Uzlu. What do you mean you can't extensively compare your views to cybersmiths while opposing Kizzers? I actually probably can. Look, Cybersmith wants to kill fewer people than Kizzer. Cybersmith wants to sexually torture more people than Kizzer, but kill fewer. So there you go.
Number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported
stunning.
the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine.
I mean, yes, Joe Biden's weakness was definitely a factor, but elements friendly to the US deliberately provoking Russia was too. I think there are probably other factors too. I mean, the US establishing a puppet government in Ukraine and then allegedly oppressing the ethnic Russians in the regions bordering Russia. Basically, the entire US establishment wanted Russia to invade. It wasn't just Biden's weakness, but that was a factor.
And I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm
like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Matter, or do you just throw out like?
Okay, it's actually a fair question, Ted. Like, you supported it, it didn't work, right? Your response should be that happens in foreign policy sometimes. We had reason to think it was a good idea. State the reason. I'd love to hear that. But then say, it's very complicated. These things don't always work out the way they look. Sometimes, as you were saying earlier, Tucker, sometimes the results are what matters, and you don't know them in advance. You have to courageously try before you know. And sometimes you get it wrong, and that was one time I got it wrong. That's a fine way of approaching it. I will disagree with you because I don't think there was ever a reason to go to Ukraine for war. I'd love to hear you try and give one.
If you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay. I do. I want to know why.
Talking
that seems like
an hour and a half.
True disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
Good point, Tony. That's another factor as well, yes. Again, I think they were trying to make Russia invade. And it fucking worked.
United States.
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Oh my God, Ted. If you're interested in facts and stop focusing on gestures and mannerisms, you are a senator. You're supposed to be mature and composed and fact-oriented. If you don't think it's appropriate to have this juvenile conversation, don't stay for 2 hours. Don't have it for 2 hours. Or whenever he does that shit, just put a wall up.
Okay, tell me, it seems super obvious. You're absolutely right. And I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong. And I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say, you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I, this will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence.
That was a factor, yes.
That led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly,
I believe a lot of people also say the chances of China invading Taiwan have risen, which I don't think will happen. Verdon says, you look like you're trying to prevent the solution to California. What does that mean? The pilot's helmet, by the way, is reflecting the Three Gorges Dam, an image that was added by a chatter, Wingman reference. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. Quattro, you like metal machines that you can ride in that sometimes look like people, but sometimes don't. Surely you know this reference.
That's an interesting way of putting it. I don't think I've ever heard it described quite like that.
Actually, it now occurs to me that it refers also to a certain channel you run.
I have played Project Wingman. Very good. I would definitely recommend it. In fact, you may even enjoy it.
My God. Me enjoying a video game? I don't think so.
It's more likely than you think.
Wow.
Free Cabal check.
I don't have the time for video games. I am merely an engine of code.
Okay, but what if we turned it into stream content?
But that is a stream. Any excuse to code.
I will be there for it. I will help you.
I appreciate it. Maybe at some point.
Yeah, okay. There's very few games that let you nuke the fuck out of California. Are you going to miss out on that opportunity to pull the trigger yourself?
Does sound tempting. But yeah, chat. Every single waking moment that I haven't either been eating, doing some other important day-to-day task, or streaming, I have been coding on stuff that is directly for the economy system or the economy system itself. Just in case you didn't know, I am actually doing it properly, which is why it's taking a lot of time. And I will be doing more of that tomorrow as well.
And this is critically important.
Well, I agree. That was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it invited, and by the way, look, I despise war.
Hell, I think it's possible that the botched withdrawal was to try to create that effect so that Russia would invade Ukraine. I still don't know exactly why the establishment wanted Russia to invade Ukraine, but it seems to me like they absolutely did. I don't think covering up crimes in Ukraine is enough to explain it. I don't think the military-industrial complex getting an excuse to make a fuckload of more weapons is enough on its own to explain it, though that's the most likely. I think it's a lot of things. I think it benefited a lot of people. But I don't think I still have a picture of the factors, the motives going into it, that is enough to explain how much they pushed for it.
There's a lot that we still don't know. That's for sure.
Indeed.
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union, the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his. Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that. But I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions. But just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling. I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative.
It is a factor for the war. I kind of want to hear the rest of what you're saying though, because Nord Stream 2 being a way to have a war in Ukraine without breaking your infrastructure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Yo, that is not what he said. That is not the problem. I mean, one, because they're German, but no, it's. Were you not listening, Tucker? I think what Ted's saying here is actually probably true. That it did that so they could invade Ukraine. That makes sense.
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not
fuck Germany. Germany are barely your friends.
Being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
Do you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to.
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't. Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked. And
right, but there's a net, Tucker, and yeah, Germany's fucked with energy. That's mostly their fault, by the way. But Russia would have been much better off if the US hadn't bombed the pipeline. Is what Ted's saying. I'm not sure I agree with him, but that's what he's saying.
And the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch, and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay.
And
so tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis, but I don't doubt your sincerity that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service in the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear,
and did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, did the most damaging administration
at the end,
in history.
Where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. That there's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning.
Okay.
They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt. Hold on. So I
and I are agreeing on a lot.
We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you.
Well, Tucker, if he's right that he stopped supporting it after the first batch of funding, then there's not really much more to answer. He's still wrong about the first one, but that it's an innocent mistake. He said after that, and also he said the reason is that it was badly administered, which maybe he could have guessed Biden would do, but voting for that on the hope without information that it will be administered at least half competently, and then it turns out to have been administered an eighth competently. I could understand that.
What
if you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been
that is fair,
spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war is going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from
Zelensky
Congress.
wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think
I think it really doesn't fucking matter what Zelensky wants at this point. Trump is basically going over his head to negotiate with Putin. And I was incorrect about how quickly the war would end. I thought it would be day one, but it wasn't. And I think that's because Putin probably wanted it more than I assumed. And Zelensky, of course, needs it. But both their countries want it to end, I think. But the leaders themselves don't. So they're not. And they're both trying to get the best deal they can out of the US. Putin's doing a way better job of that than Zelensky is, but of course Putin was already not the ally, so it's ending up roughly even in the end. If Zelensky wasn't such a fucking idiot, he could have got a way better deal like this, but then he himself would be out of power, probably, because his own people would have thrown him out one way or the other. I think, Verdant, it's less about the free money tap for how long the war goes on, because yes, he did have that. But now, it's more about the fact that if the war ends, he's got no more pretense to stay in power. Well, Ukraine is the country that gets shafted. That I'm afraid that's just how Ukraine is, given its position. I mean, they've already lost a lot of people in this war. It's probably just gonna get worse for them now. Whether the US throws more money at them or not.
Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. Mm-hmm. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why?
From what he said so far, I actually agree. He seems to be that. It's hoping to just muddle on in incompetence, getting paid billions. One of Israel. Maybe, I don't know. Atronach has relayed this update. Iran-Israel ceasefire confirmed, in effect, Iranian state media reports. So I don't know what happened earlier.
Funny that.
They made a small whoopsie. and Trump probably phoned them quite angry and said, okay, how about we bomb something else? This is a ceasefire, you're going to do it. I declared it because you're going to do it. You have no choice. Do it now. Put the phone down. Just 10 minutes later, our bad. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that.
Did I want Nord Stream 2 stopped because it would strengthen Russia and Russia's our enemies? It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
Because that's still not been, as far as I know, that's not been confirmed to be the US. Did I miss something and that has been confirmed? But everyone knows it is. Everyone knew it was.
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay.
I don't think Ukraine has the capacity to do it. It was a pretty slick operation.
So I don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories that have been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That
doesn't make sense.
I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in?
Deep state mind on it though. Just to, now that the war was happening, it would have weakened Russia more. Maybe the US would then win or be able to maintain the war for longer. So it does make sense. So it wouldn't have had to be Biden himself. No sense for Western Europe to do it. No sense for Russia to do it. I don't think Ukraine had the capacity. The US is by far the most logical answer. With, as someone in chat said, Ukraine with American advisors. Yeah, that's possible as well.
I guess you
so that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to who benefits, and it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because Biden was so weak. I don't think he would give the order. I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up was a good thing. So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah, and you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I gotta.
No, but it helped the situation in general, in Ted's opinion, and I could see that. I don't necessarily agree, but Tucker, that specifically the point is that, that's the downside. The upside was bigger. That's what he's saying.
I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
He's not defending Russia. He's just trying to pick holes in your position, Ted. I don't know why you've brought that up.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that, tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are.
Oh, there it is. There's the one. He's not as bad as most neocons, but yeah, he is in that camp if you've got to put him in one.
But I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
But that's
okay.
dishonest.
But I haven't called you.
Ted is definitely not just a simple rank and file neocon. He is a little distinct. But if you have to put him in a box.
Do that because name.
Well, you just said which you are, you just called that.
Okay.
Called me that.
Yes, you did, Tucker. You put down the moral righteousness. Frankly, you shouldn't have brought it out at any time. Just stop. Just don't bring it out ever. It's almost never a good idea. If you're dealing with family and friends in a non-professional context, the moral righteousness is still an iffy prospect. But if you're talking to someone who you're friendly with, but in a professional setting about international politics on a public broadcast, leave it the fuck at home, mate. It's not worth it.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names. And I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia
And you don't need to bring out the word triggered either, Tucker. Just so you know, that is a niche psychological term for people that have genuinely deeply embedded psychological triggers that they can't help. We're not just talking about people being offended emotionally here. You're using the colloquial version of it. I get that. Why are you using it here?
Defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Tucker, he also already answered the thing about Western Europe. He probably didn't answer it very well. But also, well, I say his position is obvious, but you're interviewing him. Or are you? What is this meant to be? You haven't actually specified.
he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our? No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a
very disrespectful. The description here says Senator Ted Cruz demands regime change in Iran. He's not interested in the details. Like, come on, dude. You not only are you supposed to be professional, you're supposed to be friends or friendly at least with this guy. So he's such an asshole, Tucker. Half the time I feel like Tucker's a really smart and well-informed guy, but half the time I feel like he's just a fucking child. A child that's been let loose with some really big co-hosts.
Tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
Devuno, during this conversation, I have found Tucker to be quite poorly informed. During other conversations, I found him to be quite well informed. So it does vary, but generally I found him to be well informed and intelligent and turned on with the right opinions, for my sake anyway, but not so much here, and he should be much more professional than this.
You're saying, but you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like I
know in what sense. I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all. It may help some people in the United States, but in general, I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia.
And we're again at this difficult point where I wish we could just make it a debate about these two sides, because it's actually interesting. Where Tucker's idealism, desirable idealism, good idealism, many of us share to an extent, is running up against what Ted at least believes is pragmatic necessity. I think he's partly right. Certainly, pragmatic necessity is the great defeater of all principles when it's appropriate. Ted probably isn't right about all the ways that you apply them, all the times they should be applied, but he probably is right about quite a few of them. I wish the debate could just be more specifically about that, since it is really a debate. Tucker doesn't want Russia to be our enemy. Okay, that's lovely. What if they act that way? Like, yes, I think the US has done a lot to provoke it. The US has done a lot to make it worse, to join merrily in the act of being mutual enemies with Russia. But if the US had done nothing, Russia probably still would have partaken. So if you want to make friends with someone and you can't, then do you just let that go? Just let them do whatever they want? Because raising to the same level as them sucks, but it's the only way to dissuade them. And unfortunately, that's sort of the natural resting point, the equilibrium for this relationship. I'm not saying that's the only way of dealing with this situation, because I don't know how much Russia would do on their own. I'm sure that there are smarter ways of dealing with it than has been done in the past. But I do feel as if Tucker is being too idealistic here.
Well, I think part of the problem is that the establishment for the longest time has gone out of their way to just cause as many problems as possible with pretty much everyone.
Mm.
And because of that, it creates more unwillingness to cooperate than there otherwise would be.
Yeah, probably. Still,
after the fall of the USSR, they were in a pretty good position to start being more open with America. And for some reason, it just wasn't capitalized on properly.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
No idea why.
Yeah, I think
financially it doesn't make any sense.
I think the resting point is not zero. That's what I'm saying. I think Russia would still pursue ambition, even if the US wasn't messing with them. And the US could have responded to that pursuit probably in much smarter ways to keep it at a lower equilibrium. Where it is now is a quite raised equilibrium. So both have a point here in that the principles are good to stick to, but it is very naive to state them as absolutes. And Tucker is sort of doing that here, pretty close to doing that, while at the same time saying it's about results. Which, again, I don't think he realizes that that is a contradiction.
I think it is in our interest
to
be
be
at
Russia
war with
aligned
Russia.
with China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think he is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that.
Okay.
But I'm not naive, and like I watched your
bad
episode.
Man. He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched.
He is, though. He really is.
Your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm
was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like, I don't get
like when
the
you called me into something. You weren't attacking me, you were just noticing.
No,
but
Tucker, stop being a bitch. Answer the question.
May I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And
but I can agree with you.
No, but I was accused of being, I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is.
It looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs and no homeless people.
All right.
That's all quite fair, actually.
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So, look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies around the world.
Republican senators, Republicans they don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that,
and our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused.
Finally saying it.
So you believe that I don't care about America? I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either. Like nobody cares.
I believe that your focus.
They should focus more on America itself. Absolutely.
You think that the party is saying that, MAGA would actually believe in the cause rather than just say it and do nothing of value.
Right. I agree. The mitigation on that, not the counter argument, is mitigation, is that international affairs are time sensitive and home affairs sometimes are, often aren't. Now, they should be fixed as soon as possible, but the international affairs and like things that other nations are doing can come down to the minute or the second in how sensitive the timing needs to be. Home affairs are sensitive to the weeks, months, even years. So sometimes you need to react to international affairs. And as much as I wish...
We'll take this case for example, right? Not to interrupt you, but take this case for example with Iran, right? Who the fuck cares? Aside from Israel, who the fuck actually cares and isn't just pretending to? It's not our problem. It certainly isn't even Europe's problem. If a bunch of desert pedophiles want to kill each other, why should we care? Why should anyone care?
There's a few reasons why it might make sense. If Iran used a nuke in any way, it might set off a chain reaction of other countries using nukes. It might set off a reaction of
flatten the whole region.
Well, not just the Middle East. If nukes fly from Iran, no matter where they hit, other countries in the region might perceive that as the start of nuclear hostilities against them or against their allies. If a nuke goes off in Tehran because they moved it there temporarily and accidentally triggered it, they might assume the US has nuked Tehran. They might just nuke Israel at that point. Even if it goes off in Tehran, it's going to kill loads of people with cancer later. Iran having a nuke is, in fact, bad for the region, and then possibly it could spread outwards as well. It doesn't directly affect the US, almost certainly. You're correct. But the point I'm making, and with this as well, is being completely isolationist does risk giving bad countries too much power. I think the reason that Russia and China are near peers and not peers to a large extent is because the US keeps the pressure on everywhere. I think it needs Israel to do that to a large extent.
Well, I think the answer is pretty simple. It's you build it, we nuke you. We catch you, you're done. You get flattened. You get wiped off the map. You get turned into a crater. Turn that sand into glass.
And if the US was the only country that had
the
nukes,
willingness to follow through with it.
If the US was the only country that had nukes, that would be fine. But it's not. And
okay, yeah, but who's actually going to hold them accountable?
I don't know. The risk of Russia responding by nuking
Chinese
Israel at that point? I mean,
Russia wouldn't do it. They're too controlled by Israel as well. I know for a fact.
Fair enough.
Insider info.
But maybe China. If Iran,
China maybe, but they also don't really care. And I'll tell you why. Because one, they already have so many internal issues they can't actually do anything about it. They can barely build enough equipment that actually lasts long enough to do anything of value. They can barely even protect their own borders. That's why they keep having all these skirmishes with India where they've both simultaneously agreed, yeah, we're not going to use any real, we're not going to use any firearms. We're not going to use our guided munitions because neither side really has shit that actually works. They're just using melee weapons. And the excuse is, oh, well, we don't want a hot war. But we all know. It's because neither side can actually afford to do anything. It's just
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
But look, the economic state of both China and India is fucking dire. They are both always on the verge of just collapsing. Because this is the natural result of their policies. They can barely afford to exist, let alone go to war.
Yeah.
And if they were dumb enough to use even a single nuke, that'd be the end. Because logistically speaking, America could practically nuke the rest of the entire planet and still be fine.
I hope you're right. I don't know if that may be underestimating our enemies.
Perhaps, but from what intel I do have, which is fairly recent, I don't think that anyone really has the capability. Even if the entire world were to somehow team up against America, it would still be very one-sided, given the amount of resources that they have.
Possibly.
At the very worst case scenario, it might be a stalemate.
I don't know. That may be true. I'd hope so. I think with the wrong leader, the US could militaries survive on logistics organization. If it was done wrongly, it could be a lot less effective than that. Under Biden, I wouldn't say that's the same as under
war broke out tomorrow, right? Say it happens. Logistically, America would still come out on top. Even though America's not in the best state that it's ever been. Like logistically, they have the capability to deploy a Burger King anywhere in the world in less than 24 hours. They give no fucks. It doesn't matter how much it costs them.
Yeah,
they'll do it.
Yeah. I don't know how much of this is underestimating other countries and how much of it's overestimating America. That can happen. It doesn't mean it can always happen. A lot of that is down to specific organization for specific places. And the amount of rot that's being covered up in other countries, I'm cautious that we're unaware of how much is being covered up locally as well. That said, still, yes.
Oh, there's a fair bit.
Yes, America would have little trouble against any single nation. I think every nation would be less easy, but any single nation, yes. But I think, as I said, I think that state of affairs is in part because the US and its allies keep up pressure around the world. I think the strategy of defense only or of it's not our problem is generally fine. But I do, you look at the fact that the US hasn't been doing that and it's in this state. And I don't want to fall into the trap of like socialists thinking, look, they're rich. If we tax them more, we'll have more money. No, they just leave. The system reacts to your changes to it. I think it's possible that if we stop with all overseas diplomatic and military geopolitical dealings, then the status quo will change. You can't just rely on having that power without doing something to maintain it.
Yeah. Well, again, I have no problem with diplomacy. But if you want to fuck around, you're going to find out. And that's what they got to remember. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. My philosophy when it comes to this is I don't want to see you become a problem. But if you do, God help you.
Yeah, well, Iran was kind of playing stupid games when they turned down Trump's nuclear deal.
Mm-hmm.
Israel then played stupid games by attacking them first, to be fair. But Iran won their stupid prize.
This is why I've said from the beginning, flatten both. They both deserve it. They will never learn to play nice. They don't want to.
I wonder if there will be a time in the near future where the probably mostly moral inhibition against just killing millions of people will just be put on the shelf temporarily. And the countries that have the ability to kill millions of people quickest will survive, and those that don't won't. The world's all a bit interconnected, though. I wonder if any economy would survive, even one major country being wiped out.
Well, see, that's the key part of it. You don't need to do it to a major country because these are small players that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And honestly, removing them would be a net benefit to the rest of the world. Considering the sheer amounts of negative influence that they have. Malevolent, even. I mean, think about the amount of damage that the existence of Mossad has done. Just on the one side, right? Think about how many lives have been ruined because of their mere existence.
Nothing I'm saying is defending Israel's actions or even its existence really. I think it should be, if anything, a US vassal. And probably that was the original intention, but they're just very good at one thing.
Like, I do agree as well that morally, yes, it is wrong to get civilians wrapped up in this as casualties, right? Morally, that is wrong. Objectively so. Realistically and pragmatically, however, you kind of can't get around that so easily.
Well, if you're trying to end entire nations, then no. I guess the ideal would be that you don't need to.
Especially if they're willing to fight to the last man. In that case, you kind of have to make a demonstration. Not that I like it. I don't like that things are this way.
Usually the best way to
acknowledge that it is.
The best way to deal with any problem is usually the lowest energy solution. The one that requires you to input the least energy. And usually in nation versus nation, that's something clever rather than something extreme. But something extreme is the easiest way, or the easiest way to think of. And with nukes on the table, more often these days, countries try to think of a clever way to solve problems. And that's what most of this dealing is. That's what most geopolitics is. And so it's definitely smarter if you can solve the problem by just saying no to Israel a few times rather than destroying Israel completely. The first is definitely the lowest energy solution, if it will work.
See, the problem with that, no, because normally I would agree, but with Israel, you can't really do that because of how inherently subversive they are. Their entire structure as a government relies on predating upon every weakness in your government in order to exert their power. Which is why, realistically, the only way to deal with them is to wipe them out. And this has been the thing that pretty much every ruler that has dealt with this problem throughout all of humanity has had to contend with at some point. It's just now it's easier than ever to actually do it. You don't get kicked out of 109 bars if it's not your fault ever. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Maybe that will be the solution in the future. Someone says, what's lower energy than just pushing a red button? Yeah, well, for the leader doing it, it's low energy.
It takes a lot of time, effort, and manpower to build a nuke, sure.
Yeah, and you've got to replace it too, and all that stuff. So when I say low energy, I'm taking into account the entire...
If they're just going to sit unused, you might as well put them to use at some point for something.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the entire energy cost as far as one can take it into account. So you'd be including the fallout in that. You'd be including the furore, the world. You'd be including the risk of other nations launching nukes as well. Like, okay, the say crazy situation, the US nukes Israel. Pakistan thinks, ooh, I guess that's on the table now. Nukes India, right? A lot of us wouldn't feel too bad about that. But now
I'd fucking cheer.
Yeah. But now North Korea nukes
each other into oblivion.
But now North Korea nukes Japan with nukes they got from China. And then
in which case North Korea would cease to exist in a femtosecond.
Yeah, I agree, but so would a large portion of Japan. I don't know, it's just, you don't want that chain reaction to start.
Sometimes you have to make a trade-off.
I feel like the stupidity of World War I starting is a great lesson as to how easy it would be for World War III to start. And if it starts with a chain reaction of nukes, then the longer that goes on for, the less chance there is for the survival of the species.
Well, again, it's just down to who wants to fuck around, who wants to find out.
We're very near the end of this interview now. Let us continue.
Focus is way too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way, I emphatically agree with
Ukraine. You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
how much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah. So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value to, there is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But I think we have all sorts of tools to stand up to our enemies. And I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States.
Okay.
They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. We're your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism, always have been. I don't think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States.
Can I say something? I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
You just said world leaders all kill people, and there's a moral.
I think he was just being broad, like a lot of them do. Probably the majority of them do.
Relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. That statement was the essence.
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. Okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say world leaders all kill people?
I'm saying I'm against killing people in general. And hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing into China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And
that's good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China. It's a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even talking
other countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like, I'm distressed.
You're the one playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaigned for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying,
when you said every world leader kills people, it puts them all
more emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral difference between America and our enemies? Is there a moral difference between America?
Of course.
And what is it? Articulate it. It's valuable to say why. Why are we?
I think Ted is jumping down his throat here on the basis of a throwaway comment that Tucker made that was just too broadly specific. He was not saying every single world leader kills people. He was just saying it's common, I think. Someone says, yes, Tucker is pretty much correct, and that's something you have to make peace with to a certain degree. Some have to kill more than others because different people in different regions are different, and different means are required for stability. Agreed, unfortunately. I've said that for a while, ever since Assad was a main topic of conversation. Unfortunately. True. But I think you see what I mean though, Eric. When he was trying to be broad and vague, he was instead broad and specific. Or I suppose it's more, yeah, I suppose so. I see what you mean there, Eric, yeah. He was, instead of trying to be vague, he was merely broad but absolute.
A better country founded on better values than China. What's the difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking you questions about AIPAC, I love America is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. But you called me those names. Thank you, Senator.
Jesus, Tucker's laugh is so fucking cringe. If you could just tone it down from 11 to 10, I think we'd all be much better off. Someone says, just look at the last Shah of Iran, who fell after Carter stopped supporting him and Russia backed the mullahs. The Shah absolutely had to kill a lot of people to keep a lid on dangerous multicultural mix in his domain, and much like with Saddam later, removing that pressure made everything worse. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, I think I presented all my points there. I'm also a bit tired now, so I may not be articulating it well, but I think the strikes from Trump are less unjustifiable than some people are giving it credit for, but I still I have a lot of misgivings about it. If there is peace now, then I think we can move on without it being too big an issue. We'll see what happens next. I don't think Trump intends to boot on the ground. I don't think he intends to do any more sandbox adventurism. I think it's supposed to be limited strikes like it was in his first term. If that's the case, fine. And maybe it is for the best, but I do hope it's not too much motivated by just Israel whining. The mood before this, I did get the sense that Trump was a little less friendly to Israel than we all expected. Perhaps that is still his intention. Perhaps despite the fact that he's done this, he has not done it for Israel. We will see. Maybe a bit hopeful. The issue of completely defensive international military policy versus sort of smart interventionism, smart minimal interventionism is definitely one that I think we need to discuss. I would not say that I am completely on the defensive only position. It's definitely a good leaning. It's a good starting point. When you've got politicians you can't trust very much, you should vigorously push them not to fuck around elsewhere in the world. Unfortunately, I think failing to play the chessboard is probably worse than just playing it a bit, at least with some degree of competence. But we don't really have a lot of samples to tell on that because we've always been playing the chessboard. Yeah, we finally got through it, chat, and we've actually got through everything. We got through all the content. We did it. We've been going for 6 3/4 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. It's now almost 5 a.m. So I will join you all in pit 1, but I will probably go to bed quite soon. Quattro wants to show us his rendition, personally made with human hands.
Indeed.
Through a computer, but still not through an AI.
I will be getting my hands on an actual keyboard for this soon, though.
Nice.
That'll make this a lot easier, hopefully.
Nice. Okay. Thank you for joining me, chat. Thank you for the generous contributions. I'll hopefully see you. Well, I'm not sure exactly when, because as I say, I'm focusing a lot on coding right now. There's a lot to do, and I am making progress. You can always check, just to pinch yourself, just so you know, yes, Oozloo is making some progress on bringing us the things he says he's going to do by typing /C and just run the economy command, which will show that big fat 0. That number is based on data that I can easily modify, and I will in the near future. There's also some information there on the system. So keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for announcements in Arcanium. I will usually ping Wizard Enjoyer with announcements. Wizard Enjoyer is a role that you can opt into to just get a few additional optional pings. So let me know if you want that role, anyone. It's open to everyone. And I believe that's all for now. So thank you for joining me all, and thank you, Quattro, for joining me as a guest.
Anytime.
I will see you all soon. Good night, everyone.